You have been put into a crucible of fire. You have been tested under pressure and heat, and you have come out as pure titanium.
It was definitely mind-blowing.
Amazing experience.
I've never been to anything like it.
It can wake you up and spark a fire.
Going full force ahead, following exactly what RJ said.
This is the kind of program you want to go to if you want to bring a business to the next level.
We want you to be a part of the titanium family. What's up, everybody? Welcome to day 2 of 50 Deals, 50 States, 50 Days. Good morning, Miss Cassandra.
Day 2. Are you ready?
I am. I'm super energized after yesterday. That was a hell of a way to get started. I think I said it towards the end of the day. If you go back and you look at the difference between what we were able to accomplish in day 1 in 2020 in comparison to yesterday, it's a drastic difference. Just the amount of leads that we had coming in. We did very minimal outbound. A lot of that was inbound. The conversations were so much better. We got you involved, right? I loved having the opportunity for you to talk about some of the things that we're doing on a daily basis as far as deal underwriting and comps and stuff like that. But I'm looking forward to when we start getting properties under contract, which hopefully happens today, really showcasing some of the other systems and what you are really going to be taking on, which is the Recon, the transaction coordination, ISPO, and stuff like that. So let's talk about that a little bit, because I know that that's something that we're going to have you kind of showcasing today as far as the Recon goes. Talk about what our thought process is there when, let's talk about like Omaha, Nebraska, right? So my goal is I want to get the Omaha, Nebraska contract signed today. From there, talk about a little bit about what you're going to be showcasing when it comes to Recon from that point on.
Well, I mean, for us, it's about kind of showcasing a lot more in this challenge than we had historically, like you said. And, again, we're now in a position where there's only so much we're going to be able to show on screen, right? I've had the ideas of bringing like some of our VA team on and just letting them say hi to everybody so they can understand the dynamic of that relationship. We can talk about, just like the fact that, VAs is something that we struggled with in our business in the beginning. This is something that we didn't ever see ourselves integrating. And so, why we use Integria, how we generate all those different types of leads. And that's exciting. And it's really exciting to, listen to the live calls. And we can do that with our buyers as well. But what I think, we've learned over the years through the Titanium Crucible, through all of our lives, all of our media, all of our platforms, is that there's a real calling and a real need for people to really understand the business from start to finish, right? And so what does it look like, and what are we going to showcase? What happens when RJ hangs up with that seller, right? So we're going to be following up with our sellers who haven't signed contracts. We're going to start to get into that TC process as far as communications with our sellers, with title, with buyers, and how that works throughout the deal. We're going to do a lot of focusing on what I call closing coordination, which I think is something that will change the landscape of your business if you implement some of these things. It's not as fun as talking about, how do I talk to these sellers? And, nobody ever really talks about how they talk to buyers, right? But at the end of the day, you know, we just thought it would be really beneficial to show those parts of the business as much as we possibly can throughout this challenge. And, you know, I look forward to just bringing on some different elements in that, like on the buyer side, like we can bring on some of our people that are our regular buyers, our friends. You know, it will be able to showcase like, hey, you know, we buy in Maryland, right? Like, so we have some really good friends that are have a really amazing brokerage in Baltimore area. You know, we just have the opportunity.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because, you know, yesterday we got a lead from Lead Zolo in Richmond, Virginia.
Right.
I negotiated the price. I picked up the phone on the live and called Chris Jefferson. Before I even sent the contract, the first thing I did is I called Chris Jefferson and I said, hey, we got a deal. And he called me back last night and he's like, hey, man, I'm going out. I'm shooting content tomorrow. Let me go see that property. I'd love to be able to go shoot some content at the house. I want to buy the property. Just need to go walk it. So he's going to go walk that property today, which is awesome, right? That we have a buyer already going out to walk one of our properties. And then he's like, hey, I'd love to be able to hop on the live. So we might have Chris Jefferson hopping on either later today or later this week to talk about that. But it looks like he's probably going to buy that property. So, yeah, I mean, listen, some of the ideas that I had about how 2020 would work might actually happen now in 2023 just because we have been able to put ourselves out there. We have been able to network better and grow our influence with the marketplace. So it's exciting to be able to see what we were able to accomplish yesterday. We ended up we sent out 7 contracts. 1 got denied, the one in North Carolina. So we do have 6 viable deals.
We just still have to call them back.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not gone. And that's exactly my point. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he talked to his dad. His dad was like, I don't really like this. We don't know why. We're going to still call and follow up with them and see what we can do to solve their problem, you know?
Absolutely.
And we're going to be showcasing a lot more of that. You know, it is a different ballgame this time, folks. Like, we're not showing the SMS on screen. Another exciting thing about this particular challenge is like, I do have like a lot of phone calls. Like when RJ is live, I have a lot of phone calls going on in the background. Like I have an appointment with Batch today so they can give me like the heads up on some of their new features. So we're also through our connections and through our network, we're able to, you know, maybe give you a little, you know, feature of something that you wouldn't see prior to, you know, it rolling out to the public, you know, stuff like that. There's just so much that goes into this. And this is why we're like, okay, yeah, you know, it's like 50 days but we're not doing 50 days in a row. Like this is a months long thing and we're here for it as long as you guys are here for it. I mean, after like 50 business days of doing it, yeah, there's a chance we might be like, look, guys, we're taking a break this week, but I wouldn't put it past us to get right back into it as long as you guys need it. So a
couple of things there you talked about. So with not being able to showcase our screens as much, I thought personally that the content was better yesterday from an actionable standpoint. If you go back and you look at days in Idaho, in Nevada, in Utah, and, you know, places that are difficult during 2020, there was a lot of screen time where it was showing me send text messages out and essentially just getting my teeth kicked in. And as much as that showed the reality of what text message marketing was doing and what we had to put up with, yesterday was a lot of actionable advice, listening to the conversations that need to happen with sellers. But here's the deal. That was day 1. Today is day 2. So what are we starting today? Today we start the compound effect of marketing. Okay. So today is not only about me calling first-time leads, it's about following up. It's about following up with the contracts that we sent out. this is where I think you can really differentiate yourself if you're paying attention to how I'm going to navigate what I'm doing on the acquisition side of things. And we'll see this later on with Cassie with the TC side of things, Recon and the Dispo side of things. It's about the efficiency in which you're moving. Today is going to be interesting because we're still going to have new leads coming in. We're going to be generating leads through the cold calling, but it's also about, like I said, the compound effect of your marketing, following up. That's where you can really separate yourself from your competition. And so I'm looking forward to being able to showcase that a lot more than we were able to do in 2020. So
did you check out Randy and Lisa? I'm assuming it's Randy just because I've been texting back and forth. Yes, baby. I didn't know they were doing that. Did you?
I did not know that Lead Zolo was doing that, but that's awesome that he was able to go in. Listen, to me, this is what I love. Randy, he came to the Crucible. I believe it was probably like a year and a half ago. Randy and Lisa are established realtors and super successful in what they do. This, to me, is awesome because he sat there. They watched me take action yesterday, calling the Lead Zolo leads. And it's like, hey, if this is what's working for RJ, let's dive into it. I love seeing that kind of action being taken. I also love the fact that Mr. Kip wants to keep me hydrated with coffee so I have energy. I've got my homemade coffee with me this morning. I also have my Prime energy drink.
Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah. Listen, we got to keep the energy up.
We maybe need to. We do these like coffee concoctions like every morning with a cold brew at home too. Maybe we need to use coffee funds to get new titanium Yetis for them. Or like the cooler cans. Maybe we need to do that.
Eli has a great question. Would love to hear what your personal SEO and PPC web pages look like. Do you do nationwide PPC or just minute pages for certain markets? So that's a great question, Eli. Listen, we're not doing any PPC ourselves because we're saving those funds and we're just cherry picking which leads we're buying from Speed to Lead. Okay. And then we're taking those funds and we're buying leads from Lead Zolo. What's the point in going out and running our own campaigns when we have the ability to go to a company like Lead Zolo and says, hey, I can essentially go siphon the most motivated sellers for you from YouTube. I can go to Speed to Lead and they can say, hey, we're running these PPC leads. And then we could go in there and we could say, hey, this one that says pristine condition and wants to upgrade, we don't have to buy that. We don't have to spend $400 on that one. We could just say, no, thank you. We'll go to that pre-foreclosure, vacant, need to sell ASAP in poor condition. We'll spend $400 on that one. That's what you're going to see me be calling. So that's awesome. Also, congratulations to Kip. He signed up for the Crucible in June. And this has been a long time coming, brother. So I'm super excited that Kip's coming in June.
I literally did not know that. And so you will see my natural reaction is just sheer joy. I did not know you were coming, Kip. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to get to work hands-on with you in your business. Like, it's not even thinking funny. You're right, RJ. This has been a long time coming. And holy moly.
Yeah, well,
I got goosebumps.
The last time we saw Kip was in San Antonio at the Superhuman Gala. So it's been a long time since we've seen Kip. So excited to see you, brother. Eli says, so many YouTube deal hunting from others never shows a follow-up, and they went into contract and the contract was sold. Exactly. That's why we want to show us. Listen, we had some of that in 2020. It's funny. I was thinking this morning. So day one, 2020 was Cleveland, Ohio. Okay. I sent out the 900 text messages. I got a property under contract in Cleveland, Ohio. I believe it was for like $10,000 or $15,000. And we ended up having to terminate that contract because a tree fell on the property while we were dispoing it. And it was hilarious because we called all of our people that we knew in Cleveland. And I remember talking to one of like our really good buyers there in Cleveland. And he goes, man, that's a really tough property to move. But I do know someone that buys over there frequently. Contacted that guy. He's like, yep, I know that house. Just need to go verify a couple of things, but we're going to buy it. He calls us back and he's like, yeah, man, the tree in the backyard fell and knocked down half the house. So I'm out. And of course, the seller didn't have any insurance or anything like that. And so it was funny because I'm thinking back to like the journey that we've already been on this journey once before, right? And I just remember how demoralizing that was early on in those 50 days. I'm excited for what we're going to be able to create this time. So
we have Mr. Demers on here. And did you tell him happy birthday, or is now your birthday message to him?
Mr. Demers, one of my favorite human beings in the world. I'm sorry I missed your birthday.
You didn't. I even reminded you.
Well, Cassie said happy birthday, and I was a part of that message. It was happy birthday for both of us. But I will say it here on the live. Happy birthday. If you don't know who Jeremy is, he is your source for all lending. If you need to refinance properties, if you want to just buy a property like your actual homestead, that's the kind of lending that Jeremy does. He has all kinds of creative options for you. And Jeremy is just one of the greatest human beings I've ever met. So
one of our favorite peeps on the planet. Also, I am going to be creating, let's see, we need to get our spreadsheet for KPIs from Kristen. So that's another thing that we're going to be highlighting. I am going to be, I think, creating a JV. We have a JV form, but yesterday kind of showed us like that there's a demand to have one just for the 50-50-50. So I'm gonna whip that up a little bit later today. And also, speaking of Jeremy, which is what reminded me of these tools that we're going to use for and have ready for you guys. We are going to have, a form ready so that anybody that is looking for those kind of loans and things like that, you can go ahead and go onto that form and schedule an appointment with him. So I am excited that, we can bring on. It's a product that, there's just not a product. He has access to a lot of products is what I was trying to say. That it's exactly where we would go ourselves. And that's what this is all about.
So Randy wants to know if we're going to be able to showcase Trello. Here's the issue, Randy, is that if we show our Trello, it shows addresses. Like I'm looking at my Trello right here. And it's got all of our leads right there. So what we're going to try to figure out a way to do is
I'm going to do this in like 10 seconds because I'm already doing it for one of our Crucible students. In that I am going to turn our boards into template boards and I'll throw up some samples. So I definitely will be showing a build out and some of the power ups that we utilize on there. So the flow of that process, it's just like any other CRM, which I don't even know if you call this a CRM. For me, it's a really operational CRM, and that's what we're more about when it comes to it. Like I said, it's more important that the actual customer relations portion of it, be happening. I don't know. We just don't do that through our CRM. We use that through, like our Google Workspace and our phone systems, and then our dialers, So for us, it is about that organizational and process flow within there. So I do definitely want to feature that. I just have to go ahead and create a template. So these are things that we'll be rolling out, each day for you guys. To get more and more and more. I get anxiety about it. It's super funny, Randy, because I'm like, I want everything to be ready and I'm gonna show them everything on day one, and it's just like, why do I do that? Like, no, I
We got
also
plenty
be
of days to show them.
right. We'll also be showing you guys as we develop little changes. You know, RJ likes to get on to me sometimes because I'm like, oh no, we tweaked that process. We kind of do this now, and he's like rolling his eyes at me. But it's like we're constantly staying on top of it and trying to make each and everything better. You know.
So Eli asked about the cash conversion cycle on the difference between cold call and PPC. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Cold call is going to take a lot longer than PPC, which is why, you know, to answer KJ's question here, would it be a bad idea just to focus on leads from PPC? No, I don't think so. This is going to come down to a couple different things: your budget, your time, your bandwidth, right? It's going to cost you more to generate PPC leads. It's going to come down to your ability to underwrite deals, to have quality conversations with sellers, and to be able to close. Right.
Well, I also think that it's super, super, super important to diversify your lead generation strategies. You know, and trust me, I love our PPC leads. I love our YouTube leads. I love these style of leads. We love them. And you can see that they're killer, but I'm just going to be honest with you guys. It's just like everything else. Yeah, that's super sexy to buy a one-off lead. That's already hot, you know, and you know it's hot. But at the same time, our VA leads work the same way. And yes, we do pay VAs, but realistically, one of the things that we have always tried to showcase is that data that we have built up over the years has been so many times. That is what has sustained our business. That is the lifeblood of our business. So the difference really is to be consistently having that diversity in your lead generation strategies, because you know, if what happens if you don't manage your cash flow right, or you get a delayed closing and you're in a place where you're not doing high volume in lead gen, or you're not doing high volume in sales, you know, you're a smaller company, that could kill your ability to go out there and keep processing. So then you're going to have to make a major pivot away from your focus, right? If you don't have that data to run through. So that question to me, like, there's a time frame there and there's a place in your business where that could be a really horrible idea. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. And that's what I was saying. I mean, I think it comes down to your bandwidth and your budget. I think the other thing about it is that you need to figure out as a closer what you're most comfortable having conversations with people about. Kip noticed I'm wearing my Dallas Stars jersey. Game 5 tonight. You know what's crazy? We did 50-50-50 in 2020 in August, September, and October. But because of COVID, the Stanley Cup playoffs were going on. That's when the Stars made their Stanley Cup finals run. And now here we are. We're doing it again, and we're back in the playoffs. Listen, big win tonight, Game 5, Dallas Stars, okay?
I will be wearing my Jamie Benn jersey for Game 6.
Bream John, he's obviously from New Jersey. He says he's got them buyers lined up. He's hungry. He wants me to get a deal in New Jersey. Listen, New Jersey is going to happen. Here's the deal. Every day is going to be a different state. So today is Alaska, okay? We're not technically going after a deal in Alaska today. We are doing marketing in all 50 states, okay? Really, the title of the episode is just going to be alphabetical order. So yesterday is Alabama. Today is Alaska. It's just we're doing marketing in all 50 states. That's why yesterday we got deals, or we sent out contracts. We haven't gotten any signed yet in Virginia, Nebraska, Texas, Florida, all these different locations, okay? So I promise you, we will have something come up in New Jersey, and it will be something that we will be going after. All right. There we go. We got a Stars fan in the house. All right. One last question before I get started here. Randy says, from a real estate agent side of things, do you use one cell number for your real estate business and one cell number for your investment business? Or does everything flow to one phone?
So for my real estate agency side of the business, I use my cell phone. We have office lines, but it's not that I never use my cell phone for that. Historically, I have not had two phones to deal with both sides of the business, but I always disclose everything, so I'm not tripping either way. For us, we have a desk phone, and we actually have to here in a couple weeks get this hooked up differently, and so I will probably start exclusively using that phone number for the investment side, especially during the 50-50-50, because I will be placing a lot more of those phone calls. So
here's my opinion on that. I want it to be as easy as possible for people to get a hold of me. And if I have two different phone numbers, I feel like that's adding a barrier. So for me, if I were an agent, it would just be, this is my phone number. I mean, listen, you hear me on lives. We're literally, at this point, we're approaching 1 million views on my YouTube channel. And I regularly just give out my cell phone number. I don't care who has my cell phone number. It's 817-915-6860.
Right, but I also think that he's an insane person. I mean, for any of you that have reached out to RJ and he just hasn't answered, the reason why he didn't respond to that phone call or text is because everybody on the planet has a cell phone number.
Or I just chose not to respond to you. One of those.
Because you have too many things to respond to on your cell phone.
One of those two. All right, Miss Cassandra. We will see you here in a little bit.
See you soon.
See you. All right. It's time to get down to business here. Overlay time. Bam! Check out that Alaska logo. Man, I love that logo so much. It's one of my favorites. I'm just going to throw it out there. And you have to wear a hockey jersey when you're doing Alaska. Okay? So, let's get down to it. Step number 1. We need to find out why Nebraska did not sign our contract. So, I need to call Ebony. Apply my filter here. Kenny Wright likes the overlay. Thank you. Appreciate that. I like all of it, the first 5 days. Good logos. Alabama with the Vulcan, good. Alaska, solid. Really like Alaska. The colors going with the state flag. I mean, everything. It's really good. Arizona, really good. Jeremy hates it, but I love it. Arkansas with the white-tailed deer with the apple blossoms coming off the horns. That's just, if you know anything about Arkansas, that's a legit logo right there. And then we got California. We just kind of stole that from the California flag. But all right, Ebony. Let's solve your problem.
Been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 53172144456 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Ebony, this is RJ Bates calling you about that contract that I sent over for Burdette yesterday. Just wanted to see if you had any questions about the contract. Want to see if we could get that signed today so we could go ahead and get title open and get the process started. So feel free to give me a call back, 817-915-6860. Thank you. Liz, we brought a piece of my dog with me today. Whoop. Old Polar. All right. You know what? I'm not too nervous about her not answering the phone this morning because we called her yesterday in the morning and she wasn't available. So I think we're okay there. All right. Let's see. We need to follow up with Houston and Katie.
Please leave your message for 71322433737.
Hey, AJ, this is RJ Bates calling you about those properties at Katy and Houston. We sent over the JV agreements and the assignments in different emails. I just wanted to make sure that you received them and wanted to see if we get that process started. So feel free to give me a call back, 817-915-6860. Thank you. All right. Let's call and break Ray's heart in Greenville, Texas. This is the one McLean walked yesterday. Holy, no voicemail. Okay. So, listen, that was the one that I offered 150, countered back at 175. He said it needed like $10,000 in repairs. It's in terrible shape. I mean, we're going to need that at like 60,000, according to my conversation with McLean. All right, Forney, Texas. We offer $335.
See?
Good morning. Is Christina there?
Yeah, I am.
Hi, Christina. It's RJ.
Okay. One call my husband, please.
Okay.
Because he is speaking better English.
Okay.
Okay. The number is 469 600 4528.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Please leave your message for.
Hey. All right. All right. Well, those are our follow-ups. Let's call a new lead. Lead Zolo, Dallas, Texas.
Either the number you've dialed is not a working number or must be dialed with the correct area code plus 7 digits.
They gave us the wrong phone number there. I don't know if I got an email. Let me look. I do. I can't skip them because they didn't put an address in there. It just had street. All right. We'll do another lead Zolo, Toledo, Ohio. Emergency reasons.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 41934387741 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Rochelle Road. You had just entered it on my website. Just want to follow up with you, ask you a couple questions, see if we can come to an agreement. Give me a call back at 817-915-6860. Thank you. Cassie, everything got pushed twice this morning, by the way. All right, another lead Zolo in Indianapolis for divorce.
Hello,
Hi, is Glenda there?
this is she.
Hey, Glenda, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on, I'm probably about to butcher this, Camille Court.
Okay.
Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Huh. All right. Very good.
Yeah, I always have to spell it. Nobody knows how to spell it.
Right.
Pronounce it, but so I just spell that in my name.
I got you.
Never need it.
So you had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. Are you still looking to sell?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, none of the criteria didn't. The reasons did not apply to me, but
Okay.
I was just curious of what. I tried OfferPad, and that was crazy. So, I mean, that was just stupid.
Well, you said none of the reasons apply. So what's the reason why you're looking to sell?
Oh, just because, properties are, they've accumulated a lot. And
Right.
probably if you had to put a category of other, retirement might be, or either like that, or just people just curious, you know what I mean?
I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so I'm an investor. So I like to buy properties for certain reasons. And that usually is there's something wrong with the property, or there's something that needs to be fixed up with the property, or there's an opportunity for me to purchase it and I could rent it out for cash flow. Does your property kind of fall under the category of any of those things? Like, is there an opportunity for me to kind of come in and fix something?
Yeah, probably so, because I've been here for since '97.
Okay.
Yeah, and I haven't done a whole lot and didn't want to. But you can't rent these out in my neighborhood due to the bylaws with the.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much only if I can fix it up and then resell it on the backside.
Yeah, I just can't. I mean, my thing was carpet, and I never really painted, just cosmetic stuff. And I'm willing to, take that
Right.
Less money. But if I have to go the traditional route, then I guess that's what I do. But
Well, did you have a dollar in mind that you wanted to get for the property?
well, let's see what you say first.
You watched my videos before? That's what you must have watched my videos on how to buy a house. You're learning how to sell a house. I ain't gonna tell you no number.
Well, I've never. No, I only sold one time. I bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, I bought a bunch of times, only sold once. So really,
I got you.
no, I didn't know. But I mean,
I'm just giving you.
attempted to sell.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
I haven't.
So let's talk about the square footage of the livable square footage is 2,400 square feet, right? Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I think it's a little more because I did I don't think they added the extra 2 feet that I added to the left side.
So I've got
I added
2,473, and then it says there's a basement for 714. Does that sound about right?
No, it's more. It's 9. I do remember it's 900 square feet in my basement.
In the basement, okay.
So that extra 2 feet or 4 feet, whatever it was, you know how you do the buff out or they give you an option to boof it out.
Uh-huh.
I did that. So my bedroom and the bedroom up front, and then my bedroom is extended,
Gotcha.
and the family room is extended.
All right. So is the basement finished out or is it unfinished?
It has drywall, and it doesn't have the mud. It just needs tape and mud.
I gotcha. And then on the interior, you said you pretty much haven't updated it, so it would need like paint and flooring and updated kitchen and bathrooms.
I did the flooring downstairs, and I did one bathroom. So
Okay.
it just needs flooring in the master bathroom, and it needs carpet upstairs.
Gotcha. What about the
Flooring
kitchen?
downstairs is all, that flooring's done.
Okay. And like the cabinets, are they the original cabinets and stuff?
Yes, they're the original cabinets, so you probably have to paint them gray or whatever people like.
I gotcha. All right.
I don't have no knobs on them either.
Okay. So let's see here. Give me just a few seconds. I'm running numbers.
Oh, okay.
So you went with OfferPad. What happened with them? They gave you an offer, and then when they came out, they tried to lower the price?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. But I had an investor, and he said because the interest rates, I stopped with them, and he was from California, and he said because they higher the interest rates, he backed out.
Yep.
So I was like, you knew that when we had started. That was stupid. Wasting my time. I could have went on with OfferPad,
Oh, yeah. Well, you should have known when he told you he was from California.
What that mean?
No, I'm just giving him a hard time. I'm from Texas, so we always give people a hard time from California.
Okay, 'cause California, well, y'all did jump into second place, third place instead of fourth.
All right, so
my daughter, she in Texas. That's the only reason.
what part?
Houston.
Okay, I'm in DFW. So.
Oh, Dallas, right?
Yeah.
DFW, Dallas, Fort Worth.
Well, I say DFW because I'm in Fort Worth. And, some people know Fort Worth. Some people just consider us Dallas. But, here in Fort Worth, we consider ourselves Fort Worth. We're not Dallas. But let's see.
Yeah, what's that restaurant called? The restaurant. It was nice. They had one in Dallas, and they closed it. And then I think now they just have one in Fort Worth, and they have music. You can eat, and then later on they'll shut down the tables and make it a dance floor and stuff like that.
You're not talking about Billy Bob's, are you?
Billy Bob's? No, it ain't Billy Bob's. It was a chain of them, so it was more.
I got you.
About 3 of them, and now it's just one left.
Huh.
I love that place. It was nice.
I don't remember that one. All right. Well, here's what I'm saying. I'm thinking if your house was completely fixed up, everything was new, it'd probably be worth about $330,000.
Right.
So from there, what I have to take into consideration is how much work do I need to do to get it up to that standard? What's that going to cost me? And then I've got to put in a little bit of room for me to make money. And then also all of the expenses when I go to sell it and stuff like that. So realtor commissions, holding costs, utilities, stuff like that. So based off of that, we're at 2473. I'm probably going to be somewhere in the 180, 185 range.
Okay. Well, that's way low.
What were you thinking? If I'm at 285 and it's worth 330 when it's fixed up, how am I getting there? I can't remodel a 2,400 square foot house for that amount of money and have realtor commissions and holding costs and everything else. I think this might be why other people might have backed out of their contracts.
No, he backed out because he said I was at 285 with him.
Right, and he didn't close.
Right, because he said that because the interest rates went up.
Well, he can say one thing, but I mean the reality is if he's buying your house at 285 and he's got to do any kind of work to it, I mean we just say we sold it at 330 with realtors, and then we got to pay the closing costs. That's 23,000 right there. So he's down to 307. I mean, that's $18,000 to do remodeling and whatever he's going to make. I mean, he's losing money. I'm pretty sure that's why he's not doing the deal. I think he just didn't understand how to actually analyze the property. Or he was trying to wholesale it and not actually close on it. And no one bought it from him. Have you ever heard of wholesaling before?
I think I have, but
so essentially that's where you get a property under contract and you're just trying to sell the contract. So, I mean, for me, this is where, and I understand where you're coming from. You're like, hey, I want to get as much money as possible for my property.
I know I will, so I mean, it's no biggie for me. I could stay here or leave. That's why I mean, all I got to do is paint and do the floor. I just didn't want to do this stuff. So,
yeah,
it don't cost that much to do this stuff. But anyway,
but when I'm looking at other properties that sold for $325, I mean, we're
just show they didn't even do they ain't. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay. Well, thank you.
All right. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Hello, this is RJ.
Hi.
Hey, what's going on, Ebony?
Sorry, I missed your call. I was in a job interview.
No, it's okay. Did you get the job?
So I tried to have the hard conversation yesterday, and he's not budging.
Okay.
So that's also why I haven't gotten to the email yet, because I've been trying to have my aunt persuade him, because she's the only person he'll listen to. And I tried it like 3 times yesterday, and now she's not budging either.
So when you say they're not budgeting, what do you mean by that? They're just saying no, they don't want you to sell the house?
Yes, like he doesn't want to break him and I's contract.
But is he paying you?
Yes. He pays me per month, yeah.
I see. But you want to get it.
I was trying to talk him into it, because I was like, well, I can literally just pay you back, like, boom, and he just won't. He won't do it.
Okay.
It's very difficult.
Well, what could we do to entice him?
That is a really good question, because he's a tricky one. And he's one of those that's hard to entice. And I don't know really as far as what kind of offer he'd be willing to take at any point, because I don't know if he'd rather take like more money or something else that he might be interested in. I have no clue, because he's a mystery box.
I mean, it's kind of weird though, because he's not living there, right?
Yeah.
And so what is his goal with the property?
To fix it up, basically making it more modern and then living in it. So, yeah, basically like your idea, but he wanted to do it for a basically forever home, supposedly. But I also, my aunt and uncle just got out of prison my aunt was a pimp, and I really don't, like I trust her, but I don't trust her 100% because she has her ways. So when they tell me it's a forever home for them, I half-ass believe that. I believe that they're just money hungry because my family is a very money hungry family. And that's what I'm really trying to figure out as far as what they're actually planning to do versus what they're telling me. Because I don't want them to make that a whorehouse, you know? Because that was my mom's house. But then my mom passed, and then it was my house. But then, like, the house got fucked up and shit. So I have a shitty family. Sorry.
I understand this. I like I told you yesterday, I'm in a similar situation where I'm having some difficulties with some family members. So I understand.
I'm trying to catch him before he goes to work because he has a couple hours, and I'm really trying to like push him into doing it because the house, I don't know. In my opinion, the house is just not worth it if you don't have the funds to make it worth it. Like, it's gonna take him forever,
right?
Because he has so much other things in life going on, and those things also take from him financially. So,
and here's the risk for you. If you don't sell it now and he doesn't do anything to it, it just continues to get worse.
Yeah.
And then
that's what I was trying to explain to him was it's literally just been nothing but issues. My family treated me like complete shit after my mom died because I was not handing them things that they didn't deserve. So I've literally gone through shit about this house. Everyone else that's tried to move into this house to preserve it has gone through shit. Then my brothers fucked it up. My uncle's cousins fucked it up. Like, it was just, it's a lot. There's a really long story line about buying this fucking house. I'm so over it. So I'm really trying to persuade him. I'm trying to catch him before he goes to work so I can get it through his head that if I was to sell the house right now, I would help both him and I out of debt because he'd be paid back and then I'd have what's left. And I don't understand why he just won't listen. He's a guy. Sorry.
No, I hear what you're saying. Well, if you don't mind me asking, how much money is he getting at the closing?
So he would get originally I would owe him, you're looking at $17,000 because he's made 17 payments so far.
Gotcha.
So I give him the outside, and then plus I owe him a couple other things that he's helped me with before financially, so I was just paying him back for that. So we look about $20,000 in total for him, but as far as from the house itself, we would say $17,000.
So $17,000. You're literally getting to the point where that is a substantial enough amount of money that he could potentially go get something in better condition somewhere else.
I literally said that. Oh my God, thank God you agree with me. I don't know why he won't listen. He's one of those hard-headed men that, because what my aunt tried to say, so they came out of prison, they're like felons and stuff. Technically, they owe the state, which I'm telling this business right around. I feel bad, but they technically owe the state, so they really can't have anything in their name.
Right.
But what he was going to do was, after officially paying me off, get that house in someone else's name, which he could still do if he went and bought a better builder-upper.
Right. Let me ask you this. What paperwork does he have that keeps you from just being able to sell it?
We had did a written agreement and what are they called? Finalized or legalized? One of those words.
Notarized?
Yeah, there we go. So we did a written agreement on that one.
That says what? That he's going to pay you $1,000 a month to buy the house?
Yes, for a total of $30,000.
I see. But it's not like, man, that's kind of a tricky situation because you have kind of made an agreement with them, but technically it's kind of just that's not really how you sell properties, right?
Yeah.
So it's still your property. So it's kind of a weird thing, especially if you're saying, hey, I'm going to pay you back. Maybe the problem is that he's just seeing it that he's getting his money back. He's not really making money from it. You know what I'm saying?
That could be because he's also one of those guys.
So
That could be.
So maybe the thing that needs to entice him to be willing to do this is that it's not just you're getting your money back, it's that you're going to get some extra money on top. This is why it's beneficial to you, because you don't have the funds to fix it up, but you can get all your money back and you can make a little bit of extra money on top. You can be done with the property. You're going to have a little bit, you're going to pay off all the debt that you need to pay off, and maybe you even walk away with a little bit of money. Maybe that's what you need to do to kind of entice him there a little bit.
That's what I was planning on doing today. I'm actually about to be on my way home from the interview, which I came out with a job.
Congratulations. Where are you going to be working?
It's an extended stay hotel.
Okay.
Yeah, so it'll be pretty cool, pretty calm.
Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm on my way home to catch him now because he is also one of those that when he's up, he's gone until he has to come back.
Right.
So I'm about to be on my way home now. I'm gonna try everything that I can literally think of to try and persuade him. I'm usually pretty persuasive, but he is definitely a tough nut to crack.
I gotcha.
And then I guess I just gotta keep you updated. But
Yeah.
I got your number saved. So
Yeah, whatever we need to do, we'll figure something out. So just see if you can talk to him today, and if not, we'll just we'll go back to the drawing board. We'll figure something out. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Ebony.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Alrighty. Well, that conversation in Indianapolis was interesting. All right. So what we'll do on that one, on that previous call, eventually that data will go into our dialer and we'll re-engage with them through the cold callers. But on that, because she's so unreasonable, I'm not going to put it in my follow-up because there's really not a point. I mean, I've already shot my shot. She said, no, I want to stay clean with, fresh leads that are actually motivated. But we're not just going to get rid of that data. It'll go in the dialer in the future. All right. Give me 1 second. This is the Forney, Texas lead. Hello, this is RJ Bates. I was given your phone number by your wife about your property there in Forney.
Yes.
Yeah, she asked me to give you a call to talk about the offer that I made yesterday.
Yeah, the offer you make is, the only thing is we are not going to do it until at least for the next 2 months. I don't know if there is any problem with that, or you are going to hold that offer, or we are interested. That's the truth. But
so do you want to close in 2 months or?
We are not sure, but probably will do.
Okay, so you're talking about like the end of June, early July. That's when you want to move out.
Yeah, about that date, yes.
that's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so if you can keep that offer, then when middle of June or so, we can talk about again.
Well, I would like to go ahead and I'd like to go ahead and send you a contract for the amount and just set the closing date for, early July. And then if you need more time, I could give you more time, but at least that way I have a contract with you guys and we could just work with you guys on when you need to move out. Do you need help finding a new place?
No, not yet. Not yet. We still don't decide what we are going to do, but probably we're going to leave the country. We're not sure 100%.
You're going to do what?
We are going to leave the country.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Y'all are leaving the country. I can't help you find a new place there, but if it was local, I could help you. But yeah, if you're okay with the offer, I could go ahead and send you the contract. And then, like I said, we'll just work with you on the timing of when you need to leave.
Okay. What about if let me talk this with my wife and I will back to you because now actually I am out of town. I am in Alabama actually.
Okay.
So give me a couple of days and I'll be back to you. I'm going to save this number and I will give you a call back in a couple of days and let you know what is going to be the next move.
Do you want me to go ahead and send you guys a contract so you can read it and then you can decide if you want to sign it or not?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so here's what I need. Can you text message me, you and your wife's emails, and then I can email you the contract?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right.
Okay.
Enjoy your trip. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you.
I kind of wrote that one off yesterday. That was the first call we placed. That would be a good one for us. That's one local that we can take down. By local, let's see how far. This is how funny Texas is. So oh yeah, that's local. Let's see. Pull up my Google Maps here. So Forney, Texas, and we're gonna start here. That is 1 hour and 11 minutes to the center of Forney. Oh, it's over in Justin's area. Well, we might have to send you over there to get some pictures for us on one of your long trips home after work. But no, that would be a good one for us. All right. So I'm going to send that contract. Good stuff. Miss Cassandra. Hello.
Let me turn you down some.
Come to find out, when you drink this much coffee, you cannot go a full 2 hours without peeing. I am trying my hardest to make it another 50 minutes, but I can't.
What's the point?
The point is that I need you to take over so I can go relieve myself.
No, I mean, what's the point of trying not to pee? That's not healthy.
Because I messaged you and you didn't respond.
You got back on that phone call.
You didn't even read my message.
I didn't.
Okay.
It's a pop-up notification, bro.
Would you like to? Are you going to share your screen while I'm away?
Let's do it just in case.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do it.
entire screen share. Ta-da! Enjoy your tinkle, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, folks. How do we do? Hope we're having a great day. Someone on my team's going to have to turn me down. Oh, they already did. Fantastic. So, Robin, thank you for telling everybody that they need to press those like buttons. Appreciate you guys. I have no idea how many viewers we have, especially between Facebook and YouTube. So I'm just going to go on. I'm going to do my thing. Let me go ahead and pull a couple of things up. We need to pull that up. Boom. All right. So, without digging in too much into, let's see, what do we want to do? Do you guys want me to do some follow-up on some of these offers made? I need to see if RJ's actually hit them all. Y'all are being awfully quiet in my feeds. By the way, if you're watching like long-term on, God bless you. If you're watching long-term on Facebook, I will let you know that it is easier for us, at least for me, to have you go over to YouTube. And the reason why is because we can comment back and forth a lot more easily. On Facebook, we have to go find whatever feed you're on, and it could be multiple. People could have shared it, so on and so forth. So yeah, that is harder to respond to unless we're responding live. Okay. Although I am grateful for everybody who's porting in from Facebook. I wish we could post it on everything, everywhere. Mr. Bates, sir, have you done all of your follow-up?
Yes.
I thought I was, you didn't follow the plan. I was going to call on follow-up today. He just gave me the deadpan. All right, so what I will get into, he's fun. He didn't follow my plan. I was going to call in all the follow-ups for you guys today. Anna is finally here. LOL. Good morning, rock stars. Hi, Anna. You changed your name. I'm excited. I would have assumed it was you from the little picture, but I can't 100% see. Good to see you this morning. You'll have to go back and catch our first hour and 15 minutes. Okay, so let me go ahead and pull up and get into just some really quick recon stuff for you guys. So I will go through and explain a little bit on what that means. So RJ has a little bit of time to stretch out his legs before he gets back into some call rounds. But then I'm also not taking 8 years on this segment of mine. Because I already know he gets anxious. He'll be like, I need a break. And then he takes his break. And then he's like, okay, I'm ready. I got a call. He's like a little addict over there. So I'm going to pull up these right here. I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about how we do recon. What we call recon is actually just our process of what happens when we get a deal and what happens when we get a deal and it's in a market that we have never gotten a deal before, or we don't have still current connections that are available right at this moment. So it took me 15 minutes how to change my name. Anna was quick with it. Good morning, Jeremy. Good morning. Good to see you on here, sir. I'm excited to have you guys. I hear we're gonna potentially see you guys soon here because you're going to not Weatherford, Wichita Falls. So that's exciting. Okay, so for Recon, this is the process of which we, seek out our boots on the ground, ensure that, the property in our care, in our contract, our responsibilities are fulfilled, right? So, if the property is not occupied, it's particularly important that we, guard access to it, right? So that we're fully informed on access. So we do a lot of things that we maybe don't mention, like we have our dispositions team make sure that if there is a lockbox on there, when a buyer is leaving the house, that they confirm with us that they've locked up and they're leaving, right? This serves a dual purpose. It gives us a conversation starter to see how their walkthrough went, but it also ensures with us that when we get the next person in there, that if we don't have specific boots on the ground, that they are also confirming. We do things like we have them send us their IDs, so on and so forth. So it's really valuable if you're not familiar with doing it virtually, that we have security on site, right? And then we also have really, very specific conversations with our Recon assets is what we call them, or boots on the ground, some people call them. And we try to train them up, right? A lot of places, yes, you can post an ad. We will pay people for photos if we don't already have somebody that has some kind of other motivation to get photos for that. Sometimes it's first dibs, sometimes it's a tenant, sometimes it's a seller. And a lot of times we go through those avenues and we have a photo checklist that I will be showing you guys. Just a quick icon for you guys here. This is the ad we use. Where do we find our boots on the ground? We use our known, list. We have a list. There are some websites in which we would look for handy men or women, even though it's called handyman. Thumbtack and TaskRabbit are great for that because I actually like to search for actual handymen because on those sites, because they actually know what we're looking for and it can generate business for them, right? So when they read through the things we want photos of, we get really accurate photos versus like somebody who's a photographer and they shoot weddings or family photos, portraits type of things. So this is just different ways that we generate those resources and those assets when we don't have them. People are asking us all of the time because, they're going into a new market now that they're not familiar with. It doesn't always have to be somebody that or a family member, so on and so forth. You can build great relationships. And we actually started building nationwide relationships years and years ago because RJ started the podcast is honestly kind of what helped us get over the fear of doing this, right? We have a lot of connections across the country, so we honestly don't utilize this as much as we used to, right? It takes time to build up just like any other connection or network, buyers list, etc. So it takes time, and it's really, really recommended that you guys have an index, right? And Rolodex, even if it's on a spreadsheet and it's not in your CRM. For us, it would be on a spreadsheet in our CRM, right? We would just have to link. So I just think that it is really important to, keep track of these things. The more volume you do, the more expand, the more markets you get into. And you guys can always feel free, to reach out to us. We may not respond as quickly to, those freebies. But, if you need recommendations and we have them and we're not being inundated with money making, our email, jv@titanium.investments. We love doing business. We love sharing the wealth. We love paying it forward. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing this challenge. So we'll give you guys everything we got. Expectation, the expectation part, and then I'll pull up this second checklist here. So this is just like our photo checklist. We keep it simple. We keep it easily manageable for people. And we talk to them. We talk to them about exactly why we're having them go in and take photos. But like I said, a lot of times it's like our sellers, tenants, buyers that we're talking through this information with, right? You can always hire an inspector. They're going to be a little bit more costly. Anna's asking, what is a velocity REO charge? It varies per market. And a lot of times the velocity REO won't have like an asset that's local, right? And so that is kind of like an inspection, but it's a really informal inspection. It's more like a photo inspection, for the purposes of people like us. So realistically, what we do on that recon piece while we're trying to get our due diligence is we're going to reach out first and foremost to our seller, our premier, like repeat buyers, who we know will want to take first swing at it, do good business with us, no matter what that looks like. And we're going to have people walking through it, getting minimum these photos so that we can really assess, like, okay, how close are we on the numbers? Are we off? Was the seller exaggerating? So on and so forth. And then we start digging into the more detailed walkthroughs from there before we spend a lot more time, energy, and money on it, right? Again, guys, most of the time we're getting it moving and grooving. And we know right at that recon point whether we're going to need to make adjustments because something's off, right? And again, you guys can hire, more formal inspectors. We don't do a lot of that on a lot of our deals just because we get deals flying through our system like crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? So we want it to be at a certain point before we put that kind of money into vetting out the deal, right? Velocity REO, I believe, charges anywhere from, I think 60 to 100, maybe. I think the highest one I've seen is 120. But again, you get a pretty detailed report with them. So with that being said, yeah, I think that this is actually one of the funniest things, like I never even thought about, but I kick this back to how you train everybody and, to be in the role, how you set the expectations for anybody that you're involved with, right? And their role within that transaction is really important. So I like to template a lot of things. I don't know if you guys have picked up on that yet, but I like to template a lot of things so that we can just keep it simple, keep it clear. So all it is a good conversation of like, hey, this is what we're doing. We have this property under contract. We're in Fort Worth, Texas, so we need somebody to go by. And this is why I like utilizing handyman if I don't already have somebody in that market that's available to go walk it for us. At one point somebody asked us, well, do you guys fly to all your properties? No, we can't. We'd be flying all day, every day. So we just have somebody there on our behalf. And then we set the expectations for them to look at the property like we would look at the property, right? And so when we talk to these people, it's a matter of having that conversation and saying, look, we have this property under contract. There's many ways that we can, process this transaction. But first and foremost, what we need to figure out is this in the condition that we say it is. So just giving you guys another example, I went into a lot of detail on a comp that I ran yesterday for Brad Couch. I love the property, but it was really funny because when I got on the phone with him, he was telling me that the sellers, they're divorced. were separated. They were never actually married. They were just common law for like 40 years or something like that. And basically what the situation was there is that the wife in the situation thought that this property only needed the pool to be resurfaced and the pool equipment to be repaired because the pool's in disrepair for it to qualify for an FHA loan. And I kid you guys not, we have a whole sunroom that's rotting off of the back of the house, windows that are, the frame is rotting out. And it's just like, I've had FHA, buyers and their lender came back with required repairs because there was a tear in 2 of the window screens. Okay. So it's just like, sometimes sellers aren't lying. They're just really ignorant to what this process looks like. So, anyways, it's about setting expectations and having these conversations and doing it in like a not condescending way. You guys got to understand that even when you're dealing with a handyman, they might go through here and take over detailed or under detailed photos of the HVAC because this is just not something that they ever mess with, right? So just having that conversation and setting up good expectations with the assets and people within your transaction is really clutch in doing this nationwide and building up your contacts for these types of things. So with that being said, I don't feel like I have a whole lot of questions here, and I can either ask my partner there, Mr. Bates, if he's wanting to come back on, or if he wants me to go into another run. We can start pulling up some TC stuff. Did you get that spreadsheet that I asked you to get on your break, or you want me to get into some TC stuff, or you want to do that later? You're muted, boss.
Sorry about that. No, I need to place a phone call back. I missed a phone call while I was in the restroom, so I will hop back on here for now, and I will let you back in here in a little bit.
Okay, so but can you, before you kick me off here, can you just please pull up Anna's last comment? Because this is super interesting to me. I'm a nerd out. So I am a rep for Velocity, and they only pay me $8.25 per property for 7 photos and $15.25 for interior pictures. I'm in lots of houses with my private money business monthly.
Property management.
Property management, sorry. Private money, I mean, That is absolutely crazy. But RJ, am I wrong? It's like we don't use Velocity as much as we used to. But we don't use any other outside resources as much as we used to. But weren't they literally minimally $60?
No, you can order them for like 35.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I thought they were 60 to 120.
They can be.
They can be.
Yeah, it just depends on what package. They have a lot of different packages. So.
True. Well, Anna, apparently there's a lot cheaper packages that I just didn't remember. It has been a really long time since we used them because they just ended up being not in a lot of markets, so we had contracts in. So, anyways.
All right. Thank you, Miss Cassandra.
You're very welcome, sir.
See you in a little bit. All right. While I was gone, I got a missed phone call from the husband again in 40. Hello, this is RJ calling you back. Sorry about that. I missed your call.
No, I just was trying to save your number in my contacts, and for some reason I just give you a call.
Oh, okay. I got you. All right. Sorry about that. All right. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Well, that was anticlimactic. All right. Let's see. We got a lead from TikTok. So this person watched me on TikTok, saw what I do, because we take clips from these lives, chop them up, put them on TikTok, Instagram. And this person saw somebody has a house that they need to sell. So, hold on. Hello, this is RJ.
Hey, what's up, RJ? It's AJ.
Hey, man, what's up, dude?
Good. I'm glad you called me because that stuff was in my junk folder, but I got you out of there. I got you in the contacts now.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, let me know if you have any questions. We sent over both the JB and the assignment. Were you able to talk to your dad about that?
Yeah, I'm forwarding it over to him. No, I told him what was going on, but I didn't send it over to him because I didn't know that I had it yet.
I got you.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm glad you followed up.
Okay. Well, yeah, just let me know if you have any questions, and let's see if we can get that process started today, okay?
Absolutely, buddy.
All right. Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. All righty. So what we're going to do on this TikTok lead is we're going to skip trace it. Inside of our batch. There's Cassie. What? All right. I'll do full screen. So we're going to take this address. All right. We'll add it here. No data found on skip trace. So there's no data found on this because it's company owned. So we have no ability to skip trace it. So now I'm just going to respond to email and say, hey, because it is company owned, the skip trace has any results. Do you have any contact information? Will the Vegas Golden Knights see the Stars in the next round? No, because I'm pretty certain that the only way that could happen, I don't know if there is a way that the Stars and Vegas can see each other in the next round. I'm pretty sure that the Stars will face the winner of Seattle and Colorado regardless. And Vegas will face the winner of Edmonton and Winnipeg, or Edmonton and LA. I'm pretty certain. I'm pretty sure the only way that they could face each other would be in the Western Conference Finals. So, let's see here. We got a cold call lead. Stephenville, Texas. He might have a 29 property portfolio to sell us. Hello, this is RJ Bates from Titanium Investments. How are you? Oh, I love that so much. You just talked to our cold caller. All right, we're going to let him simmer on that for a second. All right. We need to make something good happen. Feedback from CJ on the walkthrough in Richmond, Virginia is looks like we're going to be able to make a deal happen. So that's great news. Okay, cold call lead, Jackson, Mississippi.
Hello?
Hey, is Jarvis there?
Yeah, it's me.
Hey, Jarvis, this is RJ Bates from Titanium Investments. How are you?
What's going on, brother? Doing pretty good.
So I was calling about your property there on Primrose. I think you had spoken to Anna.
Yeah.
And she was saying that you might be interested in selling that property.
Yes, I am. It's up for sale now.
Oh, is it listed on the MLS?
No, it's an internal sale.
I got you.
People in Jackson ain't only people that can afford to buy it.
Right.
Jackson is.
How much you looking to get for it?
Well, I'm looking to clear it out. I'm looking for 85.
Okay. Let's see.
But I have everything ready. If you want to take a look at it, just let me know. I can give you the unlock, the key box store.
Okay, so it's got a lock box on it.
Yeah.
And was it a rental property for you?
It was a rental property for me. I'm actually doing the military, so I didn't really have the time to keep going back and forth to, take care of stuff here and there. So.
Right. And what's the condition like now that the tenants have moved out?
Well, I had to set up for myself, so when I go home and visit, I can stay there instead of getting a hotel. So it's ready for a renter now. I just don't want to deal with renters.
I got you. I don't blame you. All right. Well, so I'm an investor. So obviously what I'm looking for is
a quick flip.
Well, a flip or something that I can keep, but as a rental, but I need a little bit of equity there. So I'm trying to look and see what we got going on here. What do you think full market value is on this property?
Full market value, I talked to the VA rep the other day about it, almost about 2 weeks ago. Right now, it's right at what I owe. So it's looking at about 70,000. And it's not including, man, it could drop more because of the areas in.
Gotcha.
Everything in Jackson is dropping.
And you owe 70 on it?
Yes.
Gotcha. Well, I see a couple of properties. Like there's one that's pending on Cooper Road at 130, and it's only 130 square feet bigger. So what do you think the difference is there between your property and that? Because Cooper Road's a busy road.
Cooper is very busy. It depends on what end of Cooper Road you're talking about.
So
how many miles it is away from mine?
It is 0.26 miles. So it ain't that far away, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And this
I had to see what's going on over there.
And this thing looks boarded up. What is going on? Hold on, let me pull this up and see.
You looking on Google Maps?
No. Okay, so this is for sale by owner. No, someone came in and they fixed it up.
Okay.
Yeah, they like redid the driveway, painted the exterior. Yeah, they like redid the whole thing.
Okay.
And they just did a price drop. So it was pending. That fell out. And now they did a price drop. They're down to 105.
That's pretty good.
So originally they listed for 125. It went pending. And then that fell out. And so now they've dropped the price to 105. But yeah, they did all new bathrooms, everything.
Yeah, so my interior is all redone. My brother does my maintenance, and just me and him both. We just got tired of putting people in. They jump in. You go look at your property into the refrigerator, washing dryers and shit. So,
jeez,
my stuff is good on the inside. The outside, I would say you can go a fresh coat of paint, but I didn't want to do that to me. But that's pretty much it, man. Just redid sheetrock work in it, I want to say 3 months ago.
What about like the flooring and stuff like that? What does that look like?
We pulled all the flooring up. We did carpet in all the rooms. Only thing is I hadn't decided what I wanted to do in the den. So the den flooring is pulled up. I didn't know if I wanted to do carpet or I wanted to do flooring, like laminate flooring or something like that. If I put another renter in there.
Right. Let me look at something real quick. See. How quick are you want to get rid of this?
Man, ASAP. Like I told you, Rep. I mean, 30 days if we come in agreement, and I can let my mortgage company know what's going on. They already want to get rid of it too.
Right.
That's a conversation with that. So.
All right, give me 2 seconds here to look something up. Okay, so what I can do is, you said there's a lockbox on it, so we can send somebody out there to look at it. There's a possibility that we might be able to get pretty close to 85. I can't guarantee that we can get all the way to 85, but what if I sent you over a contract for the 85 and it's contingent upon the walkthrough and the inspection? We go over there, we take a look at it, and we verify what we can do, and we come back with you there. And if we can't come to an agreement after the walkthrough, then we can terminate the contract. But if we can, then we can get it done inside of 30 days.
That sounds like one. I understand. Yeah, you guys got to take a look at it before you
Right.
make a hard offer. So yeah, I understand.
So what I got your email as the PJ with a bunch of numbers at iCloud.com. Is that the right email?
Nah, that's old. Man, it's old.
All right. Can you do me a favor? Can you just text me over your email address?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, do that. Text me over your email address, and then I'll send over that contract to you. And then once you sign it, then we'll send over our guys to do the inspection on it and take a look. And I also need that lockbox code as well.
Yeah, I'll put that on.
Okay. Well, yeah, send me over that lockbox code in the email, and then we'll send you over the contract. We'll get the process started, okay?
All right, cool.
All right, appreciate it, man. Bye-bye. All right. So what we're going to do on this one is this hits a hedge funds buy box. So they're going to be the ones that are doing the walkthrough. Justin, come here, please.
We got
Who's your boy here in Jackson, Mississippi?
Austin.
So I'm submitting this to them right now. Okay. So this is, he owes 70. He wants 85. It hits. So what I'm going to do is, because we've got that. So I'm just going to submit it to him. He says it's brand new. He can live in it.
Once you submit it, I'll go out there and I'll call Austin, and he'll look into it, and we'll have an answer probably within an hour.
All right. What we need from them is just an offer.
Yeah.
Like whatever it is, even if it can't be the 95. So if they come back and they balk at the 95, because he wants to be done with it. So even if we have to go all the way down to his 70, he might be willing to do that.
Sure. I'll get his highest and best right now.
All right. Sounds good. And by the way, it's on a lockbox. It's vacant. Okay. So they can go out there and they can walk it whenever they want.
You know the code?
He's giving it to me right now.
All right. So it's going to get that.
All right.
Call Austin now.
All right. I'm going to look up and see how old this data is. This is the thing. People sleep on the power of data and recycling it. I'm going to look and see. When did I pull this data? So it is on 3 lists, okay? So I don't want to show it because it'll show you guys the address, but I pulled this during the original 50-50-50. So we are talking about September of 2020. We pulled it again on April 15th, 2021. And we pulled it again on September 5th, 2022. It has 2 tags, vacant, free and clear. I'm curious if the reason why it was free and clear is because originally he owned it free and clear, and then he refinanced it. But again, having that data and recycling that data, let's look at this. Share my screen. So we've got our batch dialer. We've got 2 different accounts with 4 cold callers in each. Okay. So we'll go with this one. Start. We've got nationwide 5 or more tags, nationwide unknown equity, nationwide tired landlord, nationwide bankruptcy. So you can see the full list right there. I don't think it was in either one of those. So let's go to our other account. We've got nationwide free and clear. It was probably that one right there. This came from that nationwide free and clear. So a list that we took 46,000 free and clear from our list, We've had this data for 2.5 years. We've been working it, and now it generates an opportunity for us to be able to potentially wholesale this property. I mean, I love the aspect of the lead Zolo and speed to lead and these inbound leads, but it's not as sexy and it's a grind. But having that data there through batch leads, hiring the VAs, pushing that to your dialer and cold calling it, we're seeing as the days progress, we're generating opportunities, and it's going to perform at a similar rate. Someone asked me yesterday, what do you think is going to be the average cost per contract across the different platforms? I think they're going to be pretty similar. I had this conversation with Dustin Bagwell last week where we were talking about the same thing. We said you could skip trace, you set up the dialer, you hire your VA and all this. At the end of the day, you're going to get to about the point of spending roughly $400 per lead. And then you're going to go to speed to lead and you're going to spend $400. And then people say, well, you know, those leads for speed to lead and lead Zolo, they're more expensive. No, it's just there's more downtime in between. That's the only difference. Because in cold calling and texting, you have time to do busy work. That's all it is. So I need to send that man a contract. Miss Cassandra, could I bring you on here real quick?
I wasn't paying attention. I was reading. What's up?
I need to write a contract.
You need to write a contract. I thought you were going to send that to Keaton.
Are we doing that?
You said you were doing it. You said you were doing that, and you know this wouldn't be the first thing we said we were going to change for the lives today that you said you were going to do and you're not doing. So
you know what I really like? I'm gonna be honest with you. I really like writing contracts.
Why don't you let me write the contract since you keep pulling me on with no notice? Therefore, I have nothing pulled up to talk about, and it's just really random.
You know what I like?
What?
I like writing contracts.
Oh my God, you're such a pain in my butt. In
the
best ways. I like you writing contracts too, to be honest.
It feels like a victory lap.
I mean, that makes sense. Shelby said, get him, Cassie. That's right.
Shelby likes writing contracts too. You know why? Because that means you're going to make money.
Yeah, I mean, I like writing contracts too, but I also like utilizing my transaction coordinator that I pay weekly to write the contracts. I like having them write the contracts.
Eli wants to know how many leads per closed contract for pay PPC leads and how many leads per closed contracts for cold calling. So we're going to show you that because we're doing it live. We're going to have those KPIs. But I'll tell you, from my experience, it's about on the first dial, 1 to 7 on PPC. So about $2,800 to a contract, roughly. You just round up and say 3,000. And on cold calling, it's probably going to be pretty similar. I mean, to be honest with you, I think they're going to run pretty parallel. Because it's just really, it's just a numbers game. The numbers aren't going to change because of that drastically, I don't think. I have a mobile home in Quinlan on 3.7 acres. Wow. 1, mobile home. 2, Quinlan. 3, 3.7 acres. This does not sound like my cup of tea.
I mean, it's way closer to Shelby. I mean, no. Maybe. How much is it, Shelby?
The fact that Shelby's asking if we want it means that we probably don't want it.
I know it's way closer to her.
Right.
I mean, maybe she just doesn't want it right now. We've done that.
Let me tell you, Shelby never asked me if I want the houses that she gets in Fort Worth. Am I right or am I right? All right. Have you figured out what you want to talk about for the next 20 minutes so I can go make us some money?
I mean, I really kind of have to pee now, too.
Oh, really? Well, you can hold it for 20 minutes while I write this contract.
Why does it take you 20 minutes to write a contract? It's 8 boxes. I got you good.
Wow. The fact that the entire team.
It was funny. It was funny. Sir, how am I supposed to? I got a screen share. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Share your screen.
I did. This guy. He can dish it out, but he certainly can't handle it when I throw it back. Shelby says we can add it to the OF list. We were going to close and list it, but we decided to wholesale. Owner finance list. Yeah, true, Shelbs. True. I mean, you can always send us the details, girl. We got your emails. I see Shelby Smith come across there, Living Way Properties. You know I'm opening it. You know it to be true. You don't pay me enough money in Fort Worth, so I don't send, but I'm going to Azle on Sunday. I'll let you take first stab of it when I lock it up. I mean, look, girl, we just didn't do that when we're making, maybe Titus can run this thing while y'all go pee. Titus isn't here today. Shelby, Azle is right around, and that's basically our backyard. So, yeah, we'll take first stab at it. When we have to do TV ready deals, yeah, we need to buy them a little bit deeper. But when they don't have to be TV ready, then we can make it. We can go with different levels of rehab, and just as long as they're qualifiable. Or hold. So, all right, my honeys. Let's see what and we love you, Miss Shelby. James. I wish I could throw these comments up. Thank you, James. That is so sweet. That's what we're doing it for. I mean, we all over here, we started. None of us started knowing how to do any of this. You know what I mean? And I think one of the biggest things for us is to really share this, because it's kind of like our responsibility. It kind of feels like we're supposed to. We wish we'd had some. We wish that we had some people to look to when we started all of this out. We didn't have these types of things to reference. We didn't have the communities, whether it be on social media platforms. We didn't have any of these masterminds or events or anything like that. It was at least it felt like for years to us, we didn't have these kinds of resources. So we get a lot of joy out of doing this. And that's maybe something that we don't always talk about, but it's because of people like you, where it's you guys have a resource for, this is what we're doing. This is what we've learned from our experiences. We by no means are done learning. As my father always said to me, if you're done learning, it should be because you're 6 feet under. So we're addicts of learning around here. We're always going to be trying to get better. So why not share it live with you guys? That being said, 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I am going to try to cover, just a little bit of our transaction coordination. Transaction coordination. Let's do a little bit of this, right? I'm going to actually share at some point like our checklist. Actually, let me see if I can pull that up within our system and just pull up the template. But this will give you guys, this is kind of an older one that Brittany, our assistant, had like pulled out of all of my weird, crazy little checklists and so on and so forth. But I feel like there's like a more simplified version of this, right? So let me see if I can pull this up. Checklists. I'm going to just go ahead and make a copy of this. Actually, we will just go ahead and... Oh, that is not what I meant to do. I'm going to add a templates workspace. And that way I can just show you guys like a lot more on here. Now this won't be everything, Randy, if you're still watching. This will not be everything. All right, templates. That is not what I meant to do. Boards. Templates. Great. Okay. Test. I'm doing this so that I can actually show it to you guys. And see. Oh, man. So I can't copy that over. Well, I'll figure that out during another break, guys. I don't want to spend all day. The TC work is absolutely completely done in Trello. And that's what I was trying to pop up and show you guys. See if I could get a template in there. Again, I didn't have this 100% ready to rock and roll. And RJ kind of randomly throws me on the camera. So I don't have time to prepare. I don't want to spend all my time on camera trying to show that to you guys. I'll get it copied over to the template and test one that I just showed you guys. But it is fairly simplified for us on here, or on Trello versus on here, right? We utilize it on a checklist. It's easy breezy. But I'm going to go ahead and create an entire test or template workflow with all of our checklists and so on and so forth in there for you guys to see, so you can kind of see how we process this, how we make sure things don't fall through the cracks, so on and so forth. But just to go and run through it, I've got like 6 pages of this, so you guys will have to bear with me. We have a template email that we just pull up. Sorry, I was reading a comment. And anyways, we have a templated email that we have saved. Keaton goes ahead and he sends it to title, adjust the information that needs to be adjusted. We have a checkpoint for do we need to deposit earnest money. We schedule a date and assign it to the appropriate person to make sure that the earnest money gets over to title if that's the case. We have an introduction to the seller, and it has several checkpoints within that email that the seller needs to give us information on, whether we already have some of it or not. Again, this is a templated email that we send to every seller, and it says, look, I need to know, here's what you can expect in this process. Title's going to reach out to you. You're going to receive a title commitment, or however that looks. And then, just we want to verify access. We want to verify all this stuff, right? And so we'll kind of go through that email, even though that's also been adjusted, but I can pull one up for you guys. We send a title commitment, or we receive a title commitment. If we don't have it, we check on it in 5 days. Some of these don't apply to every transaction, every deal. We send a buyer info to title if we are not the buyer, and we send the contracts, and we send an introduction to buyer email. And if, like in Trello, Randy, just so you'll know, like if these don't apply, say we're closing on it, we just delete that chat task off of that card, aka that property in Trello, if it doesn't apply to that transaction. But we just have a checklist that includes everything on there, so we never let anything fall through the cracks, and then we can set dates for those tasks. So it's really nice, because then we have notifications like our team gets. So and you can go through there and see what your tasks are for every day. It's really nice to utilize that, compared to, Jamie, if you're watching, what we previously had in QuickBase. Where you had to be more manually relying on that being perfect. Is an appraisal necessary? Earnest money for the buyer deposit, 3 days from assignment if it's assigned. Is an appraisal necessary, and if so, is it scheduled? Now, in our buyer intro, that now kind of encompasses that, but I also have it as a checkpoint in the closing process. And this is what I was saying when I start talking about closing coordination, and you guys will kind of see from some of these templates, like we talk in great detail to our buyers, and if we're wholesaling, and I think that is super important, right? A lot of this I actually started doing once I had a few, once I got my real estate license and I had a few deals under my belt. I realized that every title company, every title company, every agent, every seller, every buyer, they're all different, right? And it's so much easier and so much better if you know every checkpoint through the transaction, and whether, like I talk to, like if I list a property, I talk to the buyer's lender, and they get the checkpoints of, do they need a VPO or appraisal? Well, if it's a listing, they're going to need an appraisal more than likely, unless it's an all cash transaction. A lot of times they will still have an appraisal when it's a listed property, but they may do a BPO. I'm in contact with them and title about, what their lending process is like, if they have a hard money lender or if they're cash. And then sometimes it's that they have a conventional loan or something of that nature, It just happens a little bit more rarely, but a lot of times it's cash or hard money if it's a full flip kind of property. But realistically, I'm speaking to them about the checkpoints through their closing process. And this is what I call closing coordination. And it makes such a huge difference for you to be in communication with all parties that are involved in the transaction, right? So, like, I wouldn't say too often that we have to contact appraisers after they've actually done the appraisal, but knowing when that appraisal or that BPO is scheduled to be back, knowing that the buyer has all their paperwork into their lender, knowing that the lender is through the underwriting process, and what their turnaround time is to get that in to closing, making sure that they are in communication and good communication with title, that title has all the seller information, all the buyer information that they need, that we've cleared any issues on the title commitment that are going to need to be cleared. I mean, if you don't know these things, I really recommend that this is something that you get under your belt, you start studying, because it's going to make that transaction a lot smoother for everybody involved in it, start to finish. There's a lot of parties involved with this, guys. You need to learn how to read a title commitment. You need to know how to read a settlement statement. And realistically, like, that is kind of what always motivated, or like kind of what pushed me to understand these things, because it is really important, even when you are assigning your contract or assigning your responsibility to do those things, is the way a lot of people look at it. You, without coordinating that closing, without having good transaction coordination processes, you could be really failing, your business. You could be failing that seller and that buyer, whether you realize it or not, or failing your title rep, whether you realize it or not. Whereas if you had just asked the questions, if you had just had a templated system or process that went through that stuff along the way, it makes for a much smoother transaction. Or if something falls apart in the middle of it, like in the deal, that there's a point on this process that fails, you either have time to solve it or help the buyer or the seller solve it on the title commitment or the appraisal or something, whatever it is, their paperwork. We even go to the links, like in our buyer intro email. If we assign a contract, we ask them, have they been quoted on how much cash they're going to have to bring to the table if they have a hard money loan? Because I don't want to hear anybody's excuses. And I want to be able to solve, or I want our team to be able to solve any issues that could come up with the closing. So I'll keep moving on, because I could talk about that flow forever. So we check with all parties on closing coordination. After that, are they signing in person or with a notary? Are the lender and seller info and buyer info and docs all to title? We have a disbursement form that we send to title, and here's a reason for this. Title will try to send us a check, and then it's in snail mail, and like 3 weeks later, and it's like, no, just wire us our funds. There's been a couple of title companies randomly throughout the country who are like, we don't wire. But to me, that's super weird. Then let's see. We also have had title companies that have, the wrong amount there. So we have everything confirmed on that disbursement form. We check the closing schedule. And again, a lot of people become hands-off the second they assign a contract, and HUDs and settlement statements reviews. So then, goodness me, I don't really know what. Let me pull this next one up here. TC2. I don't know why it is showing this at the bottom. We'll just have to boop. Oh, okay. This is an old sample, you guys. So I apologize for that part, but it's an old sample of a title company intro. But this kind of still gives you an idea of things that you might attach, so on and so forth. Again, this process is pretty clutch. So I'll give you guys time to read that for a second. And as I will actually pull open our revised version of this, but I haven't created like a fancy little icon for you guys. It's just actually in our emails. We're about to fire up texting again. It's been a while, so I'm thinking we need to update our text templates from the original Crucible. Yeah, I do think that we can show you our most recent ones. I would definitely check if it's been a while. I would absolutely check, your Twilio. There have been a lot of changes there. And if you don't want to take the risk of having them shut you down. So that could be something that we go over. Seller intro. Yeah, I'm going to show you guys a different version because this is like really, really outdated on this one. I think the buyer intro one is as well. So speaking of Shelby saying some things are outdated, let me see if I can pull them up over here on my email and just show you guys without showing you accidentally showing you sensitive information. Okay. Let's just show you this one. So templates, open title. This is our template. So you can kind of see it's just pretty simple. We tell them the documents that we're attaching, so on and so forth. Pretty simple, Sally, right? The seller intro would be sorry, I guess I should have deleted that first. This would be the seller intro. Let me go back. Yeah, Shelby, I think we'll definitely end up digging into that a little bit. Randy, in your opinion, what's the main difference in closing on investment on wholesale deal versus traditional real estate deal? I'm just gonna be honest with you, Randy. I don't really differentiate. Every deal is just a matter of numbers and what solution that you implement. I disclose to everybody that I deal with that I'm an agent here in Texas. I do that whether it's an investment deal or it's an agency deal. You know, a lot of people kind of trip on that, you know. I don't really see a difference. I'm being open, honest, and transparent no matter what. I run net numbers for sellers in different scenarios. And I let them choose their own destiny because I tell them what I can do. I tell them what I think that the market can do. And I give them the dynamics of those different offers. I just don't see there being a huge difference. But I think the reason I don't see there being a huge difference is because I push our business and I push our team to operate in such a way that they treat a hard money lender the same way that they're going to treat somebody who's doing a conventional FHA VA loan, right? Like, yeah, there's different things that are plug and play, but realistically, there's not a big difference. I mean, I guess you could say the time frame. You can tend to close investment deals a lot faster, potentially. That's the biggest thing. You know, I used to see there being a huge amount of difference, but you know, I work with a lot of realtors who kind of are in your position where it's like, to the point, like I'm actually, and you can tell me what you think about this, Randy, or anybody else who's licensed under here. You know, I know you're licensed as well. I have seriously been thinking, because sorry for everybody else that this doesn't apply to or interest, but this is a side note nation squirrel like ADD moment. This has been like something that's been heavy on my heart lately. I started out as a general contractor. You know, RJ and I, that's what we did. We became investors and wholesalers. We were loving the fix and flip. We still do all of these things, right? I think we were in it for at least 2 years before I got my license. Maybe not that long. Gosh, I am horrible. RJ's memory for these things is way better than mine. But my point being, you know, I used to have this mentality that it was so hard to teach agents investment real estate. Like they just, like when I went and took my real estate classes, and I'm aging myself at this point probably, I'm probably a little bit older than some of you guys, I guess. Or at least that's what I usually get, where people just love me and lie to me, and I'm okay with it. But I think this year makes 9 years. I think that I've been licensed, so I really hope this has changed. But when I got my license, and I love the school I went to, I still recommend it. I still do all my CE and everything there. But I had several instructors who, in essence, just shat all over investment real estate. And they were speaking on it from a very ignorant and uninformed place, in my opinion, as somebody who's an investor. And it was really hard for me to not speak up because, we talk about it all the time. If people are out here, and they're doing stuff willy-nilly, they're not becoming a master of their trade, they're not encouraging people within their business to be a master of their trade, master their skills, there's going to be mess ups, right? And we've gone through phases, especially in wholesaling, where wholesalers would get a really bad rap sometimes with people who were professionally licensed in this industry. And I am not just talking about agents. I am talking about title companies, attorneys, so on and so forth. So it hurt to sit there and bite my tongue, not as because I knew it all, but because I knew that everybody who was in investment real estate wasn't like that, right? So I took a very long-term stance that agents were just too hard to get them to understand investment real estate. And I've really changed that opinion over the years. I've dealt with a lot of fantastic agents. And it just so happens that I'm always the person dealing with them. I've dealt with so many wonderful agents who do understand investment real estate or are really motivated to understand investment real estate. And it's like, I feel like this little calling is starting to grow within me. Like I almost want to, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it's permanent, but I want my trusted community here on the 50-50-50. I want your feedback in that. Do you think I should start maybe a real estate agent, an agent specific, I don't know what you want to call it, an agent specific, I don't want to call it a platform, program, I guess. I've been thinking about it. I've also been thinking about expanding, my brokerage. I've been very, very niche, very boutique for every year. I've owned my brokerage since day one. I didn't ever have anybody having to work with. It's been really organic. I only really do referrals, friends and family. I love being an agent, and I guess I always was just I don't want to ever not love being an agent, but it's been a really interesting couple of years that have kind of motivated me more to say it louder for the people in the back. I love agency. I love what it's done for our business. I love the things that it's taught me to implement into our business. It's been a wonderful avenue for us, and it's real estate, right? So I guess going all the way back, tell me what you guys think about that, because I just think there's probably more people than I imagine who are agents and they want to expand their real estate knowledge, and there's not access to a course for this, right? They teach you actually to or at least they did when I was in school. Maybe it's different now. I would be really happy if it was different now, but they're like, investors bad. Or, it was just this whole thing where it became a bad word, or investors treat agency like it's a bad word. And it's not. I'm living proof, and I'm very knowledgeable and successful in what I do. And I want to share that. I think, RJ and I also don't talk too much about we're very motivated to change a perspective. and continue to encourage people to just continue learning and continue mastering their skill sets and in real estate, period. So Anna says, the information you're sharing is priceless. I hope people are taking notes. And this is why I went on this little tangent, as much as it doesn't seem like it was necessarily as related. Look, this information comes from the fact that I began, almost 8 or 9 years ago. RJ can probably tell you. I got my license. I learned things within the transaction. I learned dynamics and dealing with people, speaking to other agents that, we didn't have the experience of doing as just investors, wholesalers, fix and flippers, buy and holders, right? RJ, I'm not through with my screen and you booted it off. I have one more template to share with these people and it's important. So I would like for you to let me, bring that bad boy back up. Thank you. Okay, guys, so that's the end of, thank you. I think you guys had that screen to begin with. Okay, and so the last one is this buyer intro, and this one is pretty clutch too, you guys. We've got this buyer intro, and it will show you some of those things that I talked about. And then 5 likes, is that serious? Oh, I'm gonna need RJ to do a like check here. Robin Harper, I see 27. I must have a delay. Hit that live button, girl. Yes, a class or an event. Okay, I hear you. Agents are set in their ways most of the time because they are tied by their brokers. It starts from the top. I have often thought about this as well. We need to talk. Yes, girl, because here's my thing, and I get it. There are brokers, maybe they've been in this a long time and it's old school, and they kind of have that realtors or investors is a bad word, or whatever type of thing, but it's that way here in Texas. And I don't know as many state specific laws. Obviously I know national, but I don't know as many state specific things on agency. But I'm gonna let y'all know I have read probably more state contracts and talked to and dealt with and done business with more agents across the country. And there's just something within me that just wants to make this better. I want to make this industry better, and I live in both worlds. And I want to bring them together better, Even if it's a quarterly event. I have a lot of friends recommending launch control to text. I cannot recommend or not recommend launch control. I don't know what their compliancy things are. I do know that compliancy is a difficult thing. I think the last time I heard, I have an appointment here in about an hour and a half with Batch, which is the only people we will use for SMS. I have an appointment with them in a bit. I know, and this is hearsay, so don't take it to the bank. I think I heard at one point some of these other SMS platforms were holding people's hands through, Twilio and compliancy with that kind of stuff.
I can speak on this.
Okay, I will let you speak on this. Let me go ahead and get this, guys. Look, and I can pull this up or whatever another time. Important information for us to set a date in order. This buyer intro email, those are closing coordination clutch points. Okay, you want them. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing this. Stop it. All right, so then let's talk about that, RJ. What do you think about people recommending launch control to text?
So Eli, I'll give a perfect example. I shared an Instagram reel.
Wait. Launch control uses Twilio.
I'm about to, yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure I'm not crazy here.
Yeah, so I shared an Instagram reel last night where it was from one of my webinars that I did, where essentially I just said, hey, we're sending out a lot less text messages per day because of the regulations and everything that's been brought down compliance-wise from the carriers. This has nothing to do with launch control, has nothing to do with REI reply or lead Sherpa or batch, okay? This is from Verizon, AT&T, Sprint, T-Mobile. That's who is dictating this, okay? So it doesn't matter what system you're using. Someone commented on there and says, I use launch control and my delivery rates have just tanked. And my point being in that is listen, if you are solely relying on SMS, it's not 2020 anymore. You're going to be in trouble. And that's why it's important for us to do this type of challenge here where we're showing you, like, listen.
Yeah, that's totally why, we're motivated to do this actually a little bit earlier than we were. The more that we change in our business, we actually still have a ton of people who go back historically to the original 50-50-50, and it's almost 3 years later, and that's great. And we're so appreciative of the fact that we have that kind of influence and reach. But like, my goodness, we're like, a lot's changed in the past 3 years, and it really motivated us to get on here and spread that information and show you guys what we changed.
Absolutely. So listen, at the end of the day, I don't think it matters which program you're working with. It's just not going to be as successful as it was. And to Cassie's point, launch control does integrate with Twilio as well.
Yes, they do.
All right. Ms. Cassandra,
yes,
here's
sir.
what I need from you. Forney, Texas. Okay. It is inside of, well, you can go into Trello and you can filter it. The lead in Forney, Texas. They have accepted our offer of $335,000. I'd like to write that contract up on a Trek contract. Okay. And I am sending you the husband and the wife's emails right now. If you can write that up for me, that would be fantastic.
I shall write that up for you, sir. But I really gotta go tinkle now.
See you.
See you. Have a good segment.
All right. So far today, we have sent out a contract in Jackson, Mississippi. We're sending out that contract in Forney, Texas. We have verified with Omaha, Nebraska. We know about the issues that she's dealing with her uncle. We contacted Houston and Katy, Texas. He has received those contracts. CJ did like that deal in Richmond. He hit me via text and said, looks like we're going to be able to make something happen there. So he's got a lot of projects going on over in that area, Adam. So looks like Richmond, Virginia should be good. So yeah, great start. We do need to touch base with Chicago. Yeah, a lot going on so far. So it's funny. I don't feel as good about today as I did yesterday, but this is that compound effect that I talked about earlier. We are already seeing some really good things happening so far. So, all right, let's move on. All right, where do I want to go here? How about do you buy in Omaha? That's where that deal is, in Omaha. If you are serious about that, there's two things that you can do. You could either just email me RJ at titaniumprops.com. And I can get you the details. Or you can click on the link tree in the show notes, and down at the bottom it says sign up for our buyers list. You can go on our website, sign up for our buyers list, and then you'll be on there to receive all of our Nebraska properties moving forward. So love to be able to do that deal with you. Definitely give you first rights there. All right. How about speed to lead? We didn't really do a whole lot of speed to lead yesterday. Let's touch base on there. Randy, we are using Privy mainly for comps. We will use Privy to find on-market good deals here locally for us to flip, but we're not finding them for like wholesale deals. So I'm sure I'll show that someday here in the future. All right. Speed to lead. So here's some PPC leads for you guys.
Please leave your message for 7134176.
Hey, Vicky, this is RJ Bates calling there about your property on Middle Road. You had entered it on my website a while back, and I just wanted to follow up and see if you were still interested in selling that property. Love to have a conversation with you, see if we can make you an offer. If you could, give me a call back at 817-915-6860. Thank you. We're just going to go on a run of speed to lead leads here for a second. So these are older ones that we have purchased that we're doing follow-up on.
Please leave your message for 58625294551.
Hey, Devin, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Nottingham. If you could give me a call back, you had entered this on our website a while back. I don't think we ever touched base with you on it. So if you could call me, my phone number is 817-915-6860. Thank you. right, this one is in Akron, Ohio. It's the second time that's happened today. The phone just rang and rang and rang. Or if it's because they're on the phone or something. Reno, Nevada.
The mailbox belonging to 7.
Come on now.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 352 is not available. The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye.
Kenny wants to know, when I buy leads from Speed to Lead, are they just sent to me, or we receive the same leads others get too? So I am going on their website and I am purchasing leads. There are times where I'll do the exclusive and pay more, or I'll do exclusive for 48 hours, but we're playing the exact same game. There's no difference here. So I'm not getting any special leads or anything like that. That works. Just pick something. Round Rock, Texas.
Hello. Please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
RJ Bates.
call is not available.
This is Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Please leave your message for
All right. Someone's going to answer the phone.
Hi, you've reached Mark Carver. Please leave a message. Thanks. Bye.
Hey, Mark, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Myrtle. You had entered on my website a while back. Just wanted to follow up with you and see if you were still interested in selling that property. Give me a call back at 817-915-6860. Thank you. All right. You have the option to buy it exclusively,
your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message.
or you have the ability to buy it. Actually, just let me show you. Since no one's answering the phone. All right. So, Eli, we're on the site here. We're scrolling down. What I'm looking for is I'm looking at the motivation first. So financial reasons. Then I'm going to go to the size of the city. Obviously, that's got a population of 74. That ain't going to work. So we scroll down. Death in the family, Chicago, owner-occupied, ASAP. There's no mortgage, and it's not listed. So then we want to buy that lead. You can buy it 100% exclusive for $538. Exclusive for 48 hours for $470, or just a free-for-all for $433. So you're spending more money to have it 100% exclusive. My opinion on that is I don't think it really matters that much to be 100% exclusive, because the reality of the situation is that if they're truly that motivated, they're probably going to go to another website, not the Speed Lead website, fill out information. They're probably going to be triggered to be on people's cold call lists and their text lists. So they're probably going to be talking to other people anyways. So I don't know that it's vitally important that you are 100% exclusive, but you have the ability to be. So you see here where it says sold out. That means someone bought it 100% exclusive. If you scroll up and you see first buyer hold, let's see. There's no first buyer holds right now that I see on here. But that's where someone could have potentially just bought it for like the 48 hours. So it's good, Randy. It's going to start with motivation, and then it's going to go to the population, and then it's going to go to the motivation. So right here, I'm just looking at nothing but the motivation. Selling a vacant, non-occupied house, Fayetteville, North Carolina, good population, vacant, need to sell ASAP. They don't live in North Carolina anymore, just need to get rid of it. $411. See, when it's blurred out like that, though, that means someone has bought it, because it'll show you when it has 0 orders. So someone has bought this lead already. We are behind due to COVID and never being able to catch up and wanting something with 1 story and more yard. The lead Zolo leads are 100% exclusive. So you're buying those and you're the only one that's going to receive those. We do pay the $99 a month to be a part of the coupons. So they have where the premium, and then you can also purchase to be able to get coupons. And it's $99 a month. We do pay for that. So this property right here, they're willing to sell for $15,000. We've had problems in Krevkauer before, though, with Dispo. Michael, the link to the site is in the show description. So you're on Facebook. So I think it's the second link. You can click on there. You can sign up for free. If you use promo code Titanium, you get free $50. So speed to lead. The website is ispeedtolead.com. It's one of my favorite lead sources. I say it all the time. I think they both get upset with me, but Lead Zolo and Speed to Lead are very similar in the quality of leads. And it's just about your ability to move. Like, how quickly can you navigate these leads, follow up, and close? At Duncan, Oklahoma, 22,000. I mean, it's really small, but I like this. Financial reasons, ASAP, moving out of state, don't want to have to deal with it. No mortgage. That was a little bit bigger of a city. That would be one that I would want to purchase. So you see here, it's got ARV from PropStream and the asking price. So that's kind of letting us know, like, hey, this is not really like a great deal if you're trusting that the ARV from PropStream is correct. Look at that. Want $70,000 above comps. $170,000 below, but then it shows you 297, 225. Hey, there's a New Jersey. Look at that. Okay, here's a first buyer hold. So this is someone that bought it for 48 hours, right? So it opens up in 23 hours. Is it a good idea to pay per lead when starting out, or should I stick with cold calls and SMS? This is a great question. Thank you for asking. I just had a one-on-one student in our office last week, Thursday and Friday, Dustin Bagwell. And we talked about this because he's at the point where, okay, he's going to start taking action, right? We go through his budget. And it leaves us with the same question. What should he do? And the reality of the situation is that you can't go wrong with either one, because cold calling is going to work. PPC, Lead Zolo, they're going to work. It's more about your bandwidth and also your budget, and also as a business owner, your ability to navigate the emotions of what is happening. So for example, if you go take $1,000, you're going to get 10 leads from Lead Zolo. You're then going to get 10 phone numbers. You're going to call those 10 phone numbers, and there's a possibility that you get 10 voicemails. And then you're going to sit there and say, wow, I just spent $1,000 and I didn't talk to one person. Now you take that exact same $1,000. You are then going to have to buy a dialer. That's $100. Now you're down to $900. You're then going to have to sign up for some data. So that's going to be another $100. So now you're down to $800. And then you're going to have to buy some phone numbers. So say that's another $20. Now you're down to $780. Okay. You're then going to skip trace as much as you possibly can. So let's say it just costs you 10 cents per record. Okay. So you've got $780, and you're going to multiply that. Well, actually, let's do some math here. You're going to get 7,800 records. Okay. So now you're going to put those 7,800 records in a dialer, and you're going to start cold calling. And you're going to feel super accomplished because you're going to be able to work for hours on hours. But what's going to happen is you're going to get voicemail after voicemail. You're going to get told wrong phone number. You're going to get people asking you how did you pulled your information. Why would you be reaching out to me? Did you see a for sale sign in my yard? And all of that. To eventually, hopefully, if you're crushing it out of 7,800 records, get 10 people that say, yes, I want to sell, and I want to sell for a discount, which you're getting the exact same thing for $1,000 from Lead Zolo, but you know for a fact those people have gone to the website, filled out the information, said, yes, I want to sell, and they've given you additional information like for emergency reasons, divorce, inherited property, tired landlord, whatever it is. So you can't go wrong with either one because they both work. The reality of it is that cold calling just makes you feel like you're doing a lot more work. But at the end of the day, it might not be as successful as PPC and Lead Zolo. It just comes down to, are you going to feel better about having those 7,800 records that you can call over and over and over again? Or are you going to feel better about the 10 records that you can call over and over and over again? The reality of it is eventually you need to get to a point where you're doing both. Which one of these are we going to pick that's going to answer the phone? I just want someone to answer the phone. Idaho? Mobile home. Dang it. Just, I don't like doing mobile homes. Let's go back and see if there's some new ones. A new one in Washington State with a whopping population of 1,600. There's absolutely value in buying data. I've already proven that in the first 1 day and 3 hours. We sent out a contract today in Jackson, Mississippi from data that we pulled in 2020. The point being here is that if he's just getting started, if he buys data in 2023 and he doesn't see success, does the data mean shit in 2026? The knowing that he's going to be able to speak to 10 motivated sellers immediately, does that springboard him to being able to set up the ability to be here in 2026? That's my point. Or is it just because you want to feel busy? And yes, the monthly cost of those systems to support that add up. All right, I got to pick one here. Some point in time. All right. No. All right, Charlotte, North Carolina. Here we go. Hello? Hello, is Nikolai there?
Yes, it's me.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Spring Lake Drive. How are you?
I'm doing great.
I was just reaching out. I think you had spoken to someone on my team about potentially selling that property. Are you still interested in selling it?
Yeah.
How much are you looking to get for that property?
Hold on. Did they pass you any information I gave it to them or not?
It says you're interested in selling the property because you're moving out of state. You're expecting to sell in 2 months. It's currently rented, but the tenants are moving out in a couple of weeks.
Okay. So, and there was a number also I left.
Okay, I apologize about that. I didn't see that.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about 150,000.
150,000. Okay. And then the tenants are for sure moving out. They don't want to stay at all.
No, they're moving. Yeah.
Okay. Out of curiosity, what were they paying for rent?
Something between 1440 or 1450. I'm driving right now. I don't remember.
I got you. So I see the address here, but it doesn't have an apartment number. Is it one apartment that you're selling?
It's a condo, and the address is 4806F unit.
F. Gotcha. Okay. All right. And you said the property condition is a 7 out of 10?
Yeah, a couple years ago we did full remodel over there. New tile, new flooring, all the walls, doors. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's normal tear and wear, but yeah.
And how did you come to the price of 150?
Because I see what is other properties
Gotcha. So I see one sold for 140. That was 4809 apartment A. You see another one in the Cara Pond Lane. That's a different complex though, right? Cara Pond Lane. Yeah. All right. Is there an HOA fee with this?
Yeah, something like $330.
A month?
Yes.
Gotcha. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why I as an investor, I really try to stay away from condominiums as much as possible because those HOA fees are just they kill it as far as your ability to try to keep it as a rental property. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well,
an investor or are you just reselling it?
well, I'm an investor, so if I came in and I wanted to keep it as a rental property, that hurts on the cash flow side. And then as far as
are you renting by yourself or you just so you will be a landlord or not?
yes.
Okay, so if you're a landlord, I'll give you a hint. This apartment, this will make you a little bit more happier if you buy it because I rented to Section 8 and the living room is huge out there. So there is a closet in the living room. So I kind of converted into a 3-bedroom. So it's renting to a 3-bedroom as a 3-bedroom. By the documents, it's a 2-bedroom. But I put a wall out there, a door. So it's you get an income as a 3-bedroom apartment.
Right. But you're still only getting like the $1,400 a month, right?
Yes.
Right. And then so if I were to pay $150,000 and then I'm getting $1,450 a month, but then I've got the $300 a month in the HOA, I'm really only getting like $1,150. But I'm paying $150,000, so that's like less than 1% on the rent roll, and that's not.
You're not getting in this market. You're barely getting. I don't know if you find somebody. Any properties in 1% rule, but it's really close. It's.
Yeah, I hear you, but it's not. And we are able to pick up those properties every day, So I think honestly, with where your asking price is, there's not any equity there either, and the cash flow is tight. So as an investor, we're not getting either side of the equation of what we're looking for, either equity or cash flow. So in that case, it just doesn't make it a good investment for us.
Yeah, I understand, and nothing holding me in a couple of weeks. That's why I even, picked up the phone. I talked with this lady because in a couple of weeks after the tenants leave, I put my maintenance guide in there, and $2,000-3,000 after, it will be on the market for 155, 160, and I'll get offers. So
absolutely. All right. Well, I appreciate your time and best of luck with listening on the MLS there.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. Damn condo. Hey, Randy, if I had not been cheap and paid that $99, I would have known that was a condo. All right. Ryan, we're gonna have to block you. So I apologize, but we don't allow non-Stars fans to be on my feed. Well, actually, I guess we allow non-Stars fans. Just you can't say the Stars are going down. You must be from Minnesota. How many cold callers utilizing Titanium's list pulling process does a one-man show need to close one deal a week? I think you could do, one or two cold callers a week. I mean, again, this is where it comes down to close one deal. If you're just going to be cold calling, that gets a little bit difficult because you kind of have to build it up over the course of time, right? You're going to have to have the follow-up. You're going to have a pipeline built. So in this case, what I've always said is that that is a commitment that you need to make for the next 6 months, or you're just wasting money. Because you need to be able to build up the momentum that you need for cold calling to work. All right. Now, since you guys are talking about that, let's look and see what we got going on here. We'll do this one. Nope. So let's see what we've got going on with our campaigns here. Everybody's actively, see the pending dials is where we're looking. I think that's what I want. I want to recycle this. So this campaign that I'm recycling here is get rid of answering machine, get rid of successful sell. So this was old leads that we were never able to get closed or get told no. So right here, it shows we'll have 40,189 total calls, total active contacts, close to 22,000. We had 54 leads out of these. Okay. So we're going to save that campaign. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have one of my VAs shift over and start cold calling this new campaign to see if we can start generating some more cold called leads. So this is, instead of having my acquisitions guys sitting there and constantly trying to generate leads for us, this is a way that we can do that, utilizing the cold callers. That's adorable, Kip. I don't know why Utah hates me so much, but apparently it's not just me, it's everybody. Randy, I've never done the fixed price mode. I've never done the package pricing plans. We only just signed up for the coupons. All right. I need to message my VA. I'm going to archive that. All right. So she also was calling on this New England. So I'm going to go ahead and archive that one too. Sorry, trying to look around my lights here. I don't know why Utah is so difficult either, man. Oh, no. No, I made a mistake. Oh, because I archived it. It got rid of the recycle campaign. Oh, I was not paying attention to what I was doing. Okay, let's fix my oopsie. Predictive dialer, Sheena, nationwide. Yep, those are the ones. Nationwide, acquisitions. Call it QuickBase because that was the old CRM we used to use, and that's where we pulled these from. No answer machine, no successful sell. Boom, boom, boom. Accept, advanced configuration. All these people opted in, but I'm still going to suppress the litigator just in case. Didn't take me that long to just create the new campaign. I've never actually unarchived because I've never actually archived something I didn't want to archive. So that was all new to me. All right. Now I've got free and clear going on that. Anna is kind of in a cluster campaign right now. I just throw all kinds of crap in this. Okay, so I think we're going to stick with those. Let's move over to the other dialer. go. Can you log into the right one? Thanks. All right, so this one's dead. Unknown equity. She's got nothing. All right. My list. Filter. Has phone numbers. Yes. Apply the filter. Okay, so now down here at the bottom, what we can pick is what motivating factor do we want her calling on? So we know we have bankruptcy. We know we have free and clear. We have unknown equity because that's what this is. Pretty sure we got a tired landlord. I don't think we have anything on pre-foreclosure. Make those tagged correctly. Export those out. Boom. Go to our reports. And they're both ready. Jeremy, we do not have anything currently in that market. And to be honest with you, we don't often. Those are it's just not a very common market for us. I'm sure you're aware of how competitive it is in that market, but appreciate you hopping on here. And if we get something, we'll definitely reach out to you. Stay tuned. I want to get something in that market. I do have a lead that we bought on Speed to Lead in San Francisco that I called on yesterday, but it was no answer. So we haven't even had a conversation with them yet. All right, so what I'm doing now is I'm taking that data and I'm going to upload it. We're going to scrub the federal DNC, nationwide, acquisitions, auction. And then we'll go ahead and upload pre-foreclosures. All right, so those will be uploading for us. Let's go ahead and go back to the other dialer, verify. Sheena is good to rock. Boom. She is good. All right. Let's get back to calling some people. This is a cold call lead in Bloomington, Indiana. Home of the Hoosiers.
Hello, this is Chris. You've reached my voicemail. Please leave a message. Thank you.
The mailbox is full and cannot accept any.
Bah. We are on a string of freaking voicemails. How about day 2 in Alaska? We actually call it an Alaska lead. Something we didn't do yesterday in Alabama. It's funny. I should have at least had one. Hello, is Winthrop there?
Yes, just a minute.
Thank you. Hey, Winthrop, this is RJ Bates from Titanium Investments. How are you?
Good, thank you.
I think you had spoken to someone on my team about potentially selling your property there on Harvest Circle. Are you interested in selling that property?
No thanks. But appreciate the call. We are realtors.
Oh, okay. I thought you had spoken to someone on my team just a couple of days ago, and you said that you might be interested in doing it.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was a real estate company.
Oh, okay. So, all right. Thank you. Didn't realize there was a real estate company trying to talk to you about real estate, huh? All right. That is the most Alaska lead of all time. I've done so much business in Alaska and Hawaii, it cracks me up. They're so weird about like, why are you calling me? Do you not understand? This is Alaska. You don't want to buy my piece of property. And it's like, no, I actually do. And they just get so weirded out because like here in Texas or anywhere on the mainland, quote unquote, it's almost like we teach people how to like get used to receiving cold calls and direct mail and text messages. There's other places where they react similar. Parts of like northern Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont. They same thing. Like, what? You want to buy my house? Here in Fort Worth, it's like they're trained sellers. Like, yeah, I get one of you a day. Okay, this is how this process is going to go down for me. Oh, that was funny. Sellers did not realize we were a real estate company. All right. Wyoming is another one like that. It cracks me up. So my buddy here in Newport, Rhode Island says, call them, make an upfront offer. Didn't give us any other information though. So let's do a little bit of research here so we can call them and make an upfront offer. Not quite sure what that means. But I'm pretty sure we're in the portion of the 50-50-50 where I'm now going to get a little bit hysterical about stuff like this. Yep, already. Halfway through day 2. We got mid 5s and mid 7s. That's fun. This is what we're looking at comps wise. So I think we could say $370 a square foot. So if we say $370 a square foot. $1,608 gives us $600,000. He got a $750. John Cooper. Oh man. Feel like John's gonna kick me in my teeth. trying, Edward. John sounds adorable. He ain't gonna kick me in my teeth. All right. All right. Hold on 1 second. Cassie needs some clarification. What was that lead yesterday? Let's call Joe back. Hey, is this Joe?
Yes, it is. Who's this?
Hey, Joe, this is RJ, the guy that talked to you yesterday about your property there in Indiana.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Hey, dude, this is kind of crazy, but I had some other leads that came through. You said you wanted to move to Katy, Texas, right?
Yeah, like here in the end of summer.
So funny enough, I got a lead. I got 2 properties yesterday, one in Katy and one in Houston. And
Nice.
and it honestly, the only reason why I remember is I was like, dude, the guy with the 808 area code said he wanted to move to Texas. And I was like, what are the chances that the same day I'd get 2 properties literally in the same city that he said he wanted to move to? So I just kind of curious, do you want me to send you the information on these properties and see if it'd be something you'd be interested in?
Yeah, man. Would you mind taking down my email?
I think I got it. Yeah, it's the Joe dot your last name 10@gmail.com.
That's correct, man.
Yeah. So what I'll do is, man, I can send those over to you. The funny thing about it is these are going to be pretty good deals because I'm a real estate investor. So like I was telling you, I mean, I buy properties on a discount. So I'll be willing to sell them to you on a discount. So you can actually kind of walk into these properties with some equity.
All right, man. Yeah, you can send those over so I can take a look at.
Yeah, the one in Katy is in pretty good condition. It's livable. The one in Houston is a dump. I mean, it needs a lot of work. So I don't know if that's something you'd be interested in. But you said specifically Katy, right?
Right, man. Just for the the school systems.
Right. So the one in Katy is the situation there. The reason why I'm getting it, even though it's in good condition at a discount, is because the seller is distressed and they were going to lose the property to foreclosure. So I'm kind of saving them from the foreclosure, and then in return, you could end up getting a pretty decent deal out of it with some where you could just walk in with some equity on the property, and it's right there in Katy. So
sweet deal, man. Yeah, if you send them, for sure take a look.
All right, man. I'll email them over to you, send over some pictures and the address and all that with our asking price on there. Just let me know if it's something you'd be interested in, okay?
All right, man. Appreciate it.
All right, man. Bye-bye. That would be pretty cool. Be able to dispo a deal to who was a potential seller. Take that.
The subscriber you have dialed is not in service. If you
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
That guy actually called me back last night. I wanted to save it for the live. I told him I wasn't at my desk. Kip, that's Anna Hensley.
Hello, this is Georgia. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message.
Please leave your message for
All right. Cold call lead. Tulsa. Y'all know I'm a sucker for Tulsa. He's asking 45,000. I like the way that sounds. $864 square feet, built in 1950. You see why he's asking 45,000. He's on the wrong side of the street. Anything south of Apache is worth a lot more. Vacant. Bankruptcy. The highest property over there is 60,000. Alex, some of the ones I'm not leaving a message, I've already left a message like yesterday. So I just more or less don't want to just keep repeating the same process over and over again. Don't want to run them off.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voice mailbox that has not been set up yet. Goodbye.
Man. Killing me. Killing me. These people not answering the phone. Hello, this is RJ.
RJ, did you call a 916 number?
I probably did. I was calling you about a piece of property that I had some information that you might be interested in selling.
Yeah, how'd you come about that?
I don't know. Okay, give me 2 seconds here. I've been on a string of voicemails, so I gotta look it up by your phone number to see which one I was looking to. You know which property you were looking to sell?
It's in North Carolina. Where are you located?
I'm in Fort Worth, Texas, but I buy all over the place.
Oh, what company you with? Premier?
No, Titanium Investments. Oh, you're 1473 Briarcliff.
Yeah. I'm here now in Asheboro, North Carolina, man. Beautiful property.
Yeah, so you clicked on one of my ads on YouTube and went to my website.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been pushing all kind of people, man. All kind of, hey, whoever wanted, come get it.
All right. Well,
it's not in no foreclosure. It's not no bank loan. I didn't have this property for 5 years. So it ain't that I trying to sell because the bank, I owe the bank. No, this house been sitting. It got equity in it.
Okay. How much you looking to get for it?
Only reason I'm selling because I'm moving. That's, yeah.
Right.
It's 3.5 acres.
I see that.
3.5 acres. We got a well, so you don't have to pay no city water. It has a septic tank. Neighbors are like a football field away, so you got plenty of privacy. Big front. I can send you some pictures if you want me to.
How much are you looking to get for it?
150.
150. Okay.
It's a deal, man. The neighborhood. Yeah, if you Google, look at Canterbury Road. That's right around the corner. All these houses around here sell for 400, 450, 470. Some around up the hill is 700, 8 man. This is an upper middle class neighborhood.
I see that.
I had the house and I bought it, and it needed some work on it, and because I don't stay out here, that's why I'm going back home. I'm just trying to sell it. I'll come down. The last 5 years, what I'm gonna do with this house? What I'm gonna do? So at first I said, okay, let's tear out everything, tore out auto, kitchen cabinets, bathroom. So I'm cleaning it up right now. Matter of fact, I'm sweeping it and vacuuming and everything. But man, for 150, you can't beat this house. You need about 30,000, put in it. Finish it up.
Right.
Yeah, but you can sell it easily. Let's see, 150 plus, say you put in 40. And I got a brand new AC unit on the house. You ain't got to worry about buying an AC unit. I got a brand new with that. I ain't never even fired up on the house. So I don't know. I talked to some people, I don't know, different things. I had a lot of offers on it. That's why I'm cleaning it up now, getting it ready. But,
so if I put 40 into it, what can I sell it for?
About 290. About 290. This neighborhood, about 290 with it fixed up perfectly. Top notch, looking good. 290 easily. That's a steal. All other houses around here is going for 400 and 470. Man, easily. This 153. I got more acre than all them houses sold for 400,000. They only had less than an acre.
Do you have a basement?
No, crawl space. No basement.
Gotcha.
It's a single family home, one level. 3 bedrooms, two full baths, a laundry room. Man, it's beautiful, brother. It's beautiful.
So you do have a lot more land than everybody else.
Oh yeah. I got the most land out of all my neighbors. Out of all the neighbors around here, I got the most, except for one across the street. He got 20 acres. He's way up there. He doing all kind of work. Yeah. But other than that, I got the most. I got, man. I'm telling you this.
The downside is you've got the least amount of square footage on the actual house, though.
Well, I got 1,600.
I see 14, 16.
Yeah, that's on Zillow. No, I had it measured. I had Remax come out here, a realtor, and they measured it for me. 1,600.
I see. Tax records has it at 14, 16 though, so that's going to be, I mean, that's what most everybody's going to look at is like the accurate number. So on that, see, like Canterbury Trail that sold for $475, they had 3,300 square feet.
Oh yeah, that's a big, beautiful house, and it was built in 1978, I believe.
82. So then you got Inwood, so right across 42 there, you got that's over 200,000, and it was smaller than you. So it was 200 square feet smaller, but it had a basement. Now, they also had a third of the land. So I'm seeing where we can get north of 200, okay? But then we got one on 42 that sold for 240, but it was bigger, but a lot less land. So this is...
See the trees off of this land. This is beautiful. Deers run through here all day long. Man, it's just beautiful property. You shoot your guns out here without the police coming. Because this is not the city part of Asheboro. This is called the county. The county.
Right.
Yeah, so you can shoot your guns. Got a burn barrel. You can burn the trash. Man, for 150, bro, that's a giveaway, man. I mean, I wish I was, a millionaire. Somebody offered me this for 150. I'd be like, oh, okay. I got the deed right here. I got the deed. It's in my name, everything. No problems, no bank loans. And we can miss the realtor. They got them with no realtor commission fees, and you have to pay $5,000 for a realtor. We can skip all that.
The problem is like if I fixed it up and I could sell it for 290, then I could see the 150. I gotta be able to see the 290. I'm trying to find something that shows me that.
Well, I look at flip the house all the time. I'm an expert at A&E. I watch all the people. They buy the house for $110,000.
So do you want me to blow your mind?
They put $90,000 in the house, and they made like a $35,000 profit. They was happy,
So do you want me to blow your mind real quick?
Okay, blow my mind.
All right. I'm one of those guys. So I just was on A&E's zombie house flipping. So you can look me up, RJ Bates III. I'm the Fort Worth, Texas guy.
Who be with you? Is it a woman and another man?
No, it's just me and two other women, Cassie and Nicole.
Cassie and Nicole.
Cassi DeHaas, Nicole Espinoza, and then me, RJ Bates III.
You know what, brother? need today, and HGT would be like, man, I got a house that y'all might be interested in. Well, brother.
So here's the thing. They don't buy the houses. They make us buy the houses. They're literally just filming what we do all day, every day. So when they come in and they film us, they are relying on us to do this right here, find the house, negotiate it. They hope we make money, but if we don't make money, they don't care. I mean, it's all on us.
That's a blessing, Mr. Gary. Man, I'm telling you, man, you can't lose. You got the crew, you got the people, man. I would love to see this on TV. I would love to see y'all put this house.
Oh, man.
I would love to see what y'all do with this house.
Listen. I like the location. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't like the price. Because I'm struggling to get to 290 on the backside. So I appreciate the fact that you told me it needs work, about 40,000. I could see that just based off the square footage and what you're telling me. I just don't know that I'm going to be able to get to 150 though, because I have to have something that shows me the fact that I can see properties with more square footage that have sold for less than 290. That's what kind of hurts me to get to the 150. So, I mean, what are you negotiable on that number?
Man, come on, brother. You a millionaire, man. I'm just trying to get some reparation money, man. I'm 59 years old, man. This is my last go. I'm just trying to.
Oh, 59. You're a kid. You got plenty of time. Nah, bro. They're gonna find ways to make us live forever. You didn't know that?
Yeah. I smoked cigarettes for a few years, but I quit 12 years ago. But they still damaged my lungs. But
nah, man. They're gonna be able to print those on 3D printers. Get you a new pair, and you're good to go.
Right. I've been trying to skip realtors.
There are no realtors involved here. There's no closing costs or anything like that. So there's no fees that you got to worry about. But, I mean, the reality of it is that I'm struggling to see how I could make 150 work.
150 and 40 is 190.
I know, but I'm not seeing anything that's selling for 290.
That's really winning.
If
your show, I can watch your show and see what I tell the people how much you pay for it, how much y'all put in it, and it tells how much the kitchen, flooring, all that.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but what I'm saying is, I just don't think that we can get 290 for it. Did you? When you talked to that realtor at Remax, did they say that if it was fixed up, it would sell for 290?
Oh yeah, Vicky from Remax. She came and looked at it. She said, "Brian, this is a beautiful property." She said, "You fix it up." He said, "You look at it cost to trade because of the neighborhood." I had a few guys from this area that just said, "Oh man, you ain't gonna have no problem selling it." I just want to sell it to A&E. I want to get back and watch y'all. I'm telling you, man, I already got the AC units, already put in like 8,000, 10,000 in it. I bought brand new waterproof premium rigid core flooring to cover the whole house. All in boxes, I got sheetrock in here. Man, I'm saving you a lot of money. I done tore everything out. Most houses y'all go in there and tear out the kitchens. I done done all that for you. All that's done. All you got to do is bring in the crew. I'll send you pictures. It's clean. I'm in here doing it, cleaning it right now.
But it's gutted down to the studs, right?
Yeah, I got it all pulled up, all the old carpets down to the floor, the wood, the bathroom, everything. I can see some pictures.
What's the best price you can do for me?
Man, 150 is a steal, man. Come on, you a millionaire, man. 158, you know.
I told you I can't do 150. You're gonna have to do better for me.
Oh, man, that's man. 145, man. And we decide that.
Down to the studs. So, but you got some materials there.
Yeah.
Do I have to do electrical?
Yeah, I mean, you have to come in and, put in, like the kitchen, whatever kind of light you all want to hear.
No. I'm saying wiring. Do I have to rewire the house?
No. The wiring is good.
Plumbing?
Plumbing is working great. I just took a shower in here. The plumbing's good.
So you got tile in the shower and stuff like that, so we're good?
The floor in the bathrooms need to be put down. I just put some like granite. I seen some pictures. Do your phone you call me on? Can it accept pictures?
Yeah, you can send me pictures.
Okay, I seen some pictures to this number.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Listen, I don't want to beat you up on price because I'm not here to do that, but I got to make sure that I'm protecting myself. So,
Man, you are good for 150. You can't lose.
well, I'm telling you, I'm not going to be able to get to 150. It's not going to happen. I can tell you that just by the size of the property and the work that we have to do, I know I'm not going to be able to get to 150. But if you send me those pictures, let me take a look at it. I will try to get the best number I possibly can get to you, and then I'll get right back to you. So text me over those picture. If you can do inside and outside, that would be great.
Okay, yeah. So you want me to send it to this number right here?
Yes.
Pictures?
Yes.
All right.
Do that, and I'll give you a call back, okay?
Okay, you be giving within an hour.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, brother.
All right. Bye-bye. How funny is that he said, I watch A&E. Well, do you now? Well, let me tell you about what flipping houses on A&E is like. That's funny. Good stuff. Probably tell them no deal because I think there might be a deal there. I don't want to kill it. He did sound a little tight on his number. But I never said a number either. So I think that there's an opportunity for us to negotiate there. I want to see what the condition really looks like. I don't know. It depends if that rehab is really 40 or is it 60. We say 290 and we could really get it done. I mean, we could probably make 130, 140 work. I don't think we're that far off to kill it. Got a lead in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Two comps, 185, 177. They want 120. So we say 180 ARV. It would need to be in pretty good condition. It's always so weird when that happens. It's like we just spoke to them on the phone. How could it get like a weird busy signal like that? pictures yet. Oh, there they are. From the outside, that does not look like a $290,000 house. It almost looks like it could be a manufactured home. It's like it's a manufactured home with CMU walls. That's very, very odd. Lead Zolo lead in Florida.
Su llamada ha sido enviada a un sistema automático.
Let's call this Vegas lead.
Hello?
Hi, is Robin there?
This is her.
Hi, Robin. This is RJ Bates calling there about your property on Lamb Boulevard.
Yes.
You had entered it on my website saying that you might be interested in selling that property.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, tell me a little bit about what's going on with it.
Just want to basically go back to Albuquerque just to be with family. You know, all my family is there and everything, and just want to sell it. It's too big, you know, for me. The older I get, the harder it is to take care of it.
I get it.
Yeah, just basically want to go. It's got a brand new roof. It's got some new plumbing. What else? Let me think. What else? It's got a big porch on the front. Utility room, washer and dryer in there. 2 bedrooms, 2 full baths. Dining room, living room, and kitchen.
What exactly would I be buying? Is it the land and the mobile home, or is it just the mobile home?
Just the mobile home.
Because you're renting the land?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I've got the title to the mobile home. Yeah.
And what year was the mobile home built?
It's 77.
Okay. How much were you looking to get for it?
I'd like to get somewhere around at least 20. enough to get back there and get another place, and pick up a little car, used car.
So this is I don't really deal with mobile homes. We're mainly single family.
Right.
So this is kind of a unique situation because I don't want to just tell you, no, I can't do anything with it.
Right.
But it's also just not in my wheelhouse, right? So I gotta figure out if there's either someone better suited to help you in Vegas with it, or if there's something that I can do. Because I mean, realistically, if I buy it as an investor, what am I going to do with it, right?
Right.
I gotta figure out some way to make money, and maybe I can find somebody there that owns a mobile home park where they can take this and put it on there.
Okay.
So let me reach out to a couple of people that I know there and see, and I'll follow up with you. But just off the top, I can't think of anything other than that. So let me see if I can get in touch with somebody and see if I can find a way to help you. Okay.
Alrighty. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Robin.
Alrighty. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Anybody want to buy a mobile home in Las Vegas for $20,000? Jeez. All right. While I was on the phone with that, somebody called me back. Who were you? Tulsa.
Hello.
Hi, is Rita there?
I'm sorry.
Yes, this is RJ Bates. I was just returning the phone call. I think we were playing phone tag there for a second. I was calling you about your property on Frankfurt, and then you called me back, and I was on the other line, so I'm just calling you back.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think you just talked to Mar about selling that property there on Frankfurt.
Okay.
You said you were looking to get $45,000 for it.
Correct.
Gotcha. Just out of curiosity, how'd you come up with that number?
That's what I think it's worth. I know fact, I know a land deed say that the house in the area are worth $50K. And if this is just it's been a rental property for me and I want to go a different direction.
Gotcha. How much have you been renting it for?
900.
Mm-hmm. So see, like all of the properties right there have been going for like that 46, 47. You got one for 79 that's pending right now on the market. You got, when you cross over the creek, stuff goes for a lot more over there. So I'm an investor just like you. I got to find a way that I can either cash flow, which obviously cash flow is pretty good if you're renting out for 900, but I want a little bit of equity there. Do you own it free and clear?
Well, all of my properties have are tied up with one mortgage.
Gotcha.
And I've talked to my banker. He has no problem releasing it.
Well, the reason why I was asking, I was going to see if you could sell or finance, but if you got a mortgage on there, that kind of.
That wouldn't work for me.
All right.
Yeah, I'm working towards something else, so I just need the cash out of it.
Does it need work?
It doesn't need work, but like somebody might want to put some new cabinets or something in there. It's not necessary. I mean, as a rental, I would not put new cabinets in it. It's got the roof on it has been redone in the past 5 years. The weatherhead as well. The windows are about 5 years old. The HVAC is 6 or 7 years old. And there's no foundation issues. It's a pretty solid unit.
Are you looking to sell any other properties or just that one?
That's the only one I've got that's empty right now.
Well, tenant occupied is better if I'm keeping it as a rental. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah.
So do you have any that are occupied that you might want to sell as well?
That's the only one right now.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And the people that just moved out of there, man, the carpet might be replaced. It doesn't look like they ever cleaned it. But other than that, there's no holes in the walls or anything like that.
What's the best price you can do for me? If just a straight cash deal. I mean, can you wiggle a little bit for me there?
Where about?
I don't know, man. Just looking at it, it's like I could go on the MLS and buy properties at this price. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but I'm not, I'm saving you money by not bringing a realtor, and I'll cover the closing costs and stuff like that. So it's like, hey, can I get some kind of a deal here because we're doing this off market?
I could be somewhere around 43. I mean, I can't go too low on it.
Give me 2 seconds here. Those awnings on the front, are they still there?
They are.
it has carpet in it, but what other kind of flooring does it have besides carpet?
It's got the
Like laminate?
maybe that's the hard square tiles with the grout in the kitchenette.
So it's got actual tile in the kitchen?
Correct, and the bathroom.
Gotcha. We do 42?
I could do 42.5.
What you gonna do with that $500?
I put money in that house, man. The weather here alone cost $6,000.
Yeah.
The roof cost $7,000.
Yeah, I hear you. And it looks like it's a pretty decent property for what I'm seeing here on these pictures. We got some old pictures here online. All right, 42.5. I can do that. All right.
How soon could you close? Because I mean, that's what I've run into here.
Do you have the abstract?
I don't have.
See, that's the only thing that slows it down is we just have to wait on the abstract if you don't have it. So it normally, sometimes they can move as quickly as 2 weeks. Sometimes it takes 30, 40 days. That just is dependent upon how fast the title company can move.
Okay.
But I mean, that's going to be with anybody. That's us waiting on a third party.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I got you.
So what I need from you is you said it's vacant. Is there a way is there like a lockbox on it, or how can we access the property?
I could meet you over there at any time.
Okay. Awesome. So what I need from you is I need a good email address for me to send you over the contract for the 42.5, and I can send that over to you. And then I would just need to follow. I would just need to go out there and see it later this week.
Okay. Well, you got a pen?
I do. I'll send it over to you. It'll be through HelloSign, which is just like Dropbox or DocuSign. And I'll get that sent over to you. And then we'll connect once I figure out a good time for us to get out there later this week. And we'll go ahead and open up title. If we can get the contract signed today, we can go ahead and open up title so they can start working on the abstract. And then we'll get this taken care of, okay?
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Oklahoma. That was a cold call lead. Boy, right now, Lead Zolo and cold calling, they are neck and neck on who's going to take that early lead. I like it. All righty. Yeah, Jeremy, I thought the same thing, that those the trailer part, that mobile home is just pretty much worthless. Not a whole lot I can do there. All right, we missed a call. Who was this? Five 586. Give me a second. I'm trying to figure out who this was. Call me back. Felt like it was. What's up, boss?
Just bringing you some soup and some salad. Do you want some crackers?
Yeah.
I'll bring back with some crackers. Here you go.
Are you about ready to take over?
I am not. I have several things I need to do. Do you need me to take over?
No, it's fine. Where is this lead coming from? Nothing is popping up, and I know I called this person. Damn it. $1 billion. That's pretty cheap. We're going to go over the KPIs. I mean, for us, it's going to be more because we have the amount of VAs that we have and stuff. I really want to know where this damn lead is. It's as if it just disappeared into thin air. I'm literally just about to call and be like, dude, I can't find you in my system, but yep. It's just happening.
Hello.
Hey, is this Davin?
This is him.
Hey, Davin, it's RJ Bates calling you back. I was reaching out about a property that you were interested in selling. But man, I can't find your stuff in my system. I know I just called you. about some property. So you got a piece of property you're looking to sell?
I am.
All right. Can you tell me what the address is so I can find in my system?
I got you. It's 4151 Nottingham.
Yeah, there we go. Nottingham.
Yeah.
What did I do with this lead? It literally is gone from existence. This is mind blowing. So how much you looking to get for that property?
It got a lot of work needs to be done to it, so I was trying to just get it off my hands. So I was willing to set 10,000.
And this is in Detroit, right?
Yes.
10,000. When you say a lot of work, are we talking about like one of those burnouts in Detroit?
No. A little bit better than that.
A little bit better. All right. So what all needs to be done to it?
A little bit of everything, honestly.
All right. So you didn't buy it from the land bank, did you?
Actually, I did.
Did you do the work?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So you have the rights to sell it?
Yes.
Okay. Man, you don't know how many times I've run into that problem where it's like, all right, I'm gonna sell it, and then it's like, no, dude, you can't get it for free, basically, and then sell it and not do anything to it, you know?
Yeah. I heard some people was like doing like the quick complaint feed. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh yeah.
I never heard of that. That's when I was like, well, we have to. I guess they took ownership of the actual property of it, or whatever the case may be. I'm like, damn, that's a bummer.
Right.
Yeah. But no, this property right now, I got it pretty clear. Release the interest, all title work. I got the email, everything. So.
All right. Give me a second here. I mean, the reality of it is you know better than I do. I mean, that's not a great part of town, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of like selling for that price. Like, you know what I'm saying? I want something out of it. You know,
Right.
I'm making complaints.
I mean, you can't sell it for much less than 10,000. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. So that's what I'm like. You know, I'm kind of firm at that price.
Is your last name really Bates?
Yes.
Mine too. My name's RJ Bates.
Yeah. That's what I'm like. Hold on, is this my family that's in Texas?
Hey, I know it's weird when you see the name. It's actually not that uncommon of a name, but it's weird when you see it, you know?
Yeah. It's like one of the unique names that nobody really has, but
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's like a golden name, I guess.
Yeah. You know, do you ever I always tell people and they're like, what is it? You know, they can't like understand you. I'm always like, it's like Bates Motel. And then they get it, you know?
Hey, you wanna know what's crazy? The Bates Motel, I also say the same thing, but that day when that first came out, I was actually born that day.
No way.
It came out, the first episode aired on March 18th, and that's the day I was born. And it's Bates Motel. That's ironic.
That's funny. All right, so here's what I want to do. So on this, because of the condition and the location, I don't want to own this property myself. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest with you. But I can wholesale this property. So
You can give it a try.
I mean, I'm.
You know what I'm saying? You can give it a try if you want to.
You don't sound very hopeful there.
Yeah, because it's like I just probably because a lot of people keep on thinking that I'm trying to do the quick claim deed, and I'm like, no, I don't. I have the release of the interest, like I have the documentations and everything like that. And I'm telling these guys, I'm like, yo, here it is, and stuff like that. So this guy just still trying to do it. I'm like, no, this is documentation. It's like, you know what I'm saying? So it kind of a bummer to really sell this property. Because everybody think because of land bank, they think I'm trying to, I guess, do the quick claim deed. But I'm like, no, I got all the information right here.
Right.
So a lot of people, there's a lot of wholesalers. I'm like, yo, we can all, you know what I'm saying, go to the coffee shop and I can show you the paperwork and like that. You know what I'm saying? So they're like, no. So I'm like, yeah, that's kind of a bit of a problem.
Well, how about this? I'll send you over the contract for the 10,000. We'll open up title. We use Investor Lift for dispositions. And I mean, listen, it's going to put the property out in front of all of the buyers. We don't just do the email marketing. We pick the phone up. We have buyers there in the area. We'll call them. We'll try to push it out. I ain't going to try to make a lot. We're probably just going to try to push it out for like 15 and just get the property out of your hands. So if you're good with that, then let's get it going.
I mean, yeah, we can get it going. You sound credible. You know what I'm saying? More credible than the last guy.
Oh, bro, you can look me up. I know what I'm doing. So
Yeah. Just cussing me out. I'm like, yo, what the hell?
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Like,
nah, they don't know what they're doing. So listen, all I need from you is send me over, text me your email address, and I'll send you over the contract here, and we'll get it rock and rolling, okay?
Gotcha, man. Give me about 30 minutes. I'm gonna whip it up and everything, and because I'm actually busy right now, so give me about 30 minutes to your text over.
Okay.
And, get it from there.
All right, appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right, bye. I need 30 minutes too. Jeez, that was one of the speed to lead. Hey, I said, hey, cold call, lead Zolo. They're racing. Speed to lead said, hold up. Don't forget about us. That's why I couldn't find it. It's one of the old speed to lead leads. Let's see how long ago we bought that. I think we bought that a minute ago. Like, we bought that February 26th. 2 months. Follow up, baby. Follow up. Yo. I'm gonna need a paper writer. We got some stuff.
You sound like Patrick. You
I
can't type that in the thing?
I need to write up a contract for Tulsa. I need to write up a contract for Detroit. I have not seen Forney come through. So if we ain't gonna write it up, then I'm gonna write it up. Yeah. So we got contracts to write up.
Send them to our transaction coordinator on the card. Do you want me to create you a list?
What's the average fee for listing onto Investor Lift? I don't understand the question, David. Investor Lift is a system that you sign up for and you pay monthly. So like for us, we're cartel members, so we pay $3,000 a month for Investor Lift. I don't understand. Are you saying what's the average assignment fee? Maybe. Obviously, that's going to depend on the deal. Like this right here, I mean, it's a little shit box in Detroit. All right. Let's look at my phone here and see what's been going on. Oh, this is Timothy. This guy's trying to sell me his house. Come on, Timothy. Absolutely. Hey, is this Timothy? Hey, Tim. This is RJ calling about your property there on Flat Shoals. All right. So we finally stopped playing phone tag. How much are you looking to get for that property? $110. All right.
That's what I do. I'm a contractor, but I inherited this house, and there's two other heirs. I'm just doing direct sale, and I ain't got time to deal with it. You know what I mean?
All right.
You make it happen before Friday.
I can't make it happen before Friday because we got to open title. So it's going to take a couple of weeks. Yeah. Yeah. We got to wait on title company to be able to open up title and make sure everything's cleared away, you know? All right. Give me a second here. Let me see what I can do. Is it open somewhere else?
No, it ain't open nowhere. No, it ain't open at all. Just go to the bank. On the bank, I loan $73,000 to the bank, and it's about to run out. Payoff amount.
So who opened the title the first couple of times?
Two of them, where I was trying to sell it. I know a lady named Raven. She's a real estate agent. You know, she got a sales agreement, but they haven't signed. So it's open. They ain't open title. It ain't open. I just owe the bank money. Is it? Right.
All right.
Yeah, Wells Fargo.
So how much were they willing to pay you?
They're paying $110,000.
$110.
There's an acre lot, clean acre lot, brick house. It was built in 49, but it had roofs less than 10 years old on it. So it's a big city. It's a keeper. It really is, man. You had a bedroom on the back of it. What else gonna do, man? You got a $220,000 house. You got 3-bedroom, 4-bath, put a shower in there too, man. Shit, man. I got all the hardwood flooring in the little shed out back to do the hardwood flooring in it. All the hardwood flooring, real hardwood flooring.
Right.
Yeah. There's some other stuff out there too, you know what I'm saying, in that building. It's flat full. Yeah, the city of Atlanta, man, you can't go wrong, buddy. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm tired of making the commute from Locust Grove to Riverdale every day. You know what I mean? Just 2 or 3 times a week. I can't do it.
I feel you. I'm just trying to find something else similar to this property because you got.
There's one down the road. It's over $75,000, man. It's in a flood zone and all kind of shit, man. I'm on a hill. The room you addition, it ain't gonna be on no crawl spaces. It's slab addition. So you know, I mean, a big ass yard, man.
The only problem I'm seeing is that the house itself is only 865 square feet, right?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. You have to add you got to add a bedroom. It's a family 4-to-1 rider family. A rider 1-to-4 family rider.
Yeah, but I mean that's my problem is like if I'm gonna pay $110,000, but then I gotta come in and add a bedroom and a bathroom. I mean that costs a lot of money to be able to do that.
That's why I'm saying that's why I get an appraisal and it's $115,000. That's worth more than that. That's just a land appraisal.
So you're saying tax assessed value is $115,000?
No, yeah, I've got a document stated true and form, and it's valid. It's from the Wells Fargo Bank.
But again, I, as an investor, if I'm going to come in and I got to do repairs to the property and stuff like that, I've got to figure out what is it going to be worth when I'm done fixing it up, and then how much is it going to cost me to do all of that work? You know what I'm saying? And so when I look at it, I have to find something with similar square footage as this property, similar year built and all of that in the area that sold, and I'm not seeing anything. I mean, brother, I want to do something because this is Atlanta, you know, I mean, this is a great market, but I can't find anything that has an 800 to 900 square foot house that sold at a much higher price point than what you're asking for. But what I'm saying is I can't see anything that's sold like for higher.
That's because there ain't nobody selling the property, man. I don't want to sell this big property. If they don't want to sell it, I don't want to sell this property.
But dude, I got 23 properties sold in a half-mile range in the last 6 months. It's just none of them are similar to your property. So there's people selling there. There's people buying there. The problem is that it's not, one thing's not like the other. Your house is a lot smaller square footage than every other property. You've got a lot more land and a lot less house. Yeah, exactly. And your property is built in 1947, whereas the other houses are built in 99, 2000, 99, 18, 17, you know? Those are selling for 275, 285, 250, 256.
They got 3 bedrooms and 2 full baths, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'm a plumber. You want to make some money? Let's do this thing, man. I'm trying to fuck around with this house, buddy.
But that house is built that's built in 2018.
Well, I understand that. But you're gonna have to remodel the house, man, regardless of fact and laughing. You're gonna have to put $20,000 in that house, man, and you'll walk away with $240-something thousand, man. I mean, I do this, bro. I just remodel. I mean, every day is pretty much what I do.
Where can I see another property like yours remodeled that sold for $240,000?
It's not gonna be in Atlanta.
Then I can't go based off of your opinion. I got to go based off of facts.
I understand that. I see that. I understand that.
So how can I get there? I'm going in a half-mile radius because I can't go any further than that because then it's in another area. So in a half-mile radius, I got to find something like and kind to you. Now,
1265 Highway 138.
What happened there?
I'm just saying, look at the property value there. Same size, same house, same yard footage and everything.
Well, how far away is that?
It's probably a mile.
But again, why would I go that far? I got 23 properties in a half-mile range that have sold in the past 6 months. I don't need to go to a mile. That's not.
I'm sorry, I'm not dropping it one time. Thank you, man.
All right. Done. I need to eat. Oh, bro. Today has been a day. You reminded me of some family. I was trying to negotiate a deal. I mean, if you remember yesterday, having a similar conversation with a man in Chicago ended up being positive. So sometimes you just got to keep going. Hey, if you liked what you liked there, give me a like. Like the damn video. Let's see where we are as far as likes go. We're at 42 likes. We need a hell of a lot more. We got more people watching than that live right now. Let's get those likes up. Help us out. All right. So I've been going pretty consistent here for a while. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like I started up about 12:30. So we've been going for about 2.5 hours here. And I got contracts I got to write. So I got to eat. So I'm going to have to take a pretty extended break here. Best comment goes to Josh Lewis. Hey, my favorite part was when he said, "You ain't gonna find that in Atlanta." Your property's in Atlanta, bro. Thank you, Matt. I was trying to think outside the box for that one, and I couldn't. So, yeah, we're sending a contract in Tulsa. That was a cold call lead. I made the comment of like, hey, cold call and lead Zolo are neck and neck to see who's going to have the most contracts. And then speed lead came out of nowhere, and we got a $10,000 ship box in Detroit. So we got to write up Oklahoma, Michigan, another one in Texas. We got to follow up with some people. Looks like we got some stuff going on in Virginia. So, man, it's crazy. I'm going to have to do a little bit of recapping here on where we're at, because we have a lot of deals out in the stratosphere right now. So, great start to this 50-day challenge. I'm not going to lie. This has been good. Let's see. I need to verify that I didn't miss anything. So one of those, the contract in Detroit, what happened is I think they called me while I was calling out because I didn't have a missed call. And it just went straight to voicemail. And so luckily I looked at my voicemail. Oh, we're going to call. Hello, this is RJ.
Hey, RJ, this is Ty Stanford. I think I missed call from you yesterday.
Yeah, I was reaching out about your property there on Single Tree. You had entered it on my website saying that you might be interested in selling that property.
Correct, yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, tell me a little bit about what's going on with it.
I mean, with nothing really going on with it, we're just ready to move to Dallas, and we'll probably get an apartment for a little bit, then get another house.
Gotcha. How much are you looking to get for it?
I know my appraisal for next year, it looks like it's like 310, but if I can get around 290, I'll be happy.
290. All right. And what kind of condition is the property in?
I'd say it's in great condition. Really no issues that I know of.
How long have you owned it?
Since 2016, so it's been right at 5 years. Maybe, actually, I think it's 2017 when we moved there. It's like a little over 5 years.
Gotcha. How much did you say you wanted for it again?
Around 290.
290. Okay. How much square footage is it?
1 second, I'll tell you. It's like 1,800, I think. 1 second, I can tell you. Yeah, 1884.
1884. Okay. So just being honest with you, man, like we're investors. So in this case, I couldn't really offer you cash because realistically 290, 300, I mean, it's about what your house is worth. So that's like full retail. So there's not really any exit strategy for me there. You know, I can't fix it up and flip it. I can't, you know, it's a high price point. Can't really keep it as a rental. The only thing I can offer you is, you know, my partner, Cassie, she's a licensed realtor. If you were thinking about listing on the MLS, I could set up a consultation with her where she could talk to you about potentially listing the property for you, but that would be probably the best option for you.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm actually already working with Orchard.
Okay.
They're going to list it, so I think I'm okay on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ty.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye. I haven't heard the name Orchard in a while. What were they originally called? They were originally called something. They were called something else. Okay, let's see. That was a call from yesterday morning. He just now called back. All right. Hi, is Mistral there?
Speaking.
Hi, Mistral. This is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Monmouth. You had entered on one of my websites a while back saying that you might be interested in selling that property. Are you still looking to sell that?
No.
Okay, so you don't want to get an offer on 724 Monmouth?
No, I don't. I changed what I'm buying.
I got you. All right. Well, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye. Damn you, New Jersey. No, we're not a one-person operation. We've got a whole floor of people. I am doing a lot of this individually on the live. Cassie will be coming on and showcasing more of the Recon transaction coordination and dispositions portion of it, but we have a bookkeeper, we have our GM, we've got I don't know, 7-8 people out there. We've got a TC, and then we've got 8 VAs. So no, we're not a one-man operation. Man, we just continuously get leads of like the smallest houses in the neighborhood. It's very strange to see that just repeatedly today.
been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 7-3.
Really what we want, Kenny, is we want like and kind, right? Like if I'm calling on a 1,200 square foot house, I want to be able to comp it with other 1,200 square foot houses. And the problem that I've run into today has been I'm looking at 800 square foot houses and the smallest comp is 1,800. That is like problematic. And then the problem is that there's just nothing. Like there's nothing that's been built. And then also it's not just the square footage. It was also like a couple of times it was year built as well. So like, hey, this house was built in 1942. Everything else was built in, the early 2000s. And so it causes issues with dispositions, causes issues when you go to sell. If you're the end buyer with appraisals and all kinds of different stuff. So I just hate it. Sometimes you feel like maybe it's the system that you're in. So like for me, I'm over here and I'm flipping from Privy to PropStream to Batch and Zillow and Redfin, just trying to find anything that tells me something other than, hey, we don't have any comps. So that's the struggle that we're running into with some of the leads today. Blythe, California. Why does the name sound Blythe? Isn't that the place where everyone said sucks? Back in 2020. Reviews like 175, 180. It's in the middle of nowhere. Barely any buyers. So we have 60 cash buyers in this market. So that's one of those situations where like we're going to strategically make the decision to probably not go after that, because looking on InvestorLift, it's a deal that, or it's a location that we've never had a deal before, or if we have, I don't remember it. And if we did, we're probably not going to be able to dispo it because there's just no cash buyers.
Hi, April speaking.
Hey, April, this is RJ Bates. How are you?
Hi, how are you? Wow, what? RJ? How cool is that?
Do you know me?
I do know you. You are like the master. I watch your videos all the time, man. How's it going?
Well, congratulations. You're on one right now.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
So I'm actually doing a 50-day challenge. You know, I did the 50-50-50 back in 2020. I'm doing another one. And a gentleman by the name of Matthew saw one of my TikToks and said, hey, I got a deal, or I saw it. Someone's trying to sell a deal in Exeter, Pennsylvania. Do you want to talk to her? I was like, sure. And then he sends me, you know, the address, the 1100 Exeter, right? And then he's like, you know, hey, I've looked up her, I found her phone number. So I'm guessing because you follow me that you're trying to wholesale the deal.
I am absolutely correct.
All right. Well, how's it looking so far?
Well, it's only been one day. So
Gotcha.
I have a couple people that are planning to go out and take a look at it.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
How much are you asking for it?
We're looking for 80.
And what's the condition like?
It's in pretty decent shape. I mean, it's a little dated, so it's definitely going to need somebody to go in and, you know, update it.
Right.
As far as the mechanicals and all, everything is in pretty good condition, and it's currently being rented right now for $1,000 a month, and they're about probably $350 below market rent.
Right.
So it's definitely some potential there for sure.
I got you.
Yeah.
Well, I would say it's funny that you know who I was. That cracked me up and made my day. The only thing I would say is you know, if you need someone to help you with Dispo, but it doesn't sound like you do right now, we'd be open to JVing with you in the future. But you got my cell phone now, so if you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. But yeah, it sounds like, you know, you got a good one there on your hands. It's decent rent rate, good price.
Yeah.
Hopefully, you know, once you have those showings, you're able to move it quickly.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Keep killing it, man.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. So far we're 1 day and 5.5 hours in on the 50-day challenge. And I think we've already we will be up to, I think, 10 contracts.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I love it, man. I love it. Keep rocking.
Yeah. Well, hey, you too. And it's nice to meet you. Okay.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's funny. Well, she knew who I was. Good stuff. All right. I think we are getting to the point where Cassie is ready to take over for me. I think she is finally done with her lunch.
Ready, boss.
It was very lengthy lunch. I think she savored every individual bite.
Let me go get live so I can explain what was happening
the
entire time while I'm out here running the business.
I have needed to write contracts. I've needed to pee. I'm just gonna stop drinking. The coffee and the Prime Energy drink just decided to run right through me. And well, this was like a 3.5 hour marathon. I'm just saying. I'm ready to take a break. I'm ready to walk. I've been sitting for too long. I hope my lunch tastes like Kevin Bacon. That's what I hope. If you don't get that reference, then you probably don't listen to really heavy metal music. Should we put Cassie on while she's putting makeup on? I don't think she cares. All right, here we go.
Here I am.
She's still here, people.
Gotta gloss the lips, man.
Oh,
am I allowed to do this?
Relief's in the house.
This lip oil is a game changer.
I just want you to know that entire time I was just staring at my screen, watching Cassie slowly eat her lunch, not care that I've requested for help.
Okay, we're gonna address this situation now that you've spent the entire past 2 hours whining about the fact that you are live.
Can you share your screen so I can add it?
Yeah, I'll address it when you're off screen. Surely, it won't be a problem for me. Whoop! Can't share that screen. Can't do that. Okay, first I want to state for the record that I have not been eating lunch for 3 hours or 3.5 hours, you know. I want to state that I've been out here running our business despite what RJ wants to make it appear like. You know, I've been on the phone with attorneys, working on dispositions, working on writing up a contract that he actually did finally get me the information over. See, Mr. Bates refuses to address the fact that he's not giving our transaction coordinator the information that he needs to write up those contracts for him while he's live. Because he just wants to make it look like we're just over here leaving him in there to suffer. Yeah, so I have not just been sitting over here like eating my lunch, torturing him on the live. And yes, I do have to have lip oil on. Not that I'm over here doing my makeup, but I just finished eating lunch, and it's late to be eating lunch. It's 3:30. He should be eating lunch too. But, you know, he's over here trying to be like, you guys can't see us take a bite of our salad. Look, I ain't caring if y'all see us eat a bite of our salad or put on some lip gloss after lunch. I don't think y'all care either. Do y'all care? I doubt it. All right. So with that being said, I did write a contract for RJ and all of that for that deal in Texas, in Forney. So we're really excited about that one. That one should be really good. And it sounds like Mr. Bates in there has gotten a lot of traction. Hopefully he's about to talk to Keaton, and Keaton can help him write up some of those contracts, and RJ can just eat a peaceful lunch and listen to me talk about everything under the sun over here. You know what I'm saying? So that being said, don't look at that. Don't look at that. That's on my screen. Y'all can't see that. Really fast. So yeah, it sounds like he's had a great long and extended segment over there. Yeah. So I hope you guys got a good amount of information and value out of those calls. They sound like they were great. I didn't get to listen to every single one of them. And I don't know how many of you guys have had a ton of interactions, and I really want to sit here and read through all of the comments and all that stuff the whole entire time. But yeah, we are not a 1-person or 2-person operation. So we're out here working with our deals that are already under contract and all that good and jazzy stuff. So you guys feel free. Hello, this is RJ. Luis, yes. This is Cassie. That's what I say. I feel like we need to make that a thing. What do you guys think? Hello, this is Cassie. I like it. I'll just steal it from my partner. It's a good one. Probably won't catch fire like his is. I mean, he's got so much time in on lives at this point. No one wants. Okay, so Sounds like RJ also had a couple of difficult conversations in there. Even though it, you guys, it looks like he should have, like, Boomhauer, that guy. Sounds like he had a guy that was over there having all kinds of comp troubles, going out over a mile because he didn't like the 23 comps that were right up his bungus. It's a thing. Riley still walks around saying it. Hello, this is RJ. Oh my God, I love that. Jimmy, you should send us an updated video of Riley just randomly saying, hello, this is RJ, because that would absolutely make our day. As well as, gosh, we do have to catch up because everything that's been going on. I know I personally have been like failing on the social media game, and so I'm hoping this is going to reinvigorate us, and we're going to be able to channel some of this and stay in better touch with all of you guys. I feel like I'm missing so much. I've probably missed a ton of updates about life and baseball and your modeling career and, you know, everything that's going on there. Maybe we can get Riley to start saying, hello, this is Cassie. Maybe not. Maybe. So, you know, I'm here for all of it. And, you know, we love interacting with you guys on a level that goes beyond this too. So I'm working on all kinds of stuff in the background here, guys. One of those things which I would love to give you an update on. In fact, I have to text one person really fast. I don't see something they got over for us to show you guys. I did not get the email. Oh no. Okay, so anywho, one of the things that I was doing in the middle of all that wonderful stuff we had going on, and it looks like RJ's back there writing contracts himself instead of Keaton. Keaton, go hound him. He's out. Okay. Well, go hound him when he's done. You know, he's going to have to be forced, I'm thinking. So just so you guys actually know, instead of us talking mad smack about each other, right? Typically speaking, what we will do is we will write up the contract ourselves. Anybody that locks up a deal needs a contract signed, we write it up and we send it to Keaton Transaction Coordination. He sends it out for all the signatures so that we have multiple levels of checks and balances. You know, that way, you know, if there's any typos, errors, whatever, it's CC'd. We have a group email for transaction coordination. A lot of you guys have seen today that we have that for JVs as well. Again, I'm working on like a form to try to make that easier so it's not just an email. But we have those group emails so that we're not letting anything fall through the cracks, because a lot of time, especially when we're doing an intensive marathon like this live, if you message, or on social media especially, if your message or email is coming directly to RJ or myself, you know, you've seen how crazy intense it's been. I mean, I've been over here going crazy. I mean, 3 hours goes by like lickety split. And next thing you know, RJ's about to burst over there. So we're getting our timing down on our end. And the further this goes into it, the more I'll be able to show you guys on these specific deals that we've worked live for you, what the process looks like from contract to close, right? I'm hoping tomorrow, Brad, if you're on here, I hope that you got that walkthrough set up. You know, one of these deals that's come through yesterday, we may actually close on ourselves, which is incredible. But you know, yeah, we kind of do it all a little bit over here. And all of that to say, when RJ's sitting there and doing his lives, you know, he ain't writing up the contract. So I'm trying to tell him, well, for the lives, just tweak the process. leave the information in the notes for Keith and then shoot him a message saying, hey, will you write this contract up? But he hasn't gotten around to do it. And it's hard to do, to be fair. It's totally hard to do, to be live, be interacting with you guys and be entertaining and be, I mean, not that this is really, this whole thing isn't so much about entertaining. I mean, we're entertaining just because of our personalities, obviously. But, you know, like it's more so about showing you as much information as possible. And it is sometimes challenging when we can show limited information. So with all that being said, you know, he's just not used to it. He's literally like, I need somebody to come sit here. And I'm like, do I need to set up a second desk? Do we need to move Keaton in there? I think not, because it's hard. We moved my desk completely across the other side of the office, just so that he and I could throw the camera back and forth, give him some more breaks so I can work on some of this stuff with you. And he could be taking calls and I can be taking calls without being loud and in the background or having to leave our office every frigging time we have to do business when one of us isn't live. So, Anna says, I love this. And I'm like, RJ did this morning. I'm out of shape doing a work thing all day long. Bro, I literally just, I've got to, yeah, we have to make adjustments for this. You know what I'm saying? It's really interesting. You know, RJ and I talk about this a lot of times at events, like when we speak at events, or we even attend like masterminds, things like that. Those feel like a marathon of themselves and it just drains you, right? I am telling you guys, yesterday, I feel like, man, like you're pouring yourself out and somehow that hits an energy level that you don't exercise every day, right? And so I was drained yesterday. And I ended up oversleeping this morning. And I'm like, oh man, I need to be like, and y'all have to also understand something. Like my brain is always going 1,000 miles a minute because I don't want to forget anything. This is why I set up our systems and processes and do our training and like really try to drive it home with myself, with our entire team and our entire business. I set this stuff up because I naturally operate that way. I naturally operate in a way like if I don't have a system for it, it is bound. I will be bound to screw it up. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like really adamant on utilizing our systems so that we can perform at max efficiency, you know? So many of our team has been here as we've rebooted, shifted, pivoted, just moved to whole new systems, whole new processes, whole new team structures, and just made serious adjustments as we've needed to. You know, we are definitely constantly on top of that. I just don't. It's just one of those things, and trying to do it live, it can really drain you. So you'll see us heavy drinking coffee. I literally was sitting there like, I absolutely need to be asleep by a certain time. But like when I get done and when I get home, like it feels like my brain goes on like second day of the day and it just won't stop. God, it's like I need to take like a chill pill and just learn to go like not work when I get home, but I can't help it. If you guys can't tell, we love what we do. We're very passionate about it. And so I need to learn how to get my brain to shut down so I can wake up earlier and work out before we start the 50-day challenge lives every day. Reconnecting with all others in this business makes it all worth it. Oh my God, I love it so much. Excited for Jeremy to be doing this with me this time around, and know we will do some deals with y'all. Thank you so much. Look, I am so grateful, and I will take the moment before I dig into something, because we're going to give RJ a longer break. We're going to go into whatever you guys want and need from us right now today. We'll be showing all of this stuff as much as is needed all day, every day. That's what we're sitting here doing. So it is a non-issue for us to be showing exactly what we're doing as long as we can show it on the live, right? And so I'm actually excited, and I was talking about this to our contact over at Batch, and I'll get into that in a minute. But I am actually excited because a lot of the stuff that gets to be shown on screen, I'm getting to show this time, right? So we're really, really grateful to you guys as our community, our accountability partners, new faces that have been with us and supported us for many years. We're really, really grateful that we get to get up and do this every day. And I'm not trying to say it like we haven't earned it, like we haven't been through blood, sweat, tears, and just trials and tribulations, wins, losses, every which way. And we'll probably be diving into so much of that throughout this challenge. But we've definitely earned it, but we are also in full recognition that we will always be grateful to do what we do. We love what we do. And we share all of those things with you guys so that you can avoid the rocks that we tripped over, if you will, the hurdles that we've had to jump, that sort of thing. So, man, we need to get some WD-40 for that door. That have a door right by where I'm sitting. And so, yeah, that's we really need to, one of the things we do need to figure out is how to switch this on our, I need to be able to control the situation. I don't know if we can, but we'll try. Anyhow, I'm trying, that's me 1000%. I'm trying to work out in the morning, right? Working out at night is even worse. So I end up doing a very light workout that's more like yoga, for the most part. Simply because if I work out too hard at night, then I'm awake for hours. It energizes me. I need that in the morning. But I'm also my brain won't shut up. The next thing I know, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, what is happening? I thought it was 11 and I was about to be going to bed. Anyways, I'm very thankful for you. And RJ just launched direct to seller after being a contractor my whole career. You know what? That is really exciting. For me, because in a lot of ways, that's where we started. That's where it all started for us. Although, if you haven't heard our whole story, it did start before that. But I would realistically say that being a contractor is what launched our ability to get through some of those initial trials and tribulations of being in real estate, investing by a long shot. Back then we absolutely used to say not the only reason we survived in the beginning is because we knew what the rehab would be. I know what you mean. It's hard to get your mind to shut up and wind down when you're in this business. It goes right from 8 to 1 every. Yeah, it's a hot mess express up in my brain. I'm like, I'm gonna do all the things, and then I'm like, what? I don't even know what's happening. So, again, we just really appreciate you guys for joining us, for your support, and we hope that in our effort to give you guys as much as we can, that we pay forward all of the wonderful things that have come from us getting in this business, us being in this for all these years, and that we're a good steward of our life's work and our blessings. There are a lot of sacrifices that have come with it, but all worth it. Just don't believe anybody who tells you otherwise. Okay, so that being said, I'm going to dive into one of the meetings that I had while we were having RJ on extended session earlier there. So I did actually get to meet with Batch, and we have some new updates coming. So one of the really exciting things that I'm looking forward to featuring is the comps and deal underwriting, even though I know it's not the funnest part, but I'm going to get through them a lot quicker. So hopefully, people can reference kind of day one and day I mean, week one, we'll just call it week one stuff if they come in later in the challenge, because I'm going to start speeding up through that part. And I'm going to start showing comps live, right? Yesterday we mentioned that our team utilizes multiple platforms to pull comps all over the country. So sometimes, when you guys are looking at deals and you might be, in just a couple of markets, those markets, for example, Texas, and it is a non-disclosure state, and it might be harder for you to pull comps in, right? So we find one platform is going to be really good for those comps. We absolutely love Privy. It has more features that I will start digging into throughout this challenge. There's so much good stuff in there. And again, we're just going to keep showing everything that we do and everything that we're using. And, but one of those things is that they have MLS comps and they're super amazing. And so the crazy thing about this is those of you that were with us on this first challenge in 2020, I don't know if you guys will remember this, but actually that is when batch services, they rolled out their comp tool during that time. And I've said this 100 times, we have a really, really good friend of ours that, is one of the PropStream guys. And when they came out with PropStream, we thought it was it was the best thing since sliced bread, right? Thank you, Kevin. It's good to see you. You're going to have to come back to Texas. I miss your face already, and I just got to see it not that long ago. And I hope you're doing well. For those of you who don't know, Kevin is a Titan. That's my buddy right there. That's my buddy. And RJ's buddy, but my buddy. The purpose group. Kevin, my guy. See, he's everybody's buddy, but he's my buddy. Anyways, when PropStream came out, we thought it was the coolest thing since sliced bread, right? And we're sitting here in Texas. This is going to date us. This is going to age us, okay? So PropStream came out, but they were West Coast only because they were built on the West Coast. And we're like, so sad that we couldn't use it, right? We were just like, blah, 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 because we weren't doing deals over on the West Coast at the time. So it was so upsetting for us. And then they expanded. And then at the time, Propelio was really expanding. And so we had Propelio where we could pull comps in Texas. So for a while, all we had was Propelio. And then we expanded to PropStream. And then during the last challenge, Batch rolled theirs out, right? So we were really, I don't know of a comp tool, and y'all feel free to tell me if there's one out there that y'all know of. I don't know of a comp tool that we haven't seen from concept to creation to date. Okay. Now, y'all remember on the last challenge, we were using Propelio for a lot of stuff. Well, Propelio, I'm not even 100% sure. I have not logged into that in ages. Maybe that's something we should try. But every time we would try to pull comps, all of a sudden the whole thing just didn't work anymore. I don't know what's going on with that company. And so that may be an update. I actually think last year at some point one person told me they still used it, but I don't actually know. I haven't gotten an update on that business in a really long time. We've just been blowing and going, but y'all remember RJ'd be like, it's my favorite. It's the only one I use. La, 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 la. Well, things have kind of changed. It's not the only thing we use now. I know for a really long time they stayed in Texas. That's all I really know. And in Texas at the time, I was pulling everything on the MLS. So I became out of touch with it. So maybe I'll go ahead and see what it's doing now. We had a long, really long relationship with Propelio because they do other things too. But I haven't touched base with them in a really long time. So with that being said, now we're really utilizing a lot of Privy. However, I have it on Word that there is going to be a direct to MLS rollout on Batch's comp tool. And it's on an aggregation, and they're looking to roll it out in like 2 phases. And I think the first one's coming in the next 2 weeks, guys. So it'll be really exciting for me to get to show that live. In fact, when we did the first 50-50-50 challenge, it was so crazy to me because, like you guys know, like if we can keep anything in-house and batch, it's really, really good for our business, right? Because there's no loss of information from download to upload. We're already utilizing it, even though we're not as heavy text as we used to be. I'm going to show you guys all kinds of things you can do in there, right? So we utilize it for our data. We still house all of that data, and it's so useful. It is so useful of a tool. Like you couldn't convince me to go anywhere else. And then we utilize it for our dialer, right? So then our VAs they're not dealing with a transfer of data in that regard either. So we have a lot more traction there with information, and I love that. So the other cool thing about what Batch is doing right now, and this is what I love about their company, my God, do y'all hear that door? WD-40 on that mug, right? Meow, like it is. It is loud and nasty sounding. So one of the things that I love about this company is they're kind of like kindred to us, and not like they're constantly working to make their product the best that it can be. There's just no other way to say it. They really listen to their customers, the customers' needs, the needs within the market, stuff like that. So it's a beautiful thing. And that's what I've always loved about Batch. Going back to what I was saying earlier, when their comp tool first came out, it was dog do, but it's the fastest growing to surpass any of the other tools on that specific tool, even though we're utilizing it for other stuff. At first, when they came out with their comp tool, I was like, I ain't showing this. They're like, okay, tell me what's up. Tell me what you need. And so it was such a beautiful thing to witness. And they do that with all of their stuff. And so it's one of my favorite things about them. Interesting because our MLS is talking about big changes to data is getting even more public. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, I mean, I don't know that we're saying that here. We're super non-disclosure, but I do love the accessibility of comps. I guess I never really understood hiding the value of what properties are selling from the public. I mean, sure, all of the information that they don't want us showing, for example, on YouTube, but it's like, I don't know. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And I say that as an agent, because the only thing that I can think of is they don't want to try to make agency obsolete, but I'm just going to say what I have to say about this. I feel like every good agent really knows like they can't be replaced. I'm sorry. I'm just saying, I could see maybe feeling differently if you're dealing, and I don't experience this. If you're dealing with talking to a bunch of people all of the time and it's your main bread and butter, that are saying, that they don't need an agent, they can do it themselves. But I've dealt with people like that. I've dealt with people like that in my own family who ended up, losing out on a chunk of money because an inspector missed something because there was nobody there to help them navigate the dynamics of the contract. they lose out on money. And like, I just feel like surely that's not the reason the sales prices are being hit. You said what you said, point blank, no less. Detected. I mean, I'm just saying, like, no machine and most other humans who have my same license could stand toe to toe with me. I think a good agent is worth more than what the opposite is, which is not using an agent and trying to sell itself, like, and or replace an agent with some of these services. And I'm just saying, like, I'm saying it like it is. If you don't know real estate and you don't know contracts and you don't know the dynamics of this, which most people don't, it's just, I mean, why do you think there's still a ton of investors that use agents instead of selling FSBO? I don't think it's because they're not disclosing, the prices and the MLS so people can comp themselves. You know what I mean? Like private information that you have to have a background check in order to have access to. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's another reason to have an agent. Safety. Just saying. Protection of your asset. I'm just saying. There's so much to be said about it, and I won't go on that tangent for too long. It's so easy to create your own reality. That's right, Kevin. You're using Privy right now. I really love it. I have a lot of good things to say about it. I love batches, comps, and layers at times. I was just saying, I use all of them, and I will always kind of split test them for you guys because, again, understand that in some markets, one of them works better than the other. And this has been my experience through all the years. Like, there's been times where it's like, we utilize one and it's our favorite at the time, but that's changed, So I am personally super excited about Batch and what they've updated me on. And I will tell you guys this and why, because it was just like I was telling them, RJ is going to tend to use Batch if it's right there. And we can kind of tell right off the gate if maybe this is a little neighborhood where, we don't have what we know the comps are feeling a little bit off just through reps. We've got so many reps in at this point. So then he's got Privy up, and I'll go ahead and show you guys some of this. I'll pull some comps here real fast, unless RJ boots me off because he's an addict. But I love the fact that they're doing these rollouts. Like I said, it's direct to MLS. There's no aggregation. They're going to be doing an agent outreach type of thing in there as well. But the cool thing is they're going to be, and I don't think I'm supposed to tell you this, so hopefully none of them are watching. I don't think I'm supposed to tell you this part, but it goes hand in hand with exactly how we utilize Batch, right? I do know that at one point in time, for those of you who drive for dollars, which we don't do as much over on our team, but some of you might be solopreneurs or you might be utilizing the Batch app a lot better. It's become a lot easier to pull comps on that app now. So that's pretty cool. So that is one of the updates they've done on comps themselves. But the other thing that I may be not supposed to tell you is they're repackaging the dialer and adding in some crazy cool features in June. So I'm super excited about that because those are the main ways that we utilize Batch, right? Is we mainly utilize our data house is, look, y'all, we've been spending years and years and years and years building that data up. And don't think we don't. Lord, I mean, RJ's going to have to do a whole day he's going to have to get some contracts real fast because he's going to have to do a whole day on, showing how he utilizes a lead management or somehow showing y'all how crazy our data house is. I call it our data house, but it's Batch. It's where we house our data. You think being nationwide, you're required to adapt more to your local guys. Look, I try to like show it from all points of view and look at it from all points of view because I know most people are not going to be crazy like us. And in fact, I don't know we'd be this crazy if we didn't do it for y'all. Straight up. We probably would, because it's RJ. Like, let's face it. But we have the ability to do it. And so we do it. Yeah, I mean, sometimes there's times where where we stay focused. I'm sure RJ can show you a map of like where we've done most of our deals. So sometimes, we kind of cut out some of the stuff where we're pickier about some markets. But realistically, we're doing it all over, all day, every day, right? So I do like to kind of point out like that there's different perspectives for where you are in business. Just because we do it doesn't mean you should do it exactly the same way. But I absolutely recommend, like batch change to our business. And so I love like having our data housed and working our data and being able to have the history of data. I can't even explain to you guys the situation we were dealing with before. Like, we probably lost millions and millions and millions of dollars not having a system like that. And so I actually spoke a little bit to that earlier. How many marketing channels do we use? So typically speaking, we have, our batch data, like we pull the list, we, we're utilizing it, we're placing it up against our existing data, right? We aren't doing a whole lot of SMS now, but we have in the past. So we do have a lot of history in there, right? You're able to match it up against the do not call list. I don't know that I've ever used a better skip tracing service. So that's all housed in one place and then transfers directly to our dialer. So we're not losing the information, right? So that's one source, okay? Now we have other sources. We do speed to lead. And after we work through our CRM, we will give those leads to our dialers as well. So we'll populate that and we'll call them, on rotation that way. Because the lead went kind of cold. We hadn't been able to get a hold of them, even though they entered it on the website. For whatever reason, we weren't able to get a hold of them, and it goes through the system and then it starts right over again. So it's very similar to how we do it in our data house or batch dialing system. And then we, Zolo, obviously, they have been the star of day one and day two. We have done it all, Kevin. Thank you so much. We have done it all. We don't do a whole lot of SMS currently. Again, that's one of the reasons why we wanted to do a second 2.0 challenge. We don't currently do a whole lot of mailing. Does not mean we have not done it or done it in bulk. We used to have all kinds of different stuff that we tried even in PPC. We used to not have VAs. And then we finally found our soulmate in a VA company. We tried them all, right? Like we tried not all of them, but we tried so many different ways that it felt like we were tired of running up to a brick wall on it. And then we fell in love with our VA. We finally found our little soulmate there, and Andrea Stakes and Integria, a company that she's built, and we absolutely love our VAs. They're our little family. And anybody who's been to the Crucible Andrea, they can attest to the fact that we really do love them. Like, we talk to them all day, every day. Like, they message me more than my own mama, for sure. My mom messages me a lot. So I absolutely love them. And I don't know that you consider that a different marketing channel, but they do work all of our different marketing channels, is what I say. And we have our in-house closing team. As well, acquisitions and dispositions in here. So, gosh, she is a badass human, Kevin. I do love her, and I love Integria. I love our VA team. I literally, they're the first that ever actually worked for us. So, we just tell you what we do and what works. And we try to VAs a lot of different ways. And I mean, maybe some of that, like I'll take extreme ownership in it, and that some of it, it's like we try to implement a VA, but we didn't have time to manage them. And look, I'm not trying to build a VA company. Oh, I mean, this is perfect for us. It works beautifully. Just got here. What marketing methods are they using for the challenge this time? No way SMS with the restrictions. I just went through that. So yeah, we do our data. We have our dialer on our data. We are using Speed to Lead. We are loving Speed to Lead. We are loving Zolo, and I mean to tell you, we cannot be happier with the way that those are performing. We are not doing a ton of SMS right now, but we do have a really long history and a really good history with SMS. So we do still have the ability to very much do SMS and stay very compliant, but we are not doing it like before, which is kind of one of the points of this challenge. So there's all kinds of good stuff on day one, all day today, explaining that stuff. And so then, yes, we have started digging into Privy for lead generation and other things like that as well, just to test it. Look, here's the deal, guys. We're always going to be trying to bring you, through our experience, the best ways to do what we do and do what you do. And we're constantly always going to be trying them. But I really wanted to get you guys those updates on, like, I don't want to talk about what they're doing to repackage and ramp up the dialer, but it sounds like it's going to be pretty cool, and another thing that we've never seen. So some unprecedented things that I'm excited to get to show you guys coming up in batch. And they're going to get us some information over in their words, not Cassie's words, not RJ's words, so you can hear it directly from them. But I will say, as a customer, I am looking forward to utilizing them. And as somebody who likes to put things to the test for you guys, I'm really excited to showcase, how we use them and so on and so forth. When you guys were in the home improvement space, when as if were your systems anywhere near like what you have now with the wholesale business? Okay, so that's an interesting question. And I love it. Thank you for asking. What's interesting about you saying that is that's a yes and a no. I mean, I actually have some stuff that I had systematized back in the day like that. That's actually in the exact same system where I have our CRM housed right now. So in ways, yes. And then in ways, no. There was just not as much experience there. When we were general contractors, we did develop some of those like systems, if you will. But we didn't also have like some of the software or the experience to back them up to be what we are now. The systems we use as in softwares or companies, God, no. Like they're so much more advanced now, like a decade later, than when we were contractors. Now, if you're asking as house flippers, I'll be honest, maybe I'm just a little bit old school, but I have looked and looked and looked forever and ever, amen, for the right project management system. And it's very interesting because like that's something that I utilize, and the same thing that we do our wholesale operations. So I don't know, in ways, yes and no. As far as like having some of the powerful tools at our disposal, absolutely not. We have so much, like it's so much easier for us to generate leads and talk to sellers and buyers and network. And like when we first got into this space, there was none of that, So are we still getting deals from SMS? If so, what are the KPIs? We are still getting deals from SMS when we utilize SMS, but we are not. One of the things that we like to show you is like, what we're doing consistently. We can run an SMS campaign on here, but I don't know that that's the wisest thing to showcase for you guys to be doing if that's not something that you already have grandfathered in. And I'm certainly not going to be able to go into another system. We talked about this earlier, to be honest with you. I don't know that I trust anything to be compliant. I don't know. Like, all the problems that are coming from SMS are coming from the carriers. It's not from the platforms. And all those platforms have to be integrated with Twilio or something of the like. So it doesn't make sense to us to switch, and it doesn't make sense to us to stay heavy on it, right? So we're dialing. Instead of sending SMS, we're dialing. And that's what we're still utilizing Integrity to do. So it's just a different set of outreach. Our team does text our sellers and our buyers. We just aren't utilizing it in that platform where that's our first touch, if that makes sense. So like we will call them a lot of times and text them, but they're going to have been called, by our VAs first, just to make sure that we have the correct information. The KPIs probably haven't changed at all on SMS. We don't have a deliverability issue, but again, we have a long history with that. And so they haven't really gotten on to us. And so we can utilize it when we feel the need, but we've made kind of pivots away from doing that so that we can still have the same traction and not rely on that same outreach. I mean, if you guys know us, you know anything. It's not about how you reach the seller. It's about reaching the seller. It's about how you solve their problem. It's about having that conversation with them one way or another. Like RJ used to be the king of closing a deal before ever getting a seller on the phone. I was never nearly as good as he was at that anyways. But I mean, realistically for me, it's about having a good communication, For me, I am one of those people. Like, if you call me and I don't have your phone number saved and I don't recognize what it says, I'm going to probably wait for you to text me or leave me a voicemail. So, those are just little things that we have to change about getting in touch with them. But yeah, once we're able to get it through our system, our team will message them. Like if we call them and we can't get a hold of them, they shoot them a text to say, hey, when are you able to get on the phone? That's mostly how we use it. We don't do campaigns like we used to by any stretch of the imagination. So with that being said, we are obviously running into a point where I feel like RJ's still on his break and writing his contracts. So what the door knocking story in San Antonio. When you guys were in the home, the door knocking story in San Antonio. I don't think it was in San Antonio. I think it was in Dallas. I think you're talking about the one where he pushed me out of the car with the Kia Soul and we had to go get the ladder. Yeah, that was in Dallas. It's super funny. RJ always pushing me to do things that I don't want to do that end up somehow being good for me. So you said you're curious on SMS. What are you curious about? The KPIs? It's like if you don't get a contract in every 2,500 deals, you're doing something wrong. Oh, we told the story and I see what you're saying. That's the first time you heard that story? I guess I figured you'd heard that story more than then. Yeah, he definitely RJ definitely, this is before we were in the real estate space and we went door knocking to sell some roofs. Ew. That's a loaded question. I don't know how you say your name and I don't want to botch it, but we're going to say Pagel. 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 gel is technically the synonyms. But I don't know what. I've never seen that name before, so I don't want to feel like I'm botching it for you. However, that's a loaded question, so I'll try to answer it. But yes, Kevin, when you told the story in San Antonio of, RJ and I had gone door knocking, it was probably to get a good experience, but we were not doing full flips yet. We were doing roofs and exteriors because we've been doing the supplements beforehand for contractors, and that was our business. And so the G is silent. Pael. Is that how you say it? Pael. That's like Superman. Kal-El. That could be like you could be like, I'm Superman's brother. Anyways, yes, he just, we go door knocking and he was wanting me to go, and we go to this really prominent area in Dallas, and dude, like, we're in my Kia Soul, and dude is like trying to make me go knock on this door, and I'm like, I ain't knocking on that door. I am not about to walk up to these people in this bajillion-dollar. I'm just so I went, it's okay, you can go back. You can go back to Zolo for sure. So anyways, he pushes me out of the car and he won't leave to make me go knock on this door. And this house at the time, it was probably worth like $1.5 million, but at the time, like a decade ago, like that's like a bajillion-dollar house now. Exaggerating, but it was a really nice area near SMU. And yes, Daniel, we have several deals locked up. Thank you for checking. So he pushes me out of this car to go knock on the door, and lo and behold, like a guy our age, a single guy our age, is the one who answered the door, and we had to go by a ladder. But anyways, RJ was being stubborn. He wasn't going to leave until I got out of that dang car and knocked on that door. And so we had a battle royale, and I was like, well, eventually he's going to call the cops on us if we just sit out in front of his house for too long. So I just finally got out, bit the bullet, and did it. And we sold the roof, which led us to, he and his cousin hired us to do our first full flip project on one of their projects. And that's how we were introduced to wholesaling. So a lot of times you have to get out of your comfort zone and do what makes you uncomfortable in order to, follow your calling, do what you're supposed to do, go down the path that you're supposed to go down. Most of the time you're going to have a circumstance like that you're called to, do something that makes you uncomfortable that you don't want to do, because it teaches you a lot to do so, even if the results aren't what you expect them to be. So we are problem solvers first. Integria is our VA company. I believe there's actually a link. I think you get a little bonus if you use our link in the show notes. We have not gotten 10 signed contracts yet. I will say that. I don't have the update on how many have signed, but I can get that. We are going to do KPIs. We got a lot of contracts out, you guys. So, RJ, you're muted, my friend.
We're day 2. Simmer down on the signed contracts, okay? I'm back.
Are you back? I didn't even get to pulling comps. I just started talking, and I've been talking.
I know. I was listening.
So we have a really cool question from Payel. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but I'm going to say it like that because it reminds me of Kal-El. And so I'm going to say he's Superman's brother. We got a great question from Superman's brother here. Yeah, you knew that. You knew where I was going. Are they still a great market tool? What changes or parameters do you have to run?
For what?
So, I think he's talking about actually SMS. He's curious about SMS. Look, if you aren't in SMS, I don't think right now is the time to get into SMS. RJ, what are your 2 cents on that?
My 2 cents is so far I've sent 0 texts.
How many hours would you say you've been live to get those? We have 10 contracts out. Is that how many?
I don't know. I was about to count. Let's look. Let's
do it.
Okay.
I feel like it's got to be more than that, or really, I guess in 12, we haven't gone 12 hours yet.
We got
not even at 11 hours yet. And that's with just you.
Contracts sent. Okay. We're going to say Forney, Texas. That's 1.
Mm-hmm.
Are we including, is it just sent or ones that are still viable? North Carolina declined it, but then they said they don't really know what they want to do.
No, that's still viable. It's
right.
just we have to make an adjustment to the contract. Hi.
North Carolina.
You just still have things to solve.
Katy, Omaha. That's 5. Chicago. Okay.
Chicago.
Jackson, Mississippi. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Detroit, Michigan. We don't have Richmond, Virginia. Williamsburg, Virginia. We're at 11. We're at 11, baby.
We're at 11 in less than 11 hours. So you're running about, let's just call it the champ is here. Yes, he is.
1 an hour.
1 an hour. Okay. Which is actually pretty typical, I would say, for you. Don't you think?
So let's do the math. 50 times 8 equals 400 times 1 equals 400 contracts in 50 days. If I do that, I swear to God, I will every event, and I will talk so much shit. I'll be like, all y'all, shut up. Okay? 400 contracts. 400. Just give me all the fake wrestling belts.
You need to slow your roll here, boss. You're getting out of control. You're not. No. Look, we are definitely not going to end up locking every single one of those up. We're definitely not going to look. We don't want to lead everybody in our audience to have unrealistic expectations or feel bad about their lives, etc. So we are going to show you guys exactly what happens with these KPIs, exactly how many contracts, exactly all this stuff, right? The Guinness Book of World Records, right, Robin? 150. Look, at the end of the day, what's going to happen to some of these, RJ? Some of these sellers are going to have been lying. What else? Big breast belts? Wait, what? Who's talking about boobs? I'm so confused. Is that a typo? How am I the one that gets distracted by somebody talking about boobs and it's not you? Do you understand what he's saying? Robin.
Listen, y'all want to know what's going to happen? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen right here, okay? This is how I'm going to be walking in to real estate events, except instead of guns, it's going to be fake wrestling belts. Like King Closer belts just all over. I'm strapped up on one side, on my waist, carrying it over in my hand, on the other shoulder.
He said I meant to say big wrestling belts, but it sounded like
I'm going to be walking in with all my big breast belts.
Big breast belts? I think that's more my category, less yours. Oh, that one got me good. Thank you, voice to text. Oh, we should have everybody on our live feed only use voice to text one day and just see what utter chaos it creates. Oh, man. Oh, so where were we? Okay, yeah, we're going to Actually, I need to pull open our KPI sheet, guys. We're doing all kinds of crazy stuff that's kind of unique to this challenge for you that we're still working on. I've got a KPI sheet going. We'll probably get the boob belts and orders ASAP. I'm gonna order RJ a belt that just has boobs on it for the 50-50-50 challenge. You're not gonna be able to wear it in front of your children. Okay, so we are definitely. I figure once we kind of get that tweaked and Kristen is here, she's actually working on that. I haven't even opened it. It's been a kind of crazy day. We'll probably have that KPI sheet running more and more frequently as we get further into the challenge. Day 2, yeah, we're still you know, it's still recent and fresh enough to where we haven't gone too far into dispo. Plus, you're going to slow down once we are more into the dispo process. Whoa. I'm going to be going live more.
Whoa.
400 deals. Don't be ridiculous.
We're not talking about me slowing down, okay? This is blasphemy.
We are. Did you send Keaton those contracts or did you write them up yourself?
No, they're sent for signatures.
You see this stubborn Viking man I have to deal with every day that doesn't listen to me? I tell you. That comment woke up the dead. It's definitely my first favorite comment. I feel like on our KPIs board, it's on a sheet. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a second sheet that has the best quotes from the 50-50-50. So we can actually make t-shirts this time. And we will make, for those of you who have been with us since the beginning, the Carlos the Fly t-shirt, as well as the Titus with sunglasses t-shirt from the first round. I walked back in the room and all I heard was Cassie shout boobs. What is going on here?
Things fell off the rails, man.
This is what happens when RJ gives me the mic.
All I want to do is just eat lunch. It's it. And all of a sudden, the belts turned into boob belts and just things fell off the tracks.
I didn't do this. Someone was using voice to text. You can scroll up and see it. It's good. It's good. All right, guys. Well, we'll have to get more into some deal underwriting and some follow-ups and some dispo here soon. I need to. Did you already do all your follow-ups on all those contracts you've sent out?
Yeah, the only thing I don't see is Forney.
How come you don't see Forney?
I don't see it being sent. No.
I sent it. I messaged you about that because you had me write it up on Truck. I sent it through my realtor.
I was not CC'd.
You are set on it to be signing. It's through Authentisign or ZipLogix.
Is it in an order?
It is probably. I didn't set it purposefully in an order, but let me check that for you. It might have done it automatically because it is. They did an update.
It's Pagel like bagel.
Pagel like bagel. Oh man, can I still call you Superman's brother? I said Pagel on one of them.
I don't think
I tried to trick it up.
You said Pagel.
I said Pael because Kevin told me the G was silent.
First of all, there's your problem. You listen to Kevin.
Kevin, what do we say? RJ? Tell him.
Shut up, Kevin. All right. See you later.
Well, I was looking up the contract to see why you ain't got it. You want me to do this later?
Do your thing. Send the contract.
I already sent it, and you're saying you ain't seen it. So I messaged you about it, too, and you say you didn't see that either. So you want to tussle? It says in progress, 3 signers, pending.
Okay.
Want me to mail you again? Resend invite. If it's your turn to sign. So Christina needs to sign first. Her name on the MLS was spelled differently than it's spelled in her email, so that's concerning. You are set to sign last. Do you want me to follow up with them?
No, they are not going to sign today. Out of town. He wants to review the contract with the wife. They don't want to really close for a while. So, anyways, it's fine.
Well, I mean, I need to adjust the closing date because you didn't give me any information. I just put on there what I wanted to.
I already told them we would work with them. So if they have a problem with that, we can change it.
All right, guys. Keep this guy in line for me while I go do other stuff, yeah?
All right. See you later.
Toodles.
All right. Well, I'm ready to get back into some things, but every now and then I need to do a better job of like trying to sell stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make you watch a minute-long video of some epicness. And if you're interested in doing something like this, just let me know.
This is why we've structured this way. This is why we're going to harp on you, and this is why we're going to hold you accountable. We'll hold your feet to the fire. We're going to say, hey, you need to work on this, because that's what you need to work on to go out there and be the difference.
I applied the systems and the processes, and I generated a lot of revenue in my business. I'm actually back here for the second time at the Titanium Crucible.
These people pour so much into you. Nothing like it whatsoever.
The amount that they pour into you is priceless. Iron truly sharpens iron.
Can't underestimate that stuff. This literally right here, what we're doing here at the Crucible, was literally just a manifestation of words. We said we're going to do it.
Operate in the destiny that God gave you. The wealth will come. Lean not to your own understanding, but in all your ways acknowledge Him, and He'll direct your path.
This thing is so powerful, it will change your life. It's such a blessing, and I recommend it to anyone and everyone looking to change their life and get on track.
Get off your ass and come do it, man. Take a chance, put your faith in titanium, and get out here, man. Much love.
Yo, what is going on, Diego? Yeah, hey, the guy's YouTube channel that you're on, he has buyers in Pittsburgh. You want a JV? Let's do it. Because, I don't know if you know this or not, but I'm trying to do as many deals as possible in 50 days. And I count JV deals. So, JV at titanium.investments. Send that over. And let's do the damn thing. What do y'all think about that video? That's pretty damn cool, huh? That's the Crucible. That's our education. It's where we show you everything we do. Listen, you could sit here for free on YouTube, and you could probably learn most of it. Or you can come for 2 days, get to know us, learn more about it. You can ask people on here. Kevin being one. Ask Kevin what he thinks about the Crucible. Love to see you. Next one's going to be in early June. Kipster's going to be here. Excited about having a Kipster in the house. Damn, I feel good. Ate some lunch. Gave me some energy. I want to talk to somebody. Who wants to talk to me? Let's see. You know what I love about this? I literally got a text message from Speed to Lead. They wanted to know, why did I kill that deal? Hey, man, just got the offer from the hedge fund. Offer came in at $60K. Is this to me? Is this how you do things? Justin Helms, are you communicating to me through the chat on YouTube? This guy. So, well, we got to get the price up there, Justin. This is called being a closer. Why are you getting bullied by your buyers?
I was just about to make a counter offer. Cassie said we should wait
Wait on what?
to get the contract down with the inspection. 3-day inspection, 14-day close.
No. You got to tell them, yeah. All that's fine. But you got to get realistic about your price.
Yeah, I was going to make a counter.
Yeah. It's crazy. So, anyways, Mr. Mark Boyd in the house. Another Titan. All right. Who do we need to talk to? Who do we need to talk to today? I don't know about active hedge funds in Connecticut. We have active buyers in Connecticut, but I don't think hedge funds.
Connecticut?
Yeah.
I bet we do. I can look it up real fast.
All right.
You done with this?
Yeah.
Oh man, you barely touched your lunch.
Yeah, I know. You know, I didn't savor every last bite like you did.
I'm still eating my lunch.
It's great.
You know what? You're rude. I came in here to be nice and see if you needed to drink because you're an addict and you know.
Yeah, we're getting low.
Need water?
Yeah.
Yeah, half a salad left too.
The salad's done.
Good, right?
Yeah, it was all right. Who wants to see me call? In the shout out to my boy Elijah Rubin, owner of Closers Olympics. Drop a fire emoji in the chat if you want me to call someone. That's what he always does. And it works. It's like the chat just blows up when he does it. JV at titaniumvault. I love to put Connecticut on my list. Connecticut, Pennsylvania, boom. I got 2 fire emojis. How does Elijah do it? 3. Come on. When Elijah does it, it's like, come on. Paps? This guy's name is Paps? Sounds like somebody I want to talk to.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless.
Paps don't want to talk to me. We almost filled up my entire screen. Almost.
These children of ours go through all the water.
They drank all the water?
Yeah, it took them one day.
Oh, okay.
1.5 days for a case of water. Tony, we need to get that filtration system back up here.
Have I ever mentioned how much I miss listening to music during a live video? Oh, what I would give right now to just listen to some dope. It's like it's playing in my head. I can hear it. It's just not the same. Worst part about it is the restaurant underneath me is playing music. I don't know if you. Hopefully y'all cannot hear it. And it's just it's like enough to make me want to listen to my music over it. I can't listen to music. It shut you down. I need some leads. There we go. Found one. Leadzolo, Florida.
Your call has been forwarded to 904584558 is not available. Please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, LaTroy, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Crosscut. You had entered it on my website. Just wanted to call and talk to you about the property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-915-6860. Thank you. Why weren't I at Donovan Ruffin's No Limit conference? Because I was spending time with my family. We had just attended an event down in San Antonio, and a month before that, another event in West Palm Beach. So just didn't go to that one.
Please leave your message for 44055306334.
Hey, Hector, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Hiawatha Avenue. If you could, give me a call back, 817-915-6860. You'd entered this on my website, so just want to talk to you about it. Thank you. What's up, Dalton? Good to see you, man. Yeah, we really didn't make an announcement about it. Just said, hey, let's get going. Let's do it. Here we are, day 2 already. Yep. Now I will say, and You Spin Me Around Like a Record is my least favorite dope song. But all right. Lead Zolo, Texas.
You've reached David Wilhost. Please leave a message.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, David, this is RJ Bates calling about your property over there in Ingleside. You had reached out to me on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property. If you could, give me a call back, 817-915-6860. Thank you. That was weird. You don't normally have a voicemail hang up on you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 63672566555 is not available. At the tone, when you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Christine, this is RJ Bates reaching out about your property in DeSoto that you had entered on my website. If you could, give me a call back, 817-915-6860. Thank you. Man, we're grinding right now. We're absolutely doing some cold calling. Actually, good point, Marcus. Maybe try that too. We sent 11 contracts so far. New lead source.
Your call has been forwarded.
Let's look that up. So out of our 11 contracts, so I know that we have lead Zolo. We've got badge dialer. got speed to lead. And we got just what do we call just organic? That's what we're going to call it. Organic leads. Okay. So we got Forney, Texas. Pretty sure that's lead Zolo. Yeah, that was Forney, Texas, lead Zolo. 1. Spring Lake, North Carolina. Pretty sure that's lead Zolo. Lead Zolo. Okay. And then we had Houston and Katy, Texas, organic. Omaha, Patch Dialer. Chicago. Where did Chicago come from? Lead Zolo. And then, okay. Forney, North Carolina, Houston, Katy, Omaha, Chicago, Jackson, Mississippi. Where did that come from? Batch Styler. And then we had Tulsa. Batch Styler. And then we had Detroit, Speed to Lead. And then we had Richmond, Virginia. Zolo. Okay, so 7, 8, 11. Okay, so to answer your question, 4 contracts from Lead Zolo, 3 from Batch Dialer, 3 just organic, either watching here, TikTok, Instagram, something along those lines. Speed to Lead 1. That's where our 11 have come from so far. Not bad. There you go. You got the I'm back reference. How does Speed to Lead compare to Lead Zolo? Do you see any difference in the quality of leads? I think they're very comparable. I think there's a couple of differences there, right? Lead Zolo is going to be a little bit cheaper than Speed to Lead. The difference is that Speed to Lead, you get to cherry pick which leads you're getting. Lead Zolo, you're going to get anything that comes your way inside of your campaign. So you're not going to get to pick only the highly motivated ones, which we've seen that, right? This morning had a lead from Lead Zolo in Indianapolis, Indiana. And the seller was like, listen, I chose divorce because none of the motivations really were applicable to me on your website. I'm just really potentially just wanting to sell as like my retirement. And so when I made my offer for 185, she was like, no way, I want 285. And then essentially hung up on me, right? So you're going to pay less for Lead Zolo. You're going to have to deal with those types of leads. Typically, you wouldn't have to have that conversation with Speed to Lead if you're accurate with what you're buying. Although I spent $300-something on a Speed to Lead earlier today, and it ended up being a condominium in Charlotte, North Carolina, and didn't go anywhere either. So I think they're very comparable. It's just those are going to be the 2 big differences between the lead sources. The guy's name is Buzz.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 517630 not available. The mailbox is full and cannot.
So when we do cold calling, the way that our data is managed is it's constantly in rotation. So we always have VAs going between city-specific campaigns, and then they go to nationwide campaigns based on the motivating factor. So, for example, we'll have someone cold call. One VA will cold call a list of Kansas City, Kansas, or Kansas City, Missouri list. There'll be all of the data that we have in Kansas City. When they're done with that campaign, they will then transition to nationwide acquisitions, bankruptcy, nationwide acquisitions, pre-foreclosures. And then they'll call through all of our pre-foreclosures, and then they'll go to Cincinnati, Ohio. They call all of our data in Cincinnati, Ohio, and then they go back to a motivating factor. So the list is constantly in rotation. So if you look at the contract that we sent out in Jackson, Mississippi, that data was originally pulled in September of 2020, and we sent out a contract on it today, right? So the cold call is always, now as far as first, second, third numbers, we're going the first three. I'll be honest with you, the first number is going to be right majority of the time now, specifically with batch data.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
So Cassie's actually going to be going through this as we get signed contracts. She'll be going through the Recon process. We do try to lean on our network as much as possible. And then there's also the possibility of, hiring a photographer to go through. We don't really hire inspectors as much, mainly photographers, companies like Velocity REO. Every now and then when Velocity REO can't go out or something like that, we just hire the photographer directly, somewhere between 30 to sometimes upwards of $100 to go get photos for us. You know what drives me crazy? I just looked. Someone went and gave a thumbs down on both today and yesterday's videos. How lame is that? Probably one of my buddies that bought all their followers. Probably was you, Justin.
Hello.
Hey, is Eric there?
This is Eric.
Hey, Eric, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Allegheny. How are you?
Pretty good. Can you take me off your list?
Well, it's not really a list. It came through on my website saying that you wanted to sell.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Can you send me an email?
Sure. I just wanted to talk to you about it because, I mean, you came to my website, you said you wanted to sell, and it's easier for me to just have a conversation about, you know, what's going on with the property and how much you're looking for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure right now. I would like to have your contact information. Please send me an email so I know who you are and what. I'll give you a call back.
Okay,
I'm
so
not exactly sure as far as my plans at the moment.
gotcha. Okay. All right, Eric. Sounds good, man. Appreciate your time. Yeah, we're not going to send you an email, but we are going to cold call you for the rest of your life. Seller wanted an email. I explained we were on the phone and we could talk. He stuttered for 3.5 minutes and requested an email. Dead lead. That was in your neck of the woods, Nana. It was Vegas. He's like, I really don't know what I want to do. Because the other night when I entered that, I had lost all of my money at the blackjack table. But then last night, I fucking split eights. And I won, baby. So I don't know. Now email me. I want to keep it. That's what he said. I don't know if y'all caught that or not. This dude wants $8,000 for his property. I don't know if you know this or not, but I'm a sucker for locking up deals for less than $10,000. It's just really hard for me to say no. It doesn't normally work out. You would think by now I would have learned my lesson. Like, hey, we shouldn't do this. But every time I'm like, but it's $8,000 and it's literally a standing building. Within 0.3 miles, we have one comp for 16,000. See, we're getting it at 50% of ARV. Uh, 0.45, we're not getting any better. 0.6. We still only have one. We got some actives. 9, 44, 25, 40. What about repairs? Who gave the cold callers Jackson, Mississippi data? Let's call another guy in Las Vegas and see if he's lost all his money at the blackjack tables too.
Please leave your message for.
Ah, come on. Someone answer the phone that doesn't want to email. Hi, is Turi there? This is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Hickory Drive. You had entered it on my website saying that you might be interested in selling that property. Are you still looking to sell it?
In a couple days.
In a couple of days?
Yeah. By Monday. I'll know Monday.
Oh, you'll know if you want to sell it on Monday?
No. Yeah, I have something on it right now, but it expires Monday.
Ah, I see. So someone already gave you a contract?
Well, they just sent something. I'm just holding, a gentleman's contract.
Okay.
Otherwise, I know you. You said you want to do something, so I gave you a time frame.
I got you. So you're going to wait till Monday, see if anything pans out with that other one, and then follow up with you then?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. Well, when people tell me I have a good weekend on Tuesday. Here in the real world, we're going to do shit on Wednesday and Thursday. And some of us, Friday. No, that was not us. Somebody else's contract. No, they don't leave voicemails.
Please leave your message for.
You know, I've always thought is weird is that when I get on the phone with someone, the amount of people watching goes up. How do people know if they're not watching the video that I'm on the phone? And we like slowly dwindle down when we're just in voicemail heaven.
Please leave your message for.
It's very odd. I don't know how people know it.
Hello.
Hey, is Jeffrey there?
Yes.
Hey, Jeffrey, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Ellis Street. Are you still looking to sell that property?
No.
Okay. It looked like you had gone on my website about a week ago and said that you were looking to sell that property.
No. The only website I've been on the last 2 months was in regards to an AGA.
What's an AGA?
AGA, Home Equity Agreement.
I see. Well, no, that's not what this was for. This was cash offer option. And
So somebody's selling it to somebody else. I don't know what to say.
you sure you don't want to sell anything to me?
Positive. Oh, well, I shouldn't say that. Everything's for sale for the right price.
What's the right price?
Right price is what it's worth.
What's it worth?
It was appraised 3 weeks ago for $561.
561. You got a tenant in there?
No, I live in it.
You live in it. Yeah, see, some of them said it's tenant occupied. Yeah. Someone was filling this stuff out and they didn't know what they were talking about, huh?
Evidently.
All right. Well, appreciate the friendly conversation. Sorry for disturbing your afternoon there. I'll make sure to take you out of our system, okay?
Alrighty, thank you.
All right, bye-bye. So that was a speed to lead. If you record that call, they would give you your money back. It's important when you buy leads from Speed to Lead that you record it. And look, 6 more people were watching because I was on the phone. How did you people know? How did you know I was on the phone? Silence. No answers. That's pretty good. That's a little part of the disruption joke there, for those of you that don't get it.
The mailbox belonging to 77577.
Inquiring minds do want to know, how did all y'all just join knowing that I was on the phone?
Your call has been forwarded to an automated.
I don't know though, because you can hear. So I think it still counts you as watching, Manny.
Hello. Please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
Hello, this is RJ. I'm back.
The Google subscriber you have called.
I already know you. If you don't have a contract yet before 6 p.m., it's going past 6 p.m. Wait, what time does the game start? I could be wrong during playoffs.
Well, Serenity's game's at 6.
Oh, no.
So I'm
You
gonna.
can take over?
No, I'm just gonna watch it on live, Barn.
Oh my gosh, look at the camera and tell them what you're doing for them. Just look dead at them.
My daughter has a hockey game at 6 p.m. and I'm not going to it, so I can finish my day. It's way on the other side of town, so I would have had to stop like way early. So bro, what is happening?
At the tone, leave your message.
Sacramento. Someone asked about Sacramento earlier. Let's get it. Oh, Jimmy boy.
Hi, you've reached Jim's voicemail. Please leave a message.
Jim has somebody else on his voicemail. Why, Jim?
Hello?
Hi, is Tina there?
This is Tina.
Hey, Tina, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on San Diego Avenue. You had no?
No more.
Oh, you entered it on my website, so I wanted to see if what was going on there.
I know a lot of people are.
Well, did you figure it out?
I'm trying to. I'm still trying to. I think I got it figured out though.
Well, that's what I'm here for. Maybe I'm a solution.
You sound like it.
You gave me some information, and it's what I do. What if I'm the guy? I'm not annoying like those other people. It only takes me like 2.5 minutes to get down to the nitty gritty. So.
You like cut to the chase. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, do you still want to sell it, or are you trying to keep it?
Well, I'm trying to keep it, but I need a hard money loan though.
Oh, okay. Well, if you get a hard money loan, I mean, what are you going to do then? Because
I'm going to try to keep the house.
Because they call it hard for a reason.
I know. Yeah. Yeah, I know. But I have like half the money that for the reverse mortgage. Just that what's hanging me up is all the debt that's attached to it.
Well, I've got a hard money lender I can refer you to, but
see, I don't have any credit.
Okay. Like you don't have any, like, what's your credit score? Is it like 6s, 5s, or?
It's like nil because I quit using the credit cards back in the early 90s.
Gotcha. Okay. How long do you have before foreclosure?
I have no idea because I've been here for over a year already, and I've been paying the taxes and the insurance, and I'm surprised that the reverse mortgage hasn't done that yet.
Right.
The house is in probate, and I haven't been able to put it in my name until I get these judgments cleared. But these judgments are from elder financial abuse, so that's what I'm trying to call attention to, so I can get rid of the debts. Then I can get it put in my name. But I'm not about ready to pay $50,000 in debt just for that asshole to keep all the money.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Well, if you were to sell it, how much would you want for it?
I don't know. It's in pretty rough shape right now. It's because I wasn't able to. My mom didn't have any money for me to maintain a lot of things. Like we needed a new roof and it leaked, and there's black mold in the attic. Needs a ceiling in the den. It needs all new flooring. It has asbestos flooring in 4 of the bedrooms in the hallway, and it needs paint inside and out. And I just put a new water heater in because I was 35 years old. The heating system doesn't work. And the air conditioning is an old 1978 unit that's in the wall. And it's like there's no garbage disposal. There's no dishwasher or anything like that. The stove doesn't work. And the kitchen needs to be redone. I mean, tiles don't match. I had to put in ones that, that didn't match, to take in ones that are broken. The kitchen sink's rusting through. What else is wrong? There's a lot of things wrong.
Altogether, how much do you owe on it?
$453,000.
Oh, shit fire.
Yeah, tell me about it. Tell me about it.
Okay.
A lot,
Hold on, let me look at something real quick.
And then, like $50,000 in repairs,
See, I think the reason why I cracked that joke is because I'm going to be the person that tells you what your solution is. So,
it's pretty grim.
So can I speak candidly?
Sure.
All right. So, by all definitions, it appears that you're fucked. But
yeah, I know.
there's a way around that.
I know.
So let's see if we can make it where you're not fucked. All right.
Right.
All right. So you are inheriting this property, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a reverse mortgage that now has gotten to the point that it's behind. You can't make the payments. The property is distressed.
Well, it's a reverse mortgage. You don't make payments.
Well, but you get what I'm saying.
You have to pay it all back.
Right. But you get what I'm saying. Like you're at the point where you're in dire straits, right?
Right. Okay.
So there is a possibility we would have to get an FHA appraisal on this, I believe, to see if we could get this to go through. But there's a possibility that we could get this cleared through a short sale. Has anybody talked to you about doing a short sale?
I've looked into that. I've read a little bit about it, but I've been concentrating on how to get my brother brought into probate, to get the judgments taken off there without an attorney, having to do it. So I finally figured that out. Now I'm just, throwing out all the shit that I have to do. But I haven't gotten to, focus on much outside of that.
If I could. So you ever watch those house flipping shows? So I had the honor of being on one of those.
Oh, really?
It's called Zombie House Flipping. It's on A&E, and we're the Fort Worth team. And there's 3 of us. It's myself, Cassie, and Nicole. And I'm like the investor. I do a lot of the house flipping and the wholesaling and stuff like that. My partner, Cassie, she's been right alongside me doing a lot of the contracting work since day one. And then Nicole, we brought in for the show because we've known her for like 6-7 years. She's a short sale expert. I think that it would be worthwhile for you to have a conversation with Nicole and see if this is something that she could help you with.
I restored this house like 20 years ago. I mean, extensively. I mean, because we had carpenter infestation, it turned out. And I took all the siding off this house. I replaced like 50% of the framing in the front, front wall windows, living room windows, what living room windows have. Had to replace the door jamb and everything. And it's like I did a lot of work to this house, and saved my mom a ton of money. But now, since it's been so long, I haven't been able to keep up with it because no money to, fix anything with. Everything's gotten out of hand. But I know how to do all this stuff.
Because
I rewired this house and everything.
But see, the problem is that now it's physically distressed again.
Yeah.
And even if you found a hard money lender, they're not going to give enough to pay off what's owed on it and give you money for the rehab.
I have $300,000 in the bank.
But my point being, why would you want to put that into essentially you're paying off bad debt. There's a potential that you could lower what that debt is. That's the whole point in doing a short sale.
Because I got 10,000 of it taken off there before my mom was murdered, and just from contacting these people that had judgments on the house and saying that she had elder abuse, and I had all the evidence prove it. They dismissed their judgments, and I was working on a third when she died, so I wasn't able to pursue that because my power of attorney ended right then and there. So, then now with the probate, I can't just approach it the same way as I did before. I have to do it differently. So I want my brother to be responsible for these debts because he needs to, be held accountable here for doing that. So that's my main thing. As soon as I get that taken care of, then I don't know what to do, as far as putting it in my name and going from there.
Because technically speaking, who is the owner of the property right now?
It's still in my mom's name. It was left to me.
It's left to you, but the debt, but the reverse mortgage has to be paid off before it becomes yours, right?
Right. Yeah. All debts have to be
Right.
All has to be clear. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I think that there's an opportunity that you could essentially have. Your mother's name was Diana, correct?
Right.
So Diana is performing a short sell, lower the debt down, and then you can then buy it at what it should be purchased for, essentially, because you're going to pay off that debt. So I know you're not purchasing it, but you kind of are, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So now you could essentially purchase it where you need to be buying it. Because if we say the property is worth $625, completely fixed up, multiply that by 75%, that gives you room as an investor. That's everybody, like the bank, the appraisal, everything would come in and say, yep, we got to give you room. That's what that 25% is there for. And then just based off of what you just told me, 1,800 square foot house, it easily could need.
Actually, it's more than what it's 1925.
1925. Okay. So easily $100,000+ in repairs. I mean, you could easily get this down to the bank where I could see the bank approving like a short sale for like $350,000.
Oh, really?
That's what I think. That's what I'm saying is like now you could get that hard money lender to come in and say, we'll loan you the $350 and we'll give you the $100,000 for the repairs. Because once it's done, you'll have 75% or you'll have 25% equity. You can cash out refi and you can keep it.
Do other bidders on the short sale at all, or?
No, there's you don't have to pay anything because it's all a part of the transaction. So essentially, when the property is
involved, I mean, nobody can come in and say, "Hey, I'll give you more."
no.
Okay, cool. Okay.
No.
So it's not like an auction. Okay.
No.
Got it.
So what I think I should do is if you're okay with it, I'll give your information to Nicole, let her reach out to you, and she'll just ask you a series of questions. And she might say, RJ's crazy. I can't do anything with this. Or she might say, yep, RJ's right. This is the path, and we can get you taken care of.
Okay.
Regardless, it'll be a 10-minute conversation, and it might end up being your solution.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
I mean, hell, you talked to me for 12 minutes, and you didn't want to give me 12 seconds at the beginning, so.
Well, you sounded interesting.
All right. Well, hey, Tina, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to punch that in for Nicole, and then her team will probably reach out to you tomorrow, okay?
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Well, let me show you what we're going to do that. I don't know about if it was the best call. It was a good one because she definitely wanted to get off the call immediately. I thought the one yesterday in Chicago, I don't know if you saw that one, Jamie. That one was pretty good. But listen, at the end of the day, it's when you have a lead that says inherited property, pre-foreclosure, like gonna lose the property, and then they immediately just say, well, I've talked to a lot of you people. All that means is that no one was able to give her a solution. At least let's have the conversation, see how we get triggered. To me, this triggered a short sell. So let's share our screen here. All right, so this is Nicole's website. Super cool because I can just come in here, enter in my information. Okay, so my name, my email, my phone number, where I'm at. I'm an investor. Next step. Do you have a short sell to refer right now? Yes. Have you worked with us before? Yes. Potential client is inheriting the property with a reverse mortgage the property is extremely distressed and upside down. She is facing foreclosure, and the only viable solution I saw was a potential short sale for her to finish the probate process. So we finished filling out that information, and then we turn it over to her team and let them finish it from there. Super easy. All right. So do you got anybody have any questions about that? Listen, I don't know if that's going to be a solution, but I do know this. There was nothing that I could do outside of that. So why not at least turn it over and see if that could be a solution for her, right? See you tomorrow, Anna. Appreciate you. So I hope that Nicole is able to help her out. I don't know about the probate process as well in conjunction with the reverse mortgage and if a short sale could come in. But we'll see. We'll see what we hear back from Nicole's team. And here's the other thing. I am of the firm opinion that short sales are going to become more and more prevalent in our marketplace. I'm already seeing it. I'm surprised that this is the first time I've brought up short sale in this challenge. We almost made it 2 days without it. But I think that's the third or fourth one that I personally have sent over to Nicole in the past 2 weeks. So I think that we're going to see that continues to increase, and you're going to have someone on your team in your tool belt that is prepared to help you with short sales. I think we're just going to see more and more opportunities where people are significantly behind on payments and the property is upside down because it's physically distressed. And what is their solution? What are we offering them? Okay. There's a point in time where we could do a sub 2 where we're taking it down, but then that depends on what is our exit strategy, right? So can it be a rental? Can it be a flip? What can we do with it? And then there's a point in time where the amount of work that's needed to be done on the property and the arrears that is there, there's no room. There is no exit strategy. At that point in time, that's what triggers the short sell, and you need to have someone on your team. For me, we use Nicole Espinoza. I've gotten to know Matthew Potter over the past couple of months from Pardon the Disruption. He seems like he's super knowledgeable. I would recommend either one of those to be the person that helps you out with your short sales, but you need to have somebody there. And the way that works is not in her situation because she wants to keep the property, and that's a little bit unique because she's inheriting the property. But more often than not, the solutions are that you either get an opportunity to offer on the property once the short sale specialist has negotiated it down, or if they can't get it low enough to where you need it to be as an investor, then it gets listed on the MLS. She takes a commission, and then she's going to give you a referral fee for the property. So regardless, it's another way for you to monetize that lead as well, which is just great for your cash flow. So glad that we were able to get that call in for you guys. All right. We got time for a couple more calls. Jeez, these people want. So this is a VA lead. They want 700,000, and the ARV is like in the 500s. So in that case, I just moved that automatically to dead lead. Like, I'm not gonna waste my time on that. That's stupid. Dude, Kip, thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. Kip's always coming in with the tip. Kip the tipster. He's always coming in, hooking it up, man. Hey, that's a lot of coffee. You're also rocking the no sugar energy drink fund, okay? Running dry. We needed that was $10. Thank you, brother. All right. We'll see if we can get Joe on the phone. We're a little light on the likes today. If you haven't liked the video, please do. We're a little light. We're in like the 50s. Yesterday, we were in the 90s. You guys all are already getting tired of us?
Leave a message after the beep.
Chat customer you have called.
Hello,
Hey, is Richard there?
this is Richard. Who is this?
My name is RJ Bates. was calling about your property there on Boardman. I think you spoke to Patrick on my team about potentially selling that property. Are you still interested in selling it?
Yes.
All right. Well, I think we were pretty close to having a deal. If I'm correct, I think we were at like 100,000 is what we were willing to offer on the property.
I'm not sure which party you were, but I had two people from Texas call.
That's all us.
I told them 115. They offered 110, and I wanted 115. I actually wanted 120, but I told them 115. But I told them that I had another deal going where I was going to sell both. I have two properties there, one at 331 Boardman and one at 815 Empire. It's about probably 600 yards or so apart.
Okay.
And I told them I wanted 250 for both of them. And they were gonna. I said, take a look at them and see if you have a party in that area, you can go check them out. I have actually my helper up there. I had 9 properties over the last 20 years, and about 3 years ago I started getting rid of them. I'm 70. I'll be 78 this year. And I live in California. It's 1,000 miles from my front door to the front door of the nearest property. So that's why I was getting rid of them.
And how much did you want for both?
250.
250 for both.
Yeah, 115 and 135. The property at Empire is a nicer house. But the property at Boardman has an empty lot right next door to it. That's legal for another home if somebody wanted to build one at one time.
So we're getting that lot and the house, so we have an opportunity to build on that empty lot.
Yes,
okay.
I believe so. You have to check it out, but I believe so. All those lots are about 80 by 30. And if you're familiar with San Francisco, at one time, a big mining town, all the houses were built almost wall to wall. They took the whole property as far as the
right.
went, because that way, with all the mining, they didn't want to give us any land. But both houses were built around 1900.
Yep.
The Empire house I restuccoed and painted and had a roof put on, I want to say about 5 years ago. And then I put central heating in it. It only had a floor furnace in 2 rooms. And so I put central heating and had it ducted into all the rooms. And that's the one at Empire. The Boardman house has a lot on both lots have an old garage. They've been re-roofed. And they're basically outbuildings. You know, the garages were so small back way then. You couldn't put a car in them.
Right.
But you'd have to take a look at it. If you're interested at both of them, take a look and give me a call back. I have one, my helper lives in one and his 2 sons live in the other, and I'm getting $6,500 or $650 a month for the Boardman property. But it should really, to be honest with you, I haven't raised it on because it's my helper's 2 sons. I'd say you probably could rent it for $800 a month, and the other property was $750, and it would probably go for $850. Now I haven't changed either one of them in 4 years.
All right.
Your first name again, please?
RJ.
RJ.
Yes, sir. So
if you want to take a look at it,
well,
like I said,
well, real quick, my team had already looked at these because they had already spoken to you. So I'm seeing the notes here that they left in my system. I mean, we're pretty close. I mean, I know you want 115. We were at 110 on Boardman. On Empire, you wanted 135. it looks like we came back at 125.
Yeah, I never did hear back from anybody on those numbers. The number, the 115, I think I agreed with somebody on, but I told him to take a look at it, and then I told him about the other house. I've never spoken to anybody on the board on the Empire House yet.
Yeah.
I've spoken to people that are interested, but as far as confirming the price that I would accept.
So where we're at on both of them is 235. That's where we're at on those. I got a little bit of wiggle room. If you got a little bit of wiggle room off of your 250.
Okay. Well, like I said, if I don't know if everybody I've been talking to, I'm selling these as is.
Yes.
And I think everybody in this business has been trying to fix this. I've had 2 calls from Texas, 1 call from Southern California, and then I have my helper's new boss has about 6. I think he has 2 buildings. One has 6. They're like apartments, so they're bigger. They're not single-family homes like mine. But anyway, he was supposed to get back to me this week. He's going to look at them too. But I had already given him the same prices. I've told everybody the same thing. So I'm not trying to play any games with anybody.
Right.
I don't have to remember that I've told somebody something and nobody else. But anyway, like I said, if you're interested, I told him the only person that I committed any kind of a promise to was my helper's boss. He lives in Livingston, which is over by Bozeman. He's supposed to be there this week. In fact, I expect him to be there tomorrow. And I told him I wouldn't sell it until he's got at least took a look at it.
Okay.
And that's the only promises I've made to anybody.
Okay. Well, I don't want to get in the way of that because listen, you made a promise to him, and so I don't believe in high pressure sales or anything like that. I think it's a waste of time. So what I would like to do is to show you that I'm serious. I would like to be able to email you over a contract where you could have it. You know I'm serious, and then if he decides he doesn't want them, then you can decide if you want to move forward with our contract or not.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading my mind because I've never sold anything as is. Like I said, I sold 7 houses up there in the last 4 years just because it was to get me too much for me. It's 1,000 miles.
Right.
But God, I'm up on top of a ladder right now.
Okay.
Building a wall, but you're RT?
RJ Bates.
RJ Bates. RJ, if you could just send me a text back to this number, then I'll send you a text back with my email and everything when I get down off this ladder.
Yes, sir. You be careful, and we'll talk later, okay?
All righty. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Appreciate your interest.
You too. Bye-bye. Well, that's a heck of a way to end the day right there. What do you think about that?
Show enough.
I think I'm a little bit echoey.
Are you really? Let me turn this down. I have to turn you up a little bit so I can hear you.
I think that's a good way to end day 2 right there. That's Montana, baby. Montana, a chance to get two deals there in Montana. That would be exciting. They both look like. The cool thing about that was a follow-up. We had already had numbers run on both of the properties. Garrett and Patrick had done a really good job with that. So he was unresponsive to them. And so I thought, hey, why not go ahead and follow up with it and see if I can get him to answer my phone. I tried to explain to him that, hey, everyone from Texas reaching out to you is us. I don't think he was really catching on to that. I'm like, hey, if you've spoken to multiple people in Texas, that's us. So Miss Cassandra, what are your thoughts for day 2?
Oh man. Well, I will be honest. The marathon is setting in, right? I am loving this. I'm loving day 2, but I'm really just like, I'm ready to dig into more of the stuff, right? Like I keep discovering every day, like there's more and more and more I want to do for the challenge. I want to get that KPI board up that I like was talking to you about. I want time to work on this. I'm like, oh no, we're gonna add another week to this thing. Like I am really, really excited to have you guys be here. I have no idea how many people from our audience are showing up. So really for me, I'm really just in touch with the people who are commenting there in the comments. It
looks like today on YouTube we had 355 people that watched, and there was 59 likes. And then we had your Facebook, my Facebook page, the Titanium Vault Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. So I don't know about those avenues. But listen.
So it sounds like we're getting traction. We're out there helping people probably that aren't commenting.
Facebook, we appreciate you. You're dead at 8 hours, and so you're falling off any second now.
Oh,
so
30 seconds ago.
Appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
See you, Facebook.
There it is. They just fell off. For those of you still on YouTube and Twitter, again, we appreciate you guys supporting us. I agree, Cassie. I'm ready to get some of these contracts like signed, start the Recon, start the TC process, stuff like that. I wanted some of that to happen today, but some of the early on contracts that we sent out are a little bit unique with some of the situations, but that's why you have to build that momentum. That's why we have to get that compounding effect with the marketing going on. And I think we saw that today. It's funny. It goes from almost borderline boring, like just voicemail, to there's a lot going on, like call back, okay, short sell, 2 contracts in Montana, follow up here. We've got 11 contracts out right now.
Don't you have another 2 to write?
now I've got to write 2 more for Montana, right? So yeah, it gets pretty intense pretty quick. But this is what we asked for. This is what we want to do every day. The element of being live does add a little bit to the process. It would be a lot easier if I wasn't on a camera all the time and wasn't worried about, hey, can we maintain having a certain amount of people watching?
Bro, I have that to say too, though. It's like, it's so interesting because, we're talking about wrapping up day 2. I feel like this is like still, we're discovering how we want to deal with doing some of that live, right? And keep you guys engaged, keep those moments where we're pouring into you, even though we're not able to show some of that live. And like, I've been thinking all day on and off, like how, and that we had considered, and look, man, we'll adapt and grow through this challenge with you guys. We had considered at one point in time having a camera set up for our entire floor to throw this to, rather than my computer or RJ's computer where we can just share it. And we decided against that, right? Because we were like, well, what is the best way to showcase some of this, and how we're operating beyond that call with the seller. Thank you, Kip. I love that. And there's just going to be more and more of it. And I'm excited to be more intentional about my time on the screen during this one too. But we're still even kind of feeling that out, today. And part of that is just because it's like, RJ's kind of used to, and how, correct me if I need to say this in a different way. RJ's kind of used to, he's like a freight train. Okay. So when he's like, hey, hop aboard, we're doing this, it's just like he expects everything to stop and come with him and do that. I'm used to that. But when he's on this live and I'm over here in the middle of 4 stinking things and I'm trying not to multitask because it's the devil's work, okay? I'm trying to do one thing at a time, get it done and move on to the next. And he's like, P.S., I need to pee. You need to be live now. I'm like, whoa, I'm not prepped. What am I doing next? So it's getting better about being intentional. It's like, okay, when I have one segment over, what am I going to cover on his next break? And I'll just tell him I need 30 minutes to do that. It's that kind of stuff. It'll get a lot easier once we get into, I'll do some of the Recon stuff. I'll do some of the TC stuff. We'll call sellers. We'll call buyers, and things like that and have some of those conversations. And I may even start to call some of these sellers and follow up on some of these once we've got them stacked up and if they haven't signed, RJ's not necessarily keeping them on the phone while they sign on this live. So that's like a good point and a good tool, and then just talking about some more seller language, buyer language, overcoming objections on both sides of those transactions, pulling up any title issues and things like that we run through. We've talked through some of, our people like Zolo and Batch and, just really keeping this an open, working, organic workspace where we really show what we do and solve problems and pivot. So RJ Bates is going to make me swim. I don't know what that means, Mark, but he's going to drown me. Yeah, right. He couldn't do it the first time. And I got a whole team backing me this time. All
right. I'm going to go watch my daughter's hockey game now.
Yeah.
We appreciate
you happy with day 2?
Huh?
You're happy with day 2?
I'm happy with day 2.
It's only going to get better, guys.
Day 3, Arizona tomorrow. That's all I got.
We're going to recharge with some hockey and see you guys bright and early.
See you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the milkshake video.
I stuck my straw in your milkshake, and I drank your milkshake.
You can get chewed up and spit out if you don't understand these things. Go drink your milkshake.
Are you prepared to do what it takes to get what you want?
There's money in this room. There's millions of dollars in this room networking.
It's about consistent, intentional, tactical action.
I'm on a mission to make something change in my environment that's going to give me what I want, and I'm obsessed about it. It's the crucible!